Catwoman might not be able to recover in these few days. The cooperation with the Lord subtracted by one directly. Glasses Man and the magicians, among others, were starting to doubt their lives. Is this reasonable? Each of them was a top talent among the lords of their generation. During the newcomer trial period, they could at least rank in the top 3 of the regional gold list, or even first. The combat power of their troops, especially the combat power of their officer units, was stronger than that of many veteran lords. Before they entered the trial's secret realm, they weren't nervous at all, thinking it was just a formality, a trial task to go through. Could it be that there are truly excellent lords who can't even pass the promotion trial? But now there truly was one, and it was themselves. Considering the current situation, their trial this time was in danger, even though among the trialists there was the Golden Lion Prince, an ultra-top second-generation successor. Is this the horrid nature of historical trials? Thank goodness it's just a trial, not reality. Glasses Man murmured, which was also the reason he could still remain calm. After all, it was just a trial. If they truly traveled back to the old times, and faced the approaching filth and monster tide like the pure White Kingdom, how despairing would that be? Now, even if they failed, they wouldn't really die, and they could afford the entry fee of the trial. To try again, as long as they entered a normal trial, Glasses Man and the magician still had enough confidence. They would still give it their all to attempt to navigate the trial, but if they failed, then let it be a failure. They would regret it and lament their ill fate, but not be too resentful. However, the Golden Lion Prince couldn't accept it, he would never give up. This is the only chance. He didn't care about the entry fee of 500 soul crystals. That bit of money wasn't even enough for his daily expenses for a meal or two. But the opportunity to enter a historical trial might be the only one he ever had. If he missed it, he could only go through the motions in a normal trial. He couldn't accept failure, couldn't accept just being an inconspicuous titular prince. This was his chance to change his fate. Even being selected for the historical trial indicated that destiny favored him, didn't it? To obtain the highest reward of a historical trial, first, one must rank first among the trial lords, but just that is far from enough. After all, someone always takes first place. The first among mediocrity is still a first. Besides, one must contribute beyond the mission objectives, or interchangeably, complete a hidden mission. Only by combining the two can one receive the highest bounty from heaven and earth. The Golden Lion Prince had access to a lot of information. He thought frantically, judging based on various historical trial examples. The difficulty of this historical trial is unreasonable, so there must be a key point we're missing. Their approach to the strategy was unlikely to be wrong. He focused on the fact that the pure White Kingdom was sealed. To fulfill the hidden conditions for passing, they probably needed to find the key nodes of the sealing ceremony and call upon legends from the pure White Kingdom to join forces and break the seal. The Golden Lion Prince could even guess which several types of blood sacrifice methods the monster power had used to enact the world's seal. The chain of strategy wasn't the problem, but they must have overlooked something. Suddenly, the Golden Lion Prince received a message he had informants placed in the emergency mission hall and several other intelligence sources, via special methods. Informants he had brainwashed using special techniques. Glasses Man had made similar arrangements. Both of their expressions changed slightly, mixed with shock and joy. The momentum of the monster tide has been curbed, and it seems that many high-order monsters have been annihilated. Even legendary realm monsters seem to have fallen one or two. Hiss. Looking at the situation, a mysterious strong person has made a move. Could it be reinforcements from the Bright Empire? I said, the trial couldn't be too outrageous. Now, this seems reasonable, but we advanced too swiftly in our strategy and suffered losses because of that. Regardless, passing the trial, perfectly passing it, now seems hopeful. Observing the excited few, the Lord shrouded in huge silver armor faltered and didn't voice her conjecture. She barely glimpsed through her officers, a scene where a blue-haired girl annihilated a legendary realm creature with the space breaking apart around her. She felt that perhaps, possibly, probably, there was never any mysterious reinforcement, only an unreasonable trialist. If the difficulty of this trial was adjusted based on their overall power, Wouldn't their consistent struggles be reasonable? In the depths of the wilderness, in a place where no human traces were left, Mu Yuan and Dead Bones group were walking within. They managed to ambush and kill 2 legendary realm creatures using Mu Yuan brand bait, but that was all they could do. Legendary monsters weren't fools who kept coming to their doom one after another. The enemy didn't even plan to call for backup and swarm them. Instead, they lurked, engaging in other schemes. Mu Yuan could only strike out on his own. Through ambushing enemies, illusion soul search, and other ways, he employed simple yet extremely effective methods to quickly piece together fragmented intelligence. After all, when it comes to intelligence, what could be simpler and more direct than reading it from the hands of the legendary realm monsters? Mu Yuan loaded up the Duo Lai and Hong Yi templates, striking with Hong Yi's abilities. This naturally wasn't enough. But before him, the legendary realm was gasping for breath under the erosion of the power of withering. At his side, Dead Bone used King's Might to shatter the light of will of the monster's legend, dissolving the enemy's last resistance. Soul Search memory reading was a piece of cake. Even though the images he retrieved were fragmented and chaotic, they sufficed to extract some extremely valuable intelligence. Half an hour later, Mu Yuan arrived at the mouth of a deep valley filled with red fog. This place was unmistakably ominous and dangerous. Yet they didn't hesitate for a second, rashly plunging into it with the recklessness of Bone 2, taking over the situation. He. The Wraith Sacred Mountain materialized, and countless undead beings surged down from the mountain, including 20 or 30 bone dragons. Dead Bone stood atop a bone dragon at the half-step legend realm, extremely flamboyant and far from his usually cautious demeanor. After all, in reality, Dead Bone absolutely refrained from using undead beings in battle. These creatures were cultivated at great expense. Losing one meant one fewer, and even with the ability to revive the dead, it was impossible to bring back thousands of the fallen in a short time. Therefore, the real Dead Bone was extremely careful with resources, never allowing even a single little skeleton to fall in battle. He would never dare to fully unleash the Wraith Sacred Mountain. But in the trial space, he could. Here, no matter how many undead beings were lost, it wouldn't affect the real world. He could indulge in the thrill of overpowering his opponents without caution, without the constant need for calculation. Of course, once the excitement was over and he returned to reality, he would need to reflect on any instabilities in his approach and re-examine himself. The black fog spread. The undead emerging from the mist formed a dark tide that, with even greater ferocity than the monsters, tore apart any enemies in their path. 300-meter-tall flesh-aggregated monsters rose from the ground. They fell. 3 monstrous legends with overwhelming killing intent ferociously surged forward. They fell. The surrounding space began to fracture and break apart. The crimson enchantment shattered, revealing a blood-red altar standing in the deepest part of the valley. Around the altar lay countless human bones, and at its core, a particularly massive root of corruption had sprouted, piercing into the clouds like a vine. However, before the enchantment had shattered, they hadn't spotted this highly conspicuous, corrupt vine. This place must be a key node in some ritual or terrestrial enchantment. Following the standard process, the trial lords might need to continuously search for traces, investigate clues, and, after obtaining sufficient evidence, summon the legends of the Pure White Kingdom to help shatter this node. Mu Yuan considered it all skippable. Minutes later, under the glow of purification, the root of corruption turned to ash. No treasure emerged, but a celestial announcement rang in Mu Yuan's ear. Alert! You have obtained a major clue. Current terrestrial seal has been broken, 1/3. Alert! A trial lord has broken a terrestrial seal. Other trialists, please continue to strive. In the capital, the Golden Lion Prince and his companions were taken aback by the sudden alert. They looked at each other in disbelief. With 4 of the 6 trial lords present, and the Catwoman Lord severely injured, then who was not among them? Even without this rule's prompt, Mu Yuan had also extracted this information from the memories of the monster legend realm. There were 3 corrupt altars. He didn't get the exact locations of the other 2 through soul search memory reading. However, he had narrowed down their approximate locations from the fragmented memory scenes. What remained was to continue charging forward, he and Deadbone's team. Uta's group met up with Duo Lai. Mu Yuan loaded the Isloa template and traced traces from some fourth-order monsters via fate weaving, consequently finding the site. Duo Lai was brutally straightforward, indiscriminately bombarding his way and fortuitously impacting a concealed enchantment. In just 3 short hours before the hidden monster power could make further preparations, the other 2 terrestrial seal altars were successively broken. Boom! The sound of shattering glass seemed to echo in his ears. In front of him, a realm shrouded in blood fog faintly appeared. Within the realm stood only 2 towering figures. One spanned thousands of kilometers, with a snake tail reaching skyward and penetrating the earth. God of Snake Man, the other had a small body but unfolded white wings thousands of kilometers long. God of Purity, the blurry figure wrapped in the wings suddenly cast its gaze towards Mu Yuan. As their eyes met, crack, the space shattered open. Ding! Alert! As you have broken the 3 terrestrial seals, the God of Purity has been freed from confinement, resolving the Pure White Kingdom's crisis, and the trial ends early. Alert! You have completed the Ascension trial, your trial rating, unique. Tip. You have cleared the promotion trial, and according to your performance, you have received the unique rating. The ranking system for the promotion trial was basically the same as that for the hero trial. There were ratings of qualified, good, excellent, and perfect. However, even with the same rating tier, the heavenly gifts awarded for clearing historical trials and clearing regular trials were inevitably different. Perhaps the grading tiers for historical trials were a notch or 2 above in value compared to those for regular trials? But the rating Mu Yuan received wasn't just perfect, it was unique. Unique, perhaps, is the evaluation above the perfect grade, requiring one to clear historical trials with the most excellent combat achievements to obtain? Mu Yuan guessed that was probably the case, but beyond that, he did not understand much. After all, he was just a greenhand who had entered the eternal world for less than a year and had no background. He had not even heard of historical trials before, let alone the unique rating. These aren't important anyway, as long as the territory has been promoted and I can get an unexpected gift from heaven and earth, that's good enough. Mu Yuan thought. He still found himself in the hazy trial space where scenes of highlights flashed before him. In one scene, Mu Yuan held up Da Ri, shattering the monster wave. In another, Duo Lai shackled space, shattering the legendary pincers. In another, Dead Bone silently appeared behind a legendary hunter and pointed a finger. The legendary creature's eyes showed confusion and fear, its mouth opened and shut as its body decayed, leaving behind nothing but a skeleton. These were impressive kill scenes that flickered one after another. The 3 scenes of breaking the celestial blockade lingered the longest. In one scene, countless ghastly bones rose from the ground, impaling thousands and thousands of monsters, forming a vast bone forest spanning thousands of kilometers. At the top of the bone forest were the carcasses of 3 creatures from the legendary realm. Their flesh decayed rapidly, leaving only bones behind. This was the result Dead Bone had achieved without reserve, unconcerned with consumption. The scenes finally froze. They froze on a confrontation between the God of Purity and the God of Snake Man. The next moment, however, was not the end. It wasn't his exit from the trial space. Mu Yuan's ears once again caught the sound of a heavenly prompt. Ding! Tip. You have received the special clearance reward, Pure White Feather. A pure white feather with a faint violet luster drifted slowly out from the confrontation scene, falling before him, onto his palm. There was a subtle sense of warmth. Pure White Feather. Grade. Epic, Ability 1. Pure White Protection, protection from the God of Purity. The feather can transform into a pair of pure white wings, covering and protecting multiple targets. The pure white wings can extend up to a kilometer in diameter, and can ward off the majority of legendary attacks. Pure white protection can be maintained for up to 10 minutes and requires self-recovery after use. The upper limit of power displayed by the pure white feather is independent of the user's level. Ability 2. Unknown, Note: the special item, Pure White Feather, has been bound. This turned out to be an epic item. However, could lords still obtain treasure rewards during the promotion trial? Mu Yuan puzzled, his figure disappearing within the hazy trial space. At the same time, tip, as a trial lord has broken the 3 celestial blockades, the crisis of the Pure White Kingdom is averted, and the trial ends early. Tip. Tip. Suddenly, the sound of the heavenly bell rang in their ears unexpectedly. At this moment, whether inside the capital city or several trial lords in the wilderness, they were all taken aback. Isn't this a bit too fast? It had only been a few hours since the last prompt rang out. The entire trial had barely lasted a day from start to now. The 10-day trial process had gone by less than a tenth. Some people were taken aback and filled with awe, sighing deeply. Anyhow, we're hitching a ride on the fast track, passing the promotion trial along with a powerhouse. Even though they didn't perform spectacularly during this process, due to the extremely short clearance time, they still received a high rating. Their combined gains probably weren't inferior to obtaining a perfect rating in a regular trial. They were excellent lords, able to easily clear normal trials, but a perfect rating wasn't so easy to get. This time, they could be considered to have shared in the benefits admittedly. The Golden Lion Prince, however, felt a shadow creep over him. He had always aimed for the highest rating in the historical trial. However, while he continually hit walls and had yet to break through, that Lord of Yangxing, whom he had met only once, had already completed the hidden mission. Even if the other party had just gotten lucky, there seemed to be a rather noticeable power disparity between them. In this trial, he was not the protagonist, but merely a supporting character. The Golden Lion Prince clenched his fists. Even though he had cleared the trial and his territory was promoted, even though he had stumbled into a historical trial by sheer luck, all he felt at this moment was anger and resentment. There are such prodigies in Yangxing Empire after all. No wonder my advisors always say that Yangxing Empire has great ambition and harbors the idea of challenging the supremacy of our Holy Griffin Empire. No. This prodigy of Yangxing has an immeasurable future. He must not be left alive. The Golden Lion Prince, freshly emerged from the trial space, instantly ordered the preparation of his carriage, intending to head to the imperial capital. Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan's figure appeared inside the city lord's mansion, unharmed and back at his peak condition. Dead Bone, Duo Lai, Uda, and the other generals, their bodies were still in the outside world, and as the trial concluded, their consciousness all returned simultaneously. Back, are we? Isloa poked her head out. It looks like everything went smoothly. Yeah, after all, it was just an ascension trial, nothing unexpected happened. Mu Yuan said. As for the ordinary trial being upgraded to a historical trial, in his view, that didn't count as unexpected. When the Lord of Xinxing, Wuji, Yushan, and the others took on the ascension trials, they relied on their powerful strength to break the rules and brute forced their way through. Mu Yuan had heard of these precedents, which had given him the idea to rush through as quickly as possible early on. As a result, it wasn't much different from his initial theory. He swept through, shattered the rules, and completed the trial swiftly. Even though it was a historical trial he completed, it was a similar rush-through process after all. Since there wasn't much difference, it wasn't considered unexpected. Notice. You have passed the Ascension trial, territory begins upgrading. Mu Yuan's perspective was elevated, as if a deity looking down upon the land from the azure sky. From this vantage point, the scope of Tianyuan territory was expanding and spreading at a fast pace. Such changes were invisible to the naked eye. Only lords and heroes could see the continuously extending boundary lines. Through his lord's vision, Mu Yuan also saw strands of red mist floating between heaven and earth, which scattered inch by inch as the territory's boundary spread. Wherever the territory spread, the land seemed to burst with even more vitality, with new greenery breaking through the soil. These changes were no different from when the territory went from level 2 to level 3, or from level 3 to level 4. However, an upgrade from level 4 to level 5 was a hurdle, involving not just territory expansion, upgrade of miracle buildings, and enhancement of the Lord's power. Dependent on the trial's rating, the heaven and earth baptism and the changes to the territory the Lord could receive would be significantly different. Sometimes, these differences mark the beginning of a complete transformation. A mere upgrade definitely wouldn't have a transformative effect on his Tianyuan territory, but there would still be some noticeable improvements. For instance, the Lord can use this opportunity to upgrade some ordinary level buildings to rare level, or promote rare level buildings to superior grade. As for how many buildings could be upgraded, that depended on the trial rating. Notice, you can choose to upgrade 10 ordinary level buildings and 3 rare level buildings. Notice, countdown 300, 299, 298. Notice, if the time limit is exceeded, upgrade slots will be used randomly. Mu Yuan had already considered this issue and had come to a decision in his heart. Out of the 10 ordinary upgrade slots, he used 4 for the warehouse, and the remaining 6 all went to upgrading ordinary level guiding landmarks. Warehouse, green, description. Compared to an ordinary rank warehouse, a rare rank warehouse has a larger folding space, a more substantial main structure, and additionally has a large cold storage room inside. For the 3 rare building upgrade opportunities, he thought about it and decided to use 2 on the Breakthrough Dojo and 1 on the City Lord's Mansion. Superior buildings obtained through upgrades would possess abilities extended from rare buildings and couldn't generate new capabilities. Typically, they were somewhat inferior to natural superior buildings. Even so, the improvements brought about by upgrading the buildings were still substantial. The Breakthrough Dojo had always been an essential building in Tianyuan territory, aiding troops in the Zero Order to First Order and First Order to Second Order breakthroughs. This breakthrough process was entirely eco-friendly, requiring no materials, only some extra time. The upgraded Breakthrough Dojo would be capable of assisting in Second Order to Third Order and Third Order to Fourth Order breakthroughs. However, while higher order breakthroughs took longer and had fewer slots available, their effects remained the same. With the building upgrades, level 4 to level 5, the slots for high order assistance would also increase accordingly. Now, the elites of the main force regiment have already stepped into the elite mid-high level, and after another baptism, it's estimated that quite a few will be able to enter the Third Order Warlord level. At this time, the Breakthrough Dojo can play a significant role. As for upgrading the City Lord's Mansion, Mu Yuan was not a man greedy for pleasure. The living environment in the intermediate Mage Tower in the sky was even better than that of the City Lord's Mansion. However, as the territory expanded and the team of officials grew, it was necessary to expand the scale of the municipal hub, the City Lord's Mansion. Boom! The Breakthrough Dojo, City Lord's Mansion, and other buildings began to upgrade. Among them, the City Lord's Mansion underwent the greatest change, expanding its area several times over, yet miraculously, it did not encroach on the adjacent buildings, as if the land beneath the City Lord's Mansion expanded along with it. The 2-story building that was the main part of the mansion was upgraded into a tall building of tens of meters, and a great many furnishings and equipment were added inside. These awaited exploration. Isloa looked at the suddenly enlarged hall and the files and documents scattered on the ground because of the expansion. She fell silent, so silent that a vein popped out on her forehead. In the distance, Mu Yuan shivered for no reason, wondering why a cold wind suddenly blew in the middle of the day. The building upgrades were completed, but the upgrade of the territory was still not finished. The next moment, the notification sound rang in his ear again. Notification. You received a gift from heaven and earth, troop building is upgrading. Notification. Your level 1 troop building, Skeletal Cemetery, has been enhanced, monthly recruitment quota increased to 200 units, environment improved, buffs enhanced. Notification. Your Third Order troop building, Treeman Forest, has been enhanced, monthly recruitment quota increased to 40 units, environment improved, buffs enhanced. Notification. Your Third Order troop building, Ice Spirit Coldpool, has been enhanced, monthly recruitment quota increased to 40 units, environment improved, buffs enhanced. Previously, the Skeleton Cemetery had already received 1 environmental enhancement, but this time, the enhancement was even greater. Suddenly, a dark fog surged up, blotting out the sky. The dark land extended rapidly to the naked eye, quickly spreading for hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, and still showed no sign of stopping. It stretched out for tens of thousands of meters, seemingly larger than the entire Tianyuan territory. No, not seemingly, the skeleton cemetery was now indeed vast but not conspicuous. The skeleton cemetery was not spreading over the territory's land, it extended its very own dimensional space. It was like a boundary land. About 1/10 of the skeleton cemetery's land melded with the Tianyuan territory, the rest of the land folded into space, as if it was a mystic realm laid bare. The Treeman Forest and the Ice Spirit Cold Pool also each extended their own separate spaces. These dimensional spaces were invisible from the outside world. Only by moving in the right direction within the boundary area could one step into them. Yet, under the Lord's view, Mu Yuan could see three vast half-mystic realms, folding into existence like paradises or underworlds. The troop buildings were entirely transformed, with recruitment quotas and critical recruitment rates improved, but those were the least remarkable changes. What was truly precious was the vast land area of the troop mystic realms and the elemental energy and mysterious forces born from it. Come to think of it, my skeleton cemetery is still a level 1 troop building, but regardless of how one looks at it, its area and the elemental force it contains far exceed those of mid-high level troop recruitment lands. With the current size of the skeleton cemetery, upgrading it to a level 2 troop building, Skeleton Twilight Field, would not be difficult at all. But it wasn't necessary. This kind of upgrade would only turn the recruited little skeletons into skeleton soldiers. It was meaningless to him and might even lead to a reduction in the monthly recruitment quota. Mu Yuan faintly sensed that the core of troop buildings seemed to be the land of the territory. As long as this land was vast enough, unlimited possibilities could develop from it. The lands of the Dragon Court were akin to an incredibly vast world, a prime recruitment land. Perhaps the real value of troop buildings was not in the recruitment of troops but in something else. Lords who acquired troop buildings essentially gained a certain possibility. This was just his unfounded speculation. Whether it was true or not, it was quite distant for him. After all, he was still a green hand who had established his territory for less than a year. Half a day later, the upgrade from level 4 to 5 of the Tianyuan territory was finally announced as complete. The expansion of the territory came to a halt, the transformation of the military secret realms ceased, and various miraculous changes quieted down. Next, it's time to welcome the Heaven and Earth baptism. Mu Yuan initially rushed to promote the territory for this purpose, for the baptism of heaven and earth. Like the previous Third Order and Four Order baptisms, the effects were relatively weak for High Order warriors, being good if it could increase a small level. The baptism of a level 5 territory, generally speaking, couldn't possibly be several times stronger than that of level 4, but as long as the Lord obtained a high rating during the trial, the power of the baptism from heaven and earth would be accordingly elevated. Isloa, Lulu, Rakshasa and other generals, after this baptism, could all be elevated to the peak of 4 Order. Now, with the limit-breaking method at hand, they need only to refine themselves for another month or two. Then they could advance to legendary one after another. They are all future legends, who already possess both domain and light of will, just short of filling in the last gap. 2 months later, the Tianyuan territory might enter a legendary surge period. By then, crushing Fang of the Jackal Wolf and kicking Blood Snake in case would no longer be an issue. He doesn't have to tread on thin ice with such caution anymore. Without this baptism, for Tianyuan territory to produce its third legendary figure, it might have to wait for another 7 or 8 months, a significant difference. The Heaven and Earth baptism came at just the right time. Prompt: do you wish to start the Heaven and Earth baptism? Prompt: do you wish to start the Heaven and Earth baptism? Prompt: the alert sound was already urging him on, and with the completion of the territory upgrade, the Heaven and Earth baptism also had to descend without delay. However, delaying it for half a day was enough. In this half-day, Mu Yuan first spent a large amount of soul crystals to upgrade several breakthrough dojos to LV5. Then, he recalled batches of elite troops who were patrolling and exploring in the outside world. The latter was a bit more troublesome. After all, Tianyuan territory was engaged in warfare with Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake in case. There was no large-scale war, but small-scale conflicts and fights occurred from time to time. Without the elites at the front lines to block the minions of the overlords, it wouldn't take long for the enemy's blade to reach the foot of Wolf Head Mountain, or even discover the core territory of Tianyuan territory. They had to snipe the enemy at all times to maintain strategic depth and, of course, to probe for intelligence on Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Once he recalled the elites, the front lines would collapse. Fortunately, they were not fighting alone. Tianyuan territory also had two powerful allies, Natural Garden and Giant Ridge. However, before he could recall these elites, Mu Yuan had to notify his allies first. He also sent out the undead beings raised within his holy mountain by Dead Bone to temporarily take their place. The undead beings couldn't compare with the elites, but in great numbers, they could still perform a decent bluff. Duo Lai also made a slight sortie, sweeping through several areas suspected to contain traces of legendary figures. By doing so, they put some pressure on the enemy. At that moment, Dead Bone was in the north, and Duo Lai was not within the territory but in the south, vigilant against the minions of Blood Snake in case. Both had already reached the legendary realm and wouldn't miss this heaven and earth baptism too much. Lord, each unit is ready. A group of soldiers who are at the high tier of Second Order, Peak of Second Order, and Peak of First Order, have all entered the Breakthrough Dojo, reported Isloa. Afterward, she gathered all 11 of her avatars scattered outside and entered the Ice Heart Lotus platform, specifically into one of the Cultivation Lotus platforms. She took a deep breath and lit 3 sticks of rare-level cultivation incense for herself. Next to her, Mu Yuan sat down in the adjacent Cultivation Lotus platform. A screen of light flickered and blocked the view. His mind gradually became calm, all troubles and irritability dissipating like smoke, and there was only the curling green smoke of the incense in front of him, softly drifting. The light of baptism from heaven and earth began to descend. The sky seemed to unleash a shower of light, falling gently, warming both heart and body. The citizens of Tianyuan territory had already been notified. At this moment, they stepped outside, tentatively catching a bit of the light rain, and then their expressions turned to surprise. Praise to Lord! Is this a gift from the heavens? Lord bears the mandate of heaven. Ordinary territory citizens couldn't truly partake in the heaven and earth baptism, but even bathing in the light rain, they felt rejuvenated, fatigue from their bodies immediately faded, and their legs felt stronger, even climbing up 8 flights of stairs with ease. There was also a group who had undergone the transition to warriors and mages that enjoyed the real baptism. The falling light rain turned into streams of light, accurately descending upon them. Their true strength increased, their spirits refined, as if they could punch dead a giant wolf. Level 4 of Stage 0 right pointing arrow. Level 9 of Stage 0 inches. The ones who gained the most were, of course, the higher level elites. Breaking from First Order to Second Order stepping into Third Order. Mu Yuan felt his body brimming with strength, his energy lake within him breaking inch by inch, expanding outwards. An invisible storm burst from around him, causing the cultivation incense to sway incessantly. He became stronger. I am now at the peak of 4 Order. At this time, the heaven and earth baptism still hadn't ended. The heavens gave too much. He was already full, overflowing. Mu Yuan felt it was a pity but then thought of something. He hurriedly loaded the Dead Bone template and cultivated the limit-breaking method. His bones and muscles popped and crackled loudly, and the cells within his body were transforming. He converted the baptism from heaven and earth into nourishment required by the limit-breaking method, using it to refine and strengthen himself. This is effective indeed. Urgent notice: those who have ascended to the 4th Order peak, try the extreme training method. Lord, the extreme training method can be combined with the heaven and earth baptism. Mu Yuan dispatched the message, using the spiritual link to broadcast it to the main force generals. At the same time, he received a communication from Isloa next door. Regrettably, not all the generals had mastered the limit-breaking method. Bone 2, Shi Lu, Uda, and others could not even see the threshold of the breaking method. Hong Yi, Lulu, and a few others had touched the threshold, or had just entered it, but their cultivation efficiency was still not high at this time. There was also the favored daughter of heaven, Isloa, who, aside from handling 12 positions alone, had trained in the limit breaking method to the second stage. She was now seizing the time to refine her body and advance further. The speed of this body refinement was not as conspicuous and immediate as a level increase, but it was still incredibly fast. At least, it was faster and more efficient than the daily practice of consuming auxiliary treasures. There is no cultivation treasure stronger than the heaven and earth baptism. Mu Yuan gave it his all, drawing in the overflowing power of the baptism, continuously strengthening his body, condensing his spirit, and augmenting his energy. After a while, the power of the heaven and earth baptism began to decline and dissipate. Mu Yuan could only reluctantly cease his efforts. What a pity, what a pity! If I could bathe in such a baptism for a long duration, I feel that I might be able to refine myself to perfection and become a legend on the spot in less than 2 days. After all, he, Lord Shepherd, was an early creator of a domain, an igniter of the light of will. To step into legend, as long as one has the means, it's possible. But the heaven and earth baptism couldn't possibly last that long. This baptism from heaven and earth had already far exceeded his expectations. He was only able to absorb about half of it. In the latter half, while he used the heaven and earth baptism for cultivation and body refinement, a great deal of its power still overflowed and dissipated back into the heaven and earth. Mu Yuan opened the panel and arranged his own generals and troops in descending order by level. Isloa, Lulu, Hong Yi, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Sario, and other main force generals had all reached the 4th order peak. This did not surprise Mu Yuan. What did surprise him were Saint of Holy Light, Lainey, 4 order level 9 feet. Nature Spirit, Flower Spirit, 4 order level 8 feet. Lord of Frost, Qing Shuang, 4 order level 8 feet. Lainey in the Tianyuan territory was barely able to squeeze into the 2nd tier. Of course, she was not a combatant but more like a civil officer similar to Isloa. The epic strong such as Flower Spirit and Qing Shuang had ample potential but very low rank. Their levels before this were only at 3rd order middle stage. Mu Yuan had long prepared perfect breakthrough stones for Lainey and the others, anticipating they could step into the 4 order, but he had not expected that they would rush directly to the higher stages of 4 order and were not far from the 4 order peak. This time's heaven and earth baptism was truly too generous, too abundant, even stronger than the earlier pure soul source pool baptism. The pure soul source pool baptism had a limitation on the number of people, and with more individuals, the baptismal effects greatly diminished. The heaven and earth baptism? It was just one word, extravagant. No matter how many elites, how many strong ones are in the territory, as long one exists, a baptism is assured. At this time, Mu Yuan also felt pity for 17, Sophia, Lian Yu, and others who were outside. Such a missed opportunity. The upgrade in Tianyuan territory this time was truly significant, with a big batch of 3rd order elites emerging and a new group ascending to, or nearing, 4th order peak. With the peak already reached, could legend be far behind? It actually could be quite distant. Setting aside Isloa, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, and other, almost legends, the normal ones at 4th order peak were far from reaching the legendary realm. The Lord of Frost, Qing Shuang, might appear to be at 4 order level 8, but since she had not created a domain or lit the light of will, it was uncertain when she could enter the legendary realm. Bone 2, having reached the 4th order peak, had lit the light of will through countless life and death battles with sheer ferocity. However, it faced repeated setbacks on the path to creating a domain. In 2 months, Bone 2 might refine its body to the limit, but as long as it couldn't create a domain, it would remain stuck at the 4th order limit. And this, in fact, was the normal state. An ordinary strong individual might be stuck before the 4th order limit for a lifetime, never glimpsing the dawn of legend. The epic strong, provided with systematic cultivation, with ample resources for growth, usually had more than a 99% chance to step into legend. However, spending a year to advance is stepping into legend. Spending 2, 3, or even 6, 7 years is also stepping into legend. Epic Life would also be stalled in front of the legendary chasm for some time. It's normal to be stalled. Not being stuck and quickly creating a domain or lighting the light of will is a rare exception. Not long ago, in the advancement trial from the Holy Griffin Empire, 2 out of 3 angels under the prince had reached the 4-order limit. Did they not want to break through? They were just temporarily unable to do so. Isloa, Lulu, and others who met the conditions early did so due to their talent as well as their evolution and rank. From a big data probability perspective, Epic Life indeed tends to get stuck at the 4-order limit for a while, but if I evolve my generals to Epic 2 stars, Epic 3 stars, will they still be stuck then? Moreover, when they bathe in the evolutionary radiance, the generals can briefly enter a mysterious state, which directly and significantly aids them in creating their domains. Mu Yuan reflected. Before this, he felt that evolving life to Epic 2 stars or Epic 3 stars was somewhat less cost-effective than evolving them to just Epic 1 star. However, if his generals were stuck at the 4th order limit, then continuing their evolution to Epic 2 stars or 3 stars would indeed be highly cost-effective. Of course, Mu Yuan's arrangements for the evolution baptism weren't solely based on cost-effectiveness, they also took into account the contribution rankings of the generals. Once the baptism was over, there were a pile of matters in the domain that needed arranging. Mu Yuan decisively left the tasks of upgrading the domain's buildings and planning the secret realm sites to Isloa and a few others. He wasn't being lazy, he also had many important tasks to do, and these were not tasks he could delegate. He had to handle them personally. Talent, Lord's power, Evo power. Mu Yuan had previously sensed a change, but he had restrained himself from experiencing it in detail, as he was busy with the dispatch of troops and other work. Now that he had delegated the reassignment of troops to Dead Bone, Lulu, and others, he could quietly ponder it. First, there's talent. Lords without talent, if they could pass the trial and be promoted to city-level lords, could also awaken special talents and even strategic talents. Mu Yuan hadn't awakened a new talent, but his previous, spiritual link, talent seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes. His spiritual power spread like a vast net and interfered with the surrounding reality. Your spiritual power can interfere with reality, morphing into palms, flames, frost. It can also link with enemies, directly interfering with their minds and consciousness. The former was decent, but the latter was a bit outrageous. Spiritual link was originally a purely supportive skill for linking with allies and coordinating communication. Now it could not only link with enemy units but could also channel spiritual power directly into the minds of the opponents. That was a bit unreasonable. These changes were merely incidental. The core of the spiritual link talent was still linking and coordination. His spiritual web continued to spread, reaching a certain distance without being able to interfere with reality, leaving only the purest network of communication channels. But the coverage of this great web was growing more and more extensive. 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, 100,000 meters. Mu Yuan found that now, linking thousands of troops into the network was effortless. Being just a 4-order, he certainly couldn't handle linking thousands of units across tens or hundreds of kilometers without considerable strain. But the current spirit network didn't require him to bear the consumption alone. The troops within the network were not only users but also bearers. The burden each of them had to carry was minimal, negligible, yet together they supported this vast, exaggerated spirit network. This is far from the limit of spiritual link, or rather, this talent no longer has a conventional limit. Not only that, this talent still has many areas worth exploring, like, can I solidify this spirit network and enrich it, creating a true network system? The spiritual link talent was not uncommon, at best it could be said to be a decent talent. But now, the spiritual web was vast as the sea, and with a thought, his consciousness roamed through heaven and earth. Was this still spiritual link? Mu Yuan found it outrageous, but since it was happening to himself, it was all right. He carefully experienced and studied it. Suddenly, he indistinctly sensed familiar frequency vibrations drifting outside the spirit network. This was the seeds of the Spirit. He had previously formed spirit seeds for some of his generals for ultra-long-distance communication. However, until now, that ultra-long distance was merely a few hundred kilometers. What about now? Mu Yuan felt several spirit seeds, and they seemed incredibly far away from him, so distant he couldn't measure the range or ascertain their bearing, but he faintly sensed that he could resonate with their frequency and establish a link. So, he connected. In the depths of the wilderness, an uncharted territory where it is difficult to determine one's location, Sophia, 17, and Lian Yu were pushing through a patch of underbrush, gazing into the distance. There, a giant tree over 400 meters tall dangled its thick, long vines down. Rustic wooden cabins were scattered around the tree, stretching to the end of their sight and disappearing into the darkness. Another monster power. Although it doesn't seem as large as a major tribe, this place gives me a bad feeling. We'd better avoid it, Sophia said. 17 and Lian Yu naturally had no objections, as all three shared Sophia's mind. The northbound team consisted only of the three of them, with the rest of the elite staying behind in Shilling City, continuing to manage the Tianyuan territory's stronghold. The elites were also strong, including several epic-ranked experts among them. Initially, Sophia had led her elites northward. With a larger group, they had an advantage in exploration and battle. But with more people, their movements were harder to conceal and less swift. They had been ambushed and besieged by wisdom monsters multiple times. Even though they had crushed these sieges with absolute force, Sophia foresaw that as they continued deeper north, their journey would become increasingly difficult. She promptly changed her strategy, deciding it would be just the three of them to continue on and search for clues. With the Black Crows she dispatched as their scouts, the team's search capability hadn't decreased much. Indeed, Sophia's choice was proved right. As they moved further into the wilds, the dangers they encountered also gradually increased. Even though they were all epic lives and had reached the fourth order peak by upgrading with fragments, they still had to be extremely cautious, daring not to let their guard down for even a moment. Hunting grounds laid out by wisdom monsters naturally formed perilous death zones. Dominant monsters occupying a territory. Sometimes, they would even find traces that seemed to be left by battles in the legendary realm. In such circumstances, the trio had to be even more careful. The mighty tree they had just seen made Sophia deeply wary. She suspected it belonged to some kind of dominant monster. Such dominant monsters, even if they hadn't stepped into the legendary realm, possessed extremely fearsome power. They occupied a certain area, almost coexisting with it and able to wield an unceasing flow of tremendous energy. The vitality they displayed was beyond imagination. Sophia had read about these types of dominant monsters in the Taizan records. She assessed that the mighty tree ahead had a 90% chance of not being legendary, but she had no intention of testing that theory. "Let's go around," Sophia said, before picking up a vial of purification potion and gulping it down. They had been surviving in this wilderness for a long time now. Wisps of red fog were visible to the naked eye, swirling around them, and they were exposed to this red fog. Most areas in the wilderness are contaminated with red fog. The deeper into the wilds, the more severe the pollution. Only in a very few special areas, in remote corners, there are pure lands, untouched by the red fog. As they traversed the wilderness without resting in any pure lands, the pollution within their bodies would only rise, accumulating steadily. If not for regularly drinking some purifying potion, once the pollution reached a certain threshold, it would impair them, causing cloudy minds and confused consciousness. Reducing the group size also helped to lower the consumption of potions. "We have just enough potion to last another half a month," Sophia stated. She wasn't concerned with how long the potion would last. Even without it, they could still survive deep in the wilderness, but they would need to find areas where the red fog was sparse to slowly purge the accumulation of pollutants from their bodies. That would significantly reduce the efficiency of their search. She wasn't afraid of low efficiency or the time it might take. She feared that, after all the time spent, they would still find nothing. So far, they hadn't found even a hint of a clue. Yet even if there might not be any results, she would continue the search. This was her only home in this world. Come on, let's keep looking. Don't worry, we will find the clues. Sophia asserted with certainty. Even if she lacked confidence, she couldn't show it. She was their pillar of strength. But in this vast wilderness, by just continuing northward, could she really find any clues? Lord, Isloa. Where are you? Faintly, she seemed to hear a familiar call. Was it the voice of the Lord? Was she so overwhelmed with longing that she was hearing things? Or was she already being affected by the pollution? Wait, startled, Sophia thought she might, just might, probably, almost certainly, it wasn't an illusion. She truly had received a message from the Lord. It's truly connected. The upgraded spiritual link talent is indeed a super talent without equal. Confirming that Sophia and the others were safe and sound, Mu Yuan also breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't been very worried about Sophia's safety, but when he heard that the three of them were venturing further north into the wilderness, he became somewhat anxious. The deeper they went into the wilderness, the more likely they were to face great perils. He was well aware that he could not dissuade Sophia from their mission, and indeed someone needed to search for the Rampage lockdown zone from outside. All he could do was to repeatedly urge them to be extra cautious. When can I find the clues? This doesn't matter, the most important thing is safety first. We're also lucky to have Sophia with us, she's a girl who knows how to be steady. 17. She has no experience in wilderness survival. If she were to wander alone in the wild, who knows if she might stumble into a dead end one day and meet her demise. As for Lian Yu, there's even less to say. The three of them together have only one brain. Sophia has 1.5, 17.5, while Lian Yu is at a -1. In the wilderness, the three of them are excited. The fatigue from the continuous days seems to dissipate, and they are filled with inexhaustible energy. Charge, charge, charge. AWOO, Lian Yu shouts. Sophia doesn't stop her howling but waves her hand towards the distance. Lord has given us vital clues. How can we afford to search slowly? Charge on. Lian Yu transformed into a white giant wolf that wasn't too massive. Sophia and 17 mounted the giant wolf, and the three of them turned into shadows diving into the dense forest. Mu Yuan turned off the communication. This kind of super long-distance messaging still consumes too much energy, of course, as long as they can be reached. All expenses are not an issue. Many one-to-one communication artifacts cannot make contact over such vast distances. Unfortunately, it's probably because the distance is too great. I can't pinpoint Sophia and the others' location. Otherwise, truly searching could save a lot of effort. Now, well, Mu Yuan doesn't expect to be able to communicate with the outside world in a short time. His current short-term goal is to defeat Fang of the Jackal Wolf and the surrounding lords so that Tianyuan territory can truly stand firm in this region. Through the recent promotion of the territory, a large number of medium and small commanders have advanced to 4th Order Peak, and several main buildings in the territory will also be upgraded. As such, the core strength of the entire Tianyuan territory will see a significant increase. The remaining Lord's power and Evo power, these two changes, can also enhance the comprehensive strength of the territory. As for the former, Lord's power, 1. Lords can borrow the power of their troops and depending on the level of trust with the troops, can exert up to 80% of their capabilities. Currently, 3 templates can be pre-loaded. 2. Lords can use Lord's power for a brief period to enhance their own troops, strengthening their physical body, spirit, and energy in 3 dimensions. The degree of enhancement depends on the rapport between both parties and the level of Lord's power. 3. Lords can use Lord's power to solidify the innate skills, talents possessed by their troops onto themselves, solidifying up to 3. Such solidification of innate skills, talents is irreversible. 4. When lords stand within the range of their own territory, they can materialize the territorial power and wield it. Note: how strongly lords can wield the territorial great force depends on the level of lord's power and the territory's own mass, land, population, buildings, etc. This is the true lord's power. Before this, he had only possessed the first ability. Seasoned lords often say that at this stage, a lord can play a real supporting role, able to give their commanders significant buffs. The enhancement effect of the buff is very powerful, and sometimes it can even double the commander's combat power. But that is for other lords. The commanders of his Tianyuan territory are one stronger than the other. The increase that level 5 lord's power can bring seems insufficiently powerful. Mu Yuan had already tried it. To say it's completely ineffective isn't quite true. When he infused Isloa with power, she was rejuvenated, with all her metrics increasing by at least 30%. However, Lord's power can only enhance one person at a time, and a single increase of 30% in 3 dimensions for one commander can be said to have no effect on the battle situation. After all, when he used it on Duo Lai and Dead Bone, the increase it brought was minimal. Mu Yuan valued the 3rd and 4th abilities more. These two are the foundation for a lord to reach the peak. To solidify a skill or talent, most lords choose to solidify 3 talents. Talents are rarer. Once 3 talents are solidified, the lord's own potential can be greatly enhanced. Of course, it's usually only high-order troops that can awaken talents. Many seasoned lords can't even gather 3 troops with talents. Many lords have also used the solidified talents as a cornerstone to forge their own paths and become a powerhouse in their own right. In most powerful territories, the individual with the most chance of breaking through the legendary barrier is the lord themselves. 3 chances for solidification. If it were up to him, he would definitely first choose Duo Lai's top-tier Devouring, and Uda's Heaven Rewards the Diligent, 2 of the strongest developmental talents said to exist. Talents, however, being sort of everyday loaded templates used, and actually possessed by oneself, are indeed different. As for which talent or epic skill to choose for the remaining opportunity, he became somewhat hesitant. There's no rush. Speaking of which, solidifying a talent won't be like loading templates, where it would be discounted at the epic level, right? Not mentioned above, probably not going to happen. Mu Yuan pondered the last application again. To use this ability, there was a prerequisite. A lord must have a deeper, more thorough understanding of the lord's power, to be able to sense and take command of this elusive and intangible force. How difficult it was to materialize and command something that essentially didn't exist, something more akin to a permission. Many lords took several months to fumble their way into veteran status before they could slowly master it. It doesn't seem that difficult. The nature of this power is somewhat similar to the power of witherness. Once depleted, it can only be slowly restored by time, and it's also a bit like the elusive fate under Destiny Star Weaving. The power of the territory, perhaps, can also be understood as the fortune of the territory, something similar to national destiny? Of course, not as high a level. Just a mere level 5 lord's territorial power. It took Mu Yuan half an hour to get familiar with it, and then he closed his eyes, then opened them. He entered the lord's vision, his perspective soaring, while faintly catching glimpses of the ethereal great force of the territory. He grasped this great force. A cascade of colorful points flocked to him. In an instant, Mu Yuan's view rose again and again, feeling as if he were a deity, wielding divine might, omnipotent. An illusion? It's just an illusion. With the aid of his noble character, pure heart, and strong will, Mu Yuan did not lose himself, even though the great force in his hands seemed a tiny bit different from what was described in the books. Significantly stronger. Could a level 5 lord be this powerful? Mu Yuan saw the 3 semi-mystic realms sprawled above his territory, like a fairyland, like an underworld, even more vast than his own lands, and he seemed to understand. This territorial power was convincingly strong, too convincing. Exiting the Lord mode, Mu Yuan felt as if he had fallen from the clouds, and everything seemed bland and uninteresting. The withdrawal was too great, and he had no heart to continue his training. However, there was one thing he was looking forward to. Evo power. The Evo power had evolved once before when he passed the novice trial and was promoted to an official lord. Whether the Evo power could evolve again, Mu Yuan was not certain. It was merely his speculation before. Is there any? He found it hard to say. The changes in the Lord's power were indicated on the panel, and there was also a more intuitive feeling. What about the Evo power? It was higher in order, more elusive, more intangible. Mu Yuan gazed around and could see the plus 0.01 occasionally emerging from the heads of Isloa and others. He could also channel the miracle power of evolution into a unit through the unknown. As before, it seemed no different. No, there is a difference, a big difference. Undead evolution points. Human evolution points. Elemental evolution points. Nature. The numbers for the several major categories of evolution points gradually became blurry. In the end, they merged into one mystical, elusive, and surreal multicolored stream. It gently landed in Mu Yuan's palm. There were also points from various parts of the Tianyuan territory, even outside the territory, distant places, drifting down and integrating into the river of evolution. Evolution points. 150,000.66 feet. As expected, the evolutionary miracle has unified. From now on, any series of troops within the Tianyuan territory can bathe in the evolutionary radiance. This, he had anticipated, but he soon found that there was a new change in the Evo power. Perhaps now, this miracle power could be considered complete? I have more evolution points now. Previously, the various evolution points he had on hand were not as abundant. Unless he wanted to evolve into epic 3-star soldiers, he wouldn't retain too many evolution points. However, now that the evolution points had been unified, the power of the evolutionary miracle he received came not only from undead, human race, elemental, nature, flying, and several other major categories, but also from some other minor troop types. The rare-level remnant souls obtained by the exploratory team during their hunting missions were not all sold by Mu Yuan. For example, troop types like nuns, which start at rare 1-star, he would retain for his own recruitment. Outside of the major categories, troops like giants, giant steel snakes, and ironclad scorpions, Mu Yuan would also keep and recruit. Simply put, these troops were quite suitable for the construction industry. These elite soldiers alone did not bring him a lot of evolution points. However, after the relocation of his territory, ordinary remnant souls could not be sold, so Mu Yuan selectively recruited some of them. He took into consideration the possibility of the Evo power continuing to evolve and unify across all types. I didn't recruit all the ordinary remnant souls earlier because there were still some uncertainties in the future, and I was worried that raising a large number of useless troops would lead to an overly great strain on the territory's food supplies. He had his principles. Either he wouldn't recruit remnant soul soldiers, or once he did, he would take responsibility for them until the end, even if the newly born troops had no intelligence at all. Before, he only recruited troops like statues, ironskin soldiers, and oakmen, which had very low daily upkeep. Now, well, even if it would substantially increase the food consumption of the territory, Mu Yuan had to recruit little goblins, gray wolves, half-orcs, and underworld humans. They were no longer useless, they had become machines for producing evolution points. After several battles, the common remnant souls piled up in his Tianyuan territory's warehouse were countless. Mu Yuan sorted through his thoughts. Of course, even if I want to recruit these ordinary troops, I still have to ensure there is enough food. We just welcomed a large number of refugees not long ago, and the pressure on our food supplies has already significantly increased. Now, Tianyuan territory wanted to cultivate farmland outside the city walls, which was feasible, but not entirely safe. Mu Yuan tried to control the expansion of his territory as much as possible, and even the elite squads tried to eliminate their tracks when they went out and returned, all for fear of being discovered by the monster overlord. Under such circumstances, whether to extensively cultivate farmland or to build another set of wider city walls outside the first-generation walls was not appropriate. If this were before, Mu Yuan would be worried about how to increase food production to feed the large number of lords and evolution points producing machines. Now, well. He turned his gaze to the 3 semi-mystic realms that faintly appeared above his territory. Among them, the skeletal cemetery and ice spirit cold pool were not suitable for opening up agriculture and animal husbandry, but the Treeman forest was very suitable. The terrain of the Treeman forest was flat, with half the area not covered by many trees, and the other half covered by lush forests, which also grew many fruit trees. Even without cultivating farmland, the Treeman Forest could provide plenty of food. The troops that acted as machines for producing evolution points could also be scattered into the two semi-mystic realms of the Skeletal Cemetery and Ice Spirit Cold Pool, so as not to overcrowd the territory. He began to calculate how many troops he could recruit first with the current food reserves. After a while, he failed to calculate, mainly because he did not understand the daily consumption of the territory's citizens as clearly as Isloa did. This task should indeed be left to little Isloa. Can't steal her job, right? He was truly a considerate lord to his subordinates. Mu Yuan silently called upon the Evo power, and a row of glaze-colored fonts began to emerge one by one. Evolution points. 150,233.66 feet. In the brief time he pondered, a good number of evolution points had been credited to his account. He concentrated and could even see the evolutionary miracle light particles, like sparkles of stars, converging from all directions. They formed into streams and gradually, in front of him, came together to form a small lake. The lake shimmered with a rainbow glow, mysterious and revered. With this rate, over the course of a whole day, he could gain approximately 18,000 plus Evo power. In one day, he could evolve 3.5 epic lives. Just by saving up for 4.5 days, he could evolve an epic 3-star. The hint to transform from an epic 3-star to a legendary 1-star life is 500,000. That number seemed huge before, but now it would take less than a month to gather. If you count the current stock, he only needed to save up for another 20 days to give Dead Bone a purifying sublimation. That was fast. But now that the evolution points were universally applicable, it was impossible not to use even a tiny bit of evolutionary power, just to produce a legendary life form. He would evolve a batch of little elites every few days, helping them to develop intelligence and awaken their consciousness. Some of the old soldiers with self-awareness, after accumulating enough contributions to the territory, would also apply to him, requesting to advance to Excellence 3-star, or even Epic 1-star. At this stage, we're facing threats from the monster overlord, and it's not suitable to hold on to evolution points. We need to convert them into strength that can stand by our side as soon as possible. For example, giving Lulu an opportunity for evolutionary baptism. Lulu, through evolution, had elevated his life's foundational tier, shortening the time it would take for his breakthrough to the legendary realm. Moreover, Lulu could also leverage the power of evolutionary miracles to deeply study the extreme training method. At the very least, the enhanced combat power of Lulu post-evolution would further solidify his chances in arm wrestling with werewolf legends. His Tianyuan territory now possessed Dead Bone and Duo Lai, two super legends, as well as him, Lord Shepherd, a mighty one wielding great force, but the number of their legends was still far too scarce compared to their enemies. If Fang of the Jackal Wolf wished to wage war on multiple fronts, their power would be spread too thin. Among the T1 powerhouses of his territory, Lulu, Uda, Rakshasa, and Tree Demon Granny were all capable of standing up against legends. Now, with an abundance of evolution points, Mu Yuan planned to allocate them one by one. There's also the water mirror dragon Difu. If its contributions are sufficient, it too can be given the opportunity for an evolutionary baptism, he thought. Tool-type soldier species like giants could also be evolved slightly. Mountain giants had always been T0 class soldiers excelling at siege warfare, outperforming even giants dragons of the same level in siege and destruction. Mu Yuan didn't particularly need to besiege cities, but using the likes of the massive-bodied mountain giants against aggregated monsters made for an apt application. Powerful beings could defeat aggregated monsters alone but not stop them, while mountain giants could. What if he continued to evolve the mountain giants? It's a pity the giants have only started being recruited intermittently since 3 months ago. Their levels are still lacking, so epic evolution will have to come from their own contributions, which is not something we will see for now. The unification of Evo power provided him with more possibilities. As he enlisted batch after batch of common remnant souls, the accumulation rate of Evo power would rise yet again. Furthermore, Mu Yuan gazed into the azure sky. He saw, in the extremities of his vision, evolutionary light particles coming in, converging into streams. These were provided by soldier species from outside his territory. He could vaguely trace the providers of the evolution points, noticing skeleton morticians moving through dense forests. A few specks of light also surged out of the void, originating from places far more remote. That was Sophia and her two companions, as well as the elites of Shilling City, providing Evo power. To think that I can collect it from such a distance, and furthermore. Mu Yuan focused, tracking the flight path of the evolved light particles, and he had a faint notion that he could also trace the general location of the providers. There was a subtle connection there. Among them, the strongest connection point was 17, who had undergone a full 5 evolutionary baptisms. As long as this connection exists, it seems I could transmit the power of evolutionary miracles across the distance. The range he could evolve things from afar was a few kilometers before, but now was limitless. Of course, this was as long as they were his own soldiers and had undergone at least one evolutionary baptism. If they were not his own soldiers, it seems, even then, evolution is not impossible. He was now able to grasp the miracle power of evolutionary miracles in the unknown. This meant he could begin to use the power of evolutionary miracles without being confined to a framework. However, evolving outsiders was more difficult, requiring 2 prerequisites. One is close proximity. Mu Yuan raised his hand, the palm of his right hand swirling with a mass of miracle power visible only to him. This was the hand of evolution. Secondly, the resistance to this kind of evolution is greater, potentially causing a lot of Evo power to diffuse throughout the process. The same evolution would require several times or even more than 10 times the miracle power. This is an action with a low cost-benefit ratio. He couldn't possibly do this for the time being, but in the future, if needed, without ruling out the possibility of this service being offered to outsiders, providing such secrecy measures are in place. This could be an extremely valuable bargaining chip. Evolutionary miracle unified. Evolution across space. Evolution for outsiders. These were the 3 tangible changes brought about by the evolution of Evo power. After taking hold of evolutionary miracles and contacting Sophia and the others, Mu Yuan's first thought was to give the 3 a round of evolutionary baptisms. For each of the trio, 20,000 evolution points were required. Altogether, they would need only 60,000. Lord Shepard deemed this a drop in the bucket. He was also concerned about the 3, delving deeper into the wilderness, wanting to bolster their strength a bit more for increased safety and a better chance of finding clues. However, eerie phenomena would appear during the epic evolution process. This was a troubling issue. No, it wasn't that troublesome. It certainly couldn't be concealed. But the real process of evolution only took a few minutes. Even if the light of evolution around Sophia and the others was too dazzling and discovered by surrounding enemies, nothing would go wrong within a few minutes. What about after? Sophia and the group would have already made their escape, leaving behind nothing but rumors of epic treasures, epic lives being born in that place. In fact, those who often explore the depths of the wilderness know that epic radiance is not that rare. If you spend a lot of time in the wilderness, you would see them now and again. However, just seeing them doesn't mean you have a chance to obtain them. There may still be a billion miles of distance between the two. Mu Yuan usually concealed epic phenomena to avoid exposing his own territory. The location of the territory was fixed, but Sophia and her companions were not. They would stay briefly and leave. What does the unearthing of epic treasures have to do with them? They were merely passing by. Despite saying that, the necessary preparations were still indispensable. Mu Yuan had Sophia and the others find a relatively safe and hidden area, and set up some warning and defense mechanisms. Thank goodness my talent for spiritual link has super evolved. Otherwise, even if I could transcend space to give them an evolutionary baptism, I wouldn't dare to do so without any means of communication. 17 hours later, Sophia activated the Seed of Spirit, and Mu Yuan sent a message. Is this place suitable? Be careful of the wisdom monsters in the surrounding area? No problem, this place is absolutely safe, Sophia was certain. Mu Yuan grew worried. Was there really an absolutely safe place in the depths of the wilderness? There is. The time-limited secret realm of challenge is very safe. Mu Yuan. There was such a method? Sophia and her group had found a general-use secret realm of challenge of not too high a tier, and cleared the challenge stages with just a few CAs. Since the level of the secret realm wasn't high, they didn't obtain any particularly rare treasures as rewards, however. The entire secret realm was devoid of other challengers, not a single person in sight. With the secret realm isolating the inside from the outside, it truly was a very safe place suitable for carrying out the evolutionary ceremony. Mu Yuan was considering whether, if he went to the Temple of Knowledge, he could use the power of this miracle building's rules to conceal the phenomena of evolution? Probably not, after all. The building of the Temple of Knowledge is somewhat unable, even unable to withstand the enlightenment storm of dead bone. Inside the secret realm, Sophia still made some simple defensive arrangements, then stared at the sky with wide eyes. There was no sky within the secret realm of challenge. But she knew that the familiar light of evolution would descend from above. Here it comes. She felt again that warm, familiar, comforting light. The first to evolve was 17, the arrow of Polarstar. In the moment the evolutionary miracle cascaded down, the link between Mu Yuan and 17 grew even tighter. He could faintly see 17 sitting on a marble floor, a bow beside her, with two blurry figures in the distance, looking upward in anticipation. Alert! Your troop, 17, has bathed in the evolutionary miracle, evolved into an epic 2 stars life form, and awakened the epic talent, Chasing Stars Power. Chasing Stars Power. 17 shoots an arrow towards the starry sky, which responds with endless stellar brilliance. The arrow of Polarstar, 17, can draw upon the power of starlight, refining herself within it, causing her base 3 attributes, mental strength, and soul power to increase slowly. Additionally, 17 can use the starlight to lock onto enemies or gather the power of starlight to significantly enhance her combat power for a short period. The moment 17's transformation was complete, starlight pierced through the secret realm and fell upon her. Her basic 3 attributes steadily climbed higher, her body grew more robust, her thought processes clearer, and even without opening her eyes, her mind could already perceive everything around her. Her spirit grew more transparent, her light of will was lit. There was no moment to marvel at 17's evolution, for next to bathe in the miraculous light was Sophia, the Nether Raven Witch. Alert! Your troop, Sophia, has bathed in the evolutionary baptism, evolved into an epic 2 stars life form, and awakened the epic talent, Phantom Night Eyes. A pair of deep black giant pupils appeared behind Sophia. Her figure seemed to fade from reality, and below the pitch black giant pupils, Lian Yu's fur bristled, feeling completely exposed. In the empty secret realm, 17 had just awoken from the afterglow of evolution while Sophia's figure had vanished, leaving only a pair of huge, pitch black, sinister eyes fixated on what lay ahead. Lian Yu was right within the line of sight of these dark, giant eyes. Her massive wolf tail shot up, the fluffy fur exploding outward, while her pupils narrowed and her teeth bared, feeling as if everything about her was being seen through by this pair of giant black eyes, with nothing left hidden. This is terrifying, she muttered. Although the giant eyes came from Sophia and being seen through didn't really matter. Her instincts were quite sharp, and the sensation of being stared down by these pitch black eyes was a bit uncomfortable. Lian Yu didn't dare to speak, afraid of disturbing the two. She tiptoed and silently moved to the side, moving again and again. Finally, when she had moved out of the range of the giant black eyes, the feeling that had made her wolf fur stand on end disappeared, and Lian Yu sighed in relief. But what exactly are these giant eyes? Phantom Night Eyes, Ability 1. Stealth in the Night. Sophia can completely hide her form in the darkness of night. With her talent actively activated, Sophia can share this stealth ability with her created black crows. Ability 2. Formless in the Night. Under the cover of night, Sophia's insight ability is greatly enhanced. With this talent actively activated, Sophia can manifest a pair of giant black eyes capable of keen perception, significantly extending her scope of vision, and these eyes can also pierce through illusions and see through enemies. The Formless in the Night ability can also be shared with the created black crows, albeit with diminished effects. Ability 3. Those with the Phantom Night Eyes talent, regardless of whether they are in broad daylight or any other time of day, always perceive it as night. This talent is quite interesting. Just considering the talent's effects, it's actually not very strong. Both stealth and insight are just decent, but compared with real epic abilities, they seem to fall a bit short. However, when paired with the created Black Crows, the stealth and insight effects become extremely fitting. Sophia is already one of the best scouts in the Tianyuan territory. Her position as number 1 scout comes from her crows. Sophia's Black Crows can share their vision and don't actually die, allowing her to use them to continuously explore dangerous regions or directly infiltrate enemy lines to gather intelligence. However, Sophia's crows had quite a few shortcomings until now. The stealth ability of her crows was just passable, difficult to detect at night or in dark environments like dense forests. But in the daytime or open spaces, Sophia's Black Crows were extremely conspicuous. Compared to stealth, the insight ability of the crows was weaker, practically non-existent. The crows relied solely on sight, yet their vision was far from as sharp as that of the hawks. Now, with this talent bolstering them, whether in terms of stealth or insight, the Black Crows could be considered top-notch, and they no longer had the weakness of being less effective in daylight. After all, with the talent active, it is perpetually night. Mu Yuan decided to give it a try. He snapped his fingers and several lustrously black crows fluttered out from his sleeve. The sun was blazing at that moment, yet the crows seemed to bathe in the night, their forms gradually disappearing. Mu Yuan found Isloa and then shook his head. "Forget it, you're too strong, can't really test anything." He then called over Daisy, who was working in the city lord's mansion. The fox lady, Daisy, was now a 4th order peak strongman herself, and although she had not yet evolved into an epic life, her excellence 3-star stage plus 4th order peak status better represented the vast majority of strongmen in the world. "Take a look over here." Mu Yuan pointed toward a street lamp not far away. "Is this street lamp broken?" Daisy wondered aloud, but such a trivial matter wouldn't require the boss to call upon her personally. Mu Yuan shook his finger. Thinking it over, Daisy ventured a guess. "Does someone need to replace the street lamp?" She glanced at herself and then at the Lord. Mu Yuan sighed. As Daisy gazed at the street lamp, she stared intently for several seconds before she noticed something amiss. She focused harder, her fox ears perked, her brow furrowing slightly. After a long pause, "There's something there, it's a crow, boss, your crow is really good at hiding." Mu Yuan. Being only a few meters away from the black crow, Daisy had to concentrate and calm her mind to notice it, meaning the chances for a 4th order peak strongman of her caliber to detect the crow were extremely low. Moreover, black crows were expendable. Even if discovered, it was no big deal as long as they weren't all found out. Daisy ran to the street lamp below, looking up and pondering. Mu Yuan also fell into thought. Does Daisy really represent a 4th order peak strongman? The environment of the secret realm was after all rudimentary but still safe. After the evolutionary radiance had subsided, Sophia was immersed in a mysterious state for a good while before she finally woke up. After she woke up, Mu Yuan didn't pause but immediately arranged for the third person, Lian Yu, to undergo evolution. Crouching down, Lian Yu too transformed into light. Ding! Notification. Your troop, Lian Yu, has bathed in the miracle light, evolved into an epic 2 stars life form, and awakened the epic talent, Extreme in Moonlight. Extreme in Moonlight. Description. Under this talent, all of Lian Yu's Moon Series skills receive a moderate enhancement. Moreover, Lian Yu can absorb moonlight to draw upon the power of the moon. This lunar power can significantly enhance the great force of Moon Series skills and can also replenish the duration of special Moon Series skills or reset their cooldowns. This talent provided Lian Yu with an all-encompassing boost. If Arrow of Polar Star is considered a Star Series Strongman, and Sophia a Night Series Strongman, then Lian Yu would be a Moon Series Strongman. Her main abilities are all closely associated with the moon. The most important thing is, after this talent absorbs the power of the moon, it seems that it can reset the cooldown of the epic skill, Crescent Moon Giant Wolf. Lian Yu's Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is apparently no less powerful than Uda's physical shackles in terms of bursts and enhancements. The duration of Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is even longer and does not have obvious side effects. However, in contrast to this overwhelmingly powerful transformation, the cooldown time for the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf skill is extremely long. The duration of the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is fixed and does not depend on the amount of energy one has. Once the power of the moon transformation is exhausted, it will naturally recover over time. At present, once Lian Yu transforms, the cooldown period can be as long as several days. Without the ability to transform, Lian Yu is merely a decently strong fighter. Lian Yu is also aware of her weakness and has accidentally developed an advanced skill that allows her to transform into a smaller moon wolf. However, this still does not make up for the defect of the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf. But now it's possible. If Lian Yu uses the power of the moon to initiate the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf transformation, she can choose to shorten the duration of the skill to reduce the consumption of moon power. In this way, her tactical value will be significantly enhanced. Moreover, the Crescent Moon Giant Wolf is already known for its speed. As they run under the moonlight, stepping on moonbeams and turning into streaks of light, few can match their speed. What if Lian Yu used the power of the moon to further boost her speed while transformed by stepping on the moon? The three of them have Sophia's long-range recon. The likelihood of encountering danger has been greatly reduced. And in the rare case they encounter an enemy of the legendary realm or even multiple legendary realm monsters, as long as Sophia and 17 ride on Lian Yu, with the full force of the moon's power unleashed, they will have the capability to escape. Now, Mu Yuan feels more at ease as well. After evolving Sophia and the two other companions, Mu Yuan consecutively baptized and evolved Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 of the three skeletal. They awakened epic talents that are subordinate to King's Might called Lord's Might, which are still extraordinary. With this talent, Bone 3 Wave and Nigu Lassie both ignited the Light of Will. The Light of Will on Bone 2 also saw significant improvement. Naturally, they also used the lingering effect of the evolutionary miracle to truly get started with the extreme training method, quickly refining their bodies with the power of this mystery skill and advancing towards the fourth order limit of the extreme realm. Among the three, Bone 4 now possesses both the Light of Will and a domain, making him a solid, quasi-legendary, strong figure. He is not a legendary seed or a legendary figure but is a quasi-legendary who is assured to break through in 2 months. Such a quasi-legendary figure in his Tianyuan territory was now too numerous to count on both hands. Mu Yuan glanced at the remaining evolution points. There were still over 40,000 left. The Water Mirror Dragon diffuse contribution points are still lacking a bit, but she's been very motivated lately. Lord Jun from the Tianyuan territory's veteran cadre already had enough contribution points. Initially, it was difficult to gather enough Flight Series evolution points, but now, Mu Yuan of course needed to arrange the baptism for Lord Jun. Lord Jun was performing reconnaissance outside and seemed to be on his way back. Boom! The vast power of heaven and earth suddenly exploded into brilliant fireworks. Lord Jun glanced behind at the shining flames, its feathers standing on end. Harnessing the wind, it became the wind, a streak of green light that, in the blink of an eye, flew out thousands of kilometers and left the dumbfounded Jackal Man legend far behind. That nearly scared the bird to death. But as expected of Lord Jun, I easily escaped from the hands of a legendary realm figure. HMPH. Just any Jackal Man legend thinks they can catch your grandfather Jun? They're 10,000 years too early? The Jackal Man legend watched as the green bird that had slipped away in an instant covered tens of thousands of meters. He instinctively chased after it, took 2 steps and then stopped. Enough. He carried an even more important responsibility on his shoulders, needing to report the results of his contact with Ancestor Tree Blood to the envoy. He didn't have the luxury of time to chase a trivial 4-order large bird. With a cold huff, he went towards the secret location of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Hidden place Fang of the Jackal Wolf. The esteemed king of the Jackal Wolf sat in a side position, bowing his head in respect to the entity on the main seat. The chief seat now held an even more massive throne, upon which coiled a huge, blood-red giant dragon over 100 meters long, with writhing flesh buds visible on its body. This was the Envoy, an envoy from Dragon Sleep Valley. Dragon Sleep Valley is also a major overlord power, but there is a stark difference between overlord powers. In front of Dragon Sleep Valley, their little jackal wolf race dare not claim to be overlords. Dragon Sleep Valley is also the support for powers such as their Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Blood Snake Encase. In their Eternal Life faction of Tianji, Dragon Sleep Valley is a particularly strong force. Of course, setting aside the identity of the envoy from Dragon Sleep Valley, the envoy's own strength is a reason for the King of the Jackal Wolf's awe. The King of the Jackal Wolf is at the pinnacle Earth realm with a domain radius exceeding 5,000 meters, with the qualifications to forge the God base and ignite the God Soul flame to step into the legend, Spirit Soul realm. He just dares not ignite it. The envoy is at the peak among legendary figures of heaven and earth realm, but his domain radius already exceeds 8,000 meters. The envoy also possesses the great body of a giant dragon, and with power far surpassing his own. If they were to fight, the King of the Jackal Wolf reckons he could last only 10 moves, perhaps 5, or even just 3 against the envoy. Now that the envoy has arrived, the little human race powers, including those of the elves and giants, can be wiped out with a flick of a finger. Of course, if the King of the Jackal Wolf were to take action, he wasn't without the ability to defeat the human forces. He wasn't afraid to die, he was just, after these days of probing, we have confirmed that the entrance to the human hiding place is within this area. As long as we pinpoint the location of the human nest, we can eliminate all these annoying beings and present you with the most sumptuous human feast. The servant dragon Sleep slightly opened his eyes and exhaled twice. Don't make this lord wait too long, and don't forget to find the passage to the dim yellow plains domain, otherwise. A suffocating pressure swept through the hall like a gale. Deep in the wilderness, in a land shrouded in red mist. Here, a towering stronghold stood erect, like a nail firmly hammered into the forefront of the red mist. No matter how the surrounding red mist eroded or the tides surged, the towering stronghold stood timeless. This was an official exploring stronghold. It was also the true front line for the Tai-Zan Alliance in their fight against monster power. Inside the fortress, fully armed, splendidly equipped elite warriors bustled about. High-order troops, such as Black Knights and explosive flame mages, which were rare sights in the outside world, were relatively common here. There were also many pioneer group powerhouses and veteran lords coming and going, buzzing with activity. The lords of Ba Long and Lord Wuji were both in this war zone. In the pioneer group, neither were weak. But having only started participating in the pioneering campaigns in the last 2 months, they were still green hands compared to many of their predecessors. The recent battles have been getting fiercer, Ba Long remarked wistfully. Wuji nodded slightly, indeed. The elders say that over the past 6 months, the Scarlet Mist tide has been steadily moving southward. In the vicinity of this stronghold, there used to be only wisps of red mist drifting by, not the pervasive red mist we have now, even when it's not the disaster moon period. It seems that as the Scarlet Mist tide moves southward, more and more high-order monsters and legendary monsters are emerging from the deeper domains. Because of this, the pressure on the frontline pioneer groups was immense. Even in the combined forces of several exploring strongholds facing the monster forces led by Dragon Sleep Valley, they could only maintain a defensive stance and felt increasingly pressured. Monsters were endless and fearless of death. Maintaining high-intensity combat over an extended period, the balance of power would tip, and their disadvantages would gradually increase. The top brass of the pioneer group had indeed ventured deep into the Red Mist land to attempt to break the deadlock, but for living beings, it was difficult to penetrate the viscous red mist, and their several attempts to strike down the tyrant leaders had all ended in failure. Thinking too much about the big picture is pointless for us. The bigwigs above will have a solution. Lord Wuji paused. Rather, we should use the swords in our hands to slay more enemies and enhance our own strength. Ba Long nodded. That's indeed true. We're facing great pressure in combat right now, but the rewards are astonishing. First, our progress is evident from the high-intensity battles, and second, we can exchange our merits for treasures rarely seen outside to enhance ourselves. I've heard, Brother Wuji, have you created your domain yet? Wuji slightly bowed his head and smiled. Bao Long expressed immense envy. Brother Wuji was already a light of will with a domain, and at the 4th order peak no less. It might only be a few months before he could step into the legendary realm. Entering the eternal world and stepping into the legendary realm within 3 to 4 years had only been achieved by the Lord of Han Yu City and the Fading Sword Master in the past decade. But now, it is said that the Lord of Rushan from Yushan is already at the precipice of a legendary being. I Qian Dragon Descendant has also ignited the light of Wu, but who knows when he will be able to create his domain. The number of young lords and commanders eligible to step into the legendary realm was not limited to just a few. This was unimaginable in the past. This was the opportunity amid the crisis. At this moment, Bao Long thought of Lord Tianyuan. Tianyuan was the strongest of their generation. It said that Tianyuan had some issues. Otherwise, we might be able to gather at the exploring stronghold by now. Then again, once Tianyuan joins the pioneer group in the future, we'll be the veterans with illustrious military exploits. That was another way to surpass Tianyuan. Thinking about it was indeed exciting. Tianyuan calendar, the first year, day 336. It was also the 6th day after Tianyuan territory was upgraded to level 5. These days, Mu Yuan had been contacting Sophia 2 to 3 times a day on average. With the clue of the Rampage lockdown zone, Sophia now had a more direct target while exploring and searching. These were regions where energy was incredibly turbulent, often giving rise to tides of danger and extremity. Previously, such areas were not the main focus of Sophia's search. She had been concentrating on the clue of the Black Giant Peaks. Raging energy and perpetually catastrophic lands were inherently unsuitable for territories to thrive in peace, so it was improbable for Tianyuan territory to be located within these extreme locations. But what if these dangerous and extreme lands not only had the visible extent but also contained mysteries and hidden passages? Mu Yuan had taken a basic geography course about the eternal world, through online teaching channels, and he roughly knew that the domains within the eternal world were very distant from each other, separated by vast spatial gaps. Often, only through specific tunnels or bridges could the lords reach another domain. Therefore, without using places like secret realms as transit points, it would be incredibly difficult for a lord to transport large quantities of goods to another domain. I digress. When the Rakshasa tried crossing the Furious region, he could distinctly observe changes in the space. He, including the legendary giant Asalo, had the intuition that by crossing the Frenzied Belt, they could reach a brand new region. So, could there be passages within the Frenzied area? Could some of the perilous and harsh lands in the Twilight Dominion be exactly the Frenzied area that Rakshasa saw? Based on this speculation, Mu Yuan didn't solely rely on guesses. He always believed that no matter how deteriorated his situation was, his territory could not have moved half a domain or a whole extra domain away. There was only one truth. After a few days, Sophia actually made a discovery rather quickly. They found an area very similar to the turbulent energy belt he described. They are now carefully probing deeper into it. Mu Yuan didn't hold high expectations. What Sophia found might not necessarily be the frenzied area. Even if it was, it's not guaranteed that the region contains the so-called passages. Search slowly, wait patiently. Months had passed, and Mu Yuan was no longer as anxious as he initially was. He occasionally read newspapers published by Taizan to stay informed about the external market. Over the past few days, he also upgraded important structures like the Staff of Divine Right, Intermediate Mage Tower, Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, and Necromancy Tower to LV5, one after another. Upgrading miracle buildings didn't take long, nor did they require any rare materials. It merely required consuming a sum of soul crystals. But the amount of soul crystals consumed was not insignificant. For example, upgrading an arrow tower from LV4 to LV5 required 2,000 grams of soul sand, equivalent to 2 soul crystal coins. It might not seem much, but the total number of arrow towers in Tianyuan territory was well over 1,000. Scatter these thousands of arrow towers along the territory walls and various regions, and they no longer seem as plentiful. Of course, Mu Yuan didn't intend to maximize the level of every arrow tower and watchtower. For arrow towers established outside the city walls, serving the purpose of vigilance and defense against sporadic monsters, he usually only upgraded them to LV2. City wall arrow towers and ordinary farmland are always at risk of destruction, after all. But even after excluding some non-essential miracle buildings from full upgrades, upgrading all the remaining ones would still require thousands of soul crystals. Mu Yuan found it to be quite expensive. Even as a man with mines, he was unable at the moment to fully upgrade all miracle buildings. He also needed to keep at least 1,000 soul crystals in reserve for war, as well as purchase and stockpile a large quantity of potions, crossbow bolts, ammunition, equipment, and other war supplies. Master Li's factory had been operating around the clock, but Mu Yuan had to purchase the vast majority of war supplies externally. The volume of his purchases was so large that often not a single intermediary seller could fulfill the entire order. "Bro, big bro, how much war supplies have you bought? This could be enough for a massive war involving millions." Zhang Luoxing was astonished. In front of him lay the supplies that Mu Yuan commissioned a senior lord to purchase. The amount was so great that even using universal Type 3 spatial storage boxes, they filled a total of 16 boxes. Some lords couldn't help but move aside, fearing that the explosives inside might suddenly go off. "It's not much, not much. Some of it I'm also buying for others as a middleman," Mu Yuan explained. "Oh, I see," Zhang Luoxing realized. He had heard that boss Tianyuan had met several vitality forces in the new territory. If he was acting as a middleman for other forces, that made sense. His territory had also undergone relocation, but why hadn't he encountered any elf misses? He too wanted to buy for elves. Even a 10.5% discount would do. Mu Yuan wasn't just making it up. Indeed, a part of the batches of war supplies he purchased was for the elves and giants. As war approached, in order to increase their chances of victory and secure more room for survival and development, both races were determined. About 40% of the war supplies were funded by them for purchase. Mu Yuan, the middleman, made no profit from the markup. He would have liked to profit from the price difference, but the living conditions of the elves and giants were only slightly better than that of the feathermen, still quite a bit away from being wealthy. The vast powers of the natural garden and giant stone ridge, in terms of conventional wealth, might even be less than many of the great lords in Taizan. With both races being so impoverished, what could he do? He could only continue to buy on their behalf without earning a penny in markup. Rather, the elves and giants are spending a significant amount of money on war materials as a foundation for preparing for a conflict. If they are too hesitant to spend money on war materials, Mu Yuan would have to question their resolve in combating the monster overlord. He himself purchased even more. During the war, all kinds of recovery potions, arrows, and ammunition must be adequately prepared. A lack of supplies leading to a drop in combat power and subsequently heavy casualties would indeed be too late for regrets. If it's a defensive battle, ranged troops can play a more significant role. Even something as powerful as the arrow of Polar Star needs to be replicated using high-grade arrows to mass-produce advanced arrows. This time, Mu Yuan had purchased a batch of rare-level, armor-piercing arrows, barrier-breaking arrows, fury flame arrows, and invisible arrows, for the arrow of Polar Star to use. If it's a siege, items like the breaking boundary stone are indispensable. The armor, swords, spears, and shields of the melee troops also need to have at least 3 sets of spares. This is because more than half of the elites still aren't equipped with rare equipment, so Mu Yuan could only match them with reinforced plus 3 feet ordinary level equipment to make do. Besides, rare equipment is not necessarily durable and is still prone to damage. A large number of equipment claims would be filed after the war. At this moment, Mu Yuan felt that the Skeleton series was truly the high-cost performance type of troops. Little skeletons saved money and hassle. and the skeleton morticians could extract their own bones to use as weapons. Nowadays, they mainly use their own bones plus some added minerals to smelt a bone sword, and when it comes to saving money, they are arguably the strongest. While Mu Yuan was busy purchasing, the others in Tianyuan territory were not idle either. Wolf Head Mountain had become the operational center for the three major forces. To facilitate communication and coordinate tactics, high-level characters from both the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge regularly stationed themselves here. The representative from Natural Garden was a fourth-order limit with a legendary stature and Moon Elf bloodline. The Moon Elf god archer, Lin En. The representative from Giant Stone Ridge was also a young fourth-order talent, the Frost Giant Benetta. Both were super-powered beings. Facing ordinary fourth-order leaders, they possessed overwhelming strength. Proud and powerful as they were, they couldn't exhibit even a trace of arrogance on Wolf Head Mountain. Moon Elf god archer Lin En, having witnessed the extraordinary grace of Tianyuan powerhouses in the Temple of Knowledge, took several days to recover from the shock. How could he dare to be arrogant here? Even though the giant Benetta had not personally witnessed the splendid battle achievements of Tianyuan's powerhouses, he had heard plenty about them. Perhaps if only one or two people claimed such feats, there could be exaggeration or boasting involved, but when everyone said the same, he had no room for doubt. Besides, Giant Benetta glanced into the distance and saw a tall, elegantly formed blue giant dragon slowly landing on the summit of Wolf Head Mountain. Even from afar, he could faintly sense the dragon's presence radiating from the blue giant dragon. This was a purebred giant dragon. Giant Benetta harbored the ambition to reach the peak. He believed that his future could match that of a pureblood giant dragon, and surpassing one was not impossible. But for now, he was at the fourth-order peak, and so was the blue giant dragon. No matter how proud he may be, he couldn't claim that he could defeat a giant dragon in direct combat. "Have you finished checking this batch of goods? If there's no issue, I'll be leaving," said the water mirror dragon, Difu, in front of Niu Si, the leader of the defensive troops stationed at Wolf Head Mountain. Niu Si nodded. "The count is correct, but you're leaving so soon. I thought the task of transporting the spoils back to the territory wasn't until this afternoon?" He seemed to remember correctly. Currently, Tianyuan Territory's 3rd Transport Team was responsible for delivering batches of war materials to Wolf Head Mountain and for packaging and sending back materials, remnant souls, and other spoils from the front lines to the territory. They ran 2 trips a day. The job of the water mirror dragon, Difu, was to use her abilities to cover the transport team, to avoid detection by the possibly lurking Jackal Man scouts. Having delivered a load, the transport team would rest on Wolf Head Mountain. "I'll be here on time in the afternoon," Difu said, and with those words, her figure gradually faded into the mist, and she flew away. As she was flying, she lifted her claw and glanced at the personal wristband tied around it, which displayed the contribution points she had accumulated in a list of tasks assigned to her. At 12 p.m., I need to assist Miss Isloa in inspecting and upgrading the city's defense mechanisms. At 6 p.m., I have to cover a squad going to a target area to trade with the elves. At 10 p.m., at 11 p.m., calculating with her claws, Difu mused, "Seems I still have some free time. I should take on 2 more tasks. This one, to water the 6th planting zone, is good. It's worth a whopping 250 contribution points. I need to hurry back to the territory to snag the task. Whoever gets it earns it. And this task, at this rate, I should have enough in about 2.5 days to apply for an evolutionary baptism with my contributions. This is just too exciting for a dragon." It fluttered its wings and returned discreetly to Tianyuan territory, ready to start the next task. Atop Wolf Head Mountain, leaders from the Tianyuan territory, elves, and giants were engaged in heated discussions. Before them, the vast map already had several conspicuous red circles drawn on it. Some of those red circles were marked with a large axe. They were narrowing down the location of the Wolf Fang lair. The skirmishes between Tianyuan territory and the Jackal Men were not just for strategic space. Concurrently, they were tracking down hidden bases of the Jackal Men, along with their core lair. To truly defeat the Jackal Men, it was necessary to locate their lair. Thanks to intelligence from the elves and giants, They had initially defined a search area, which they were now steadily shrinking. However, as the area narrows, the danger significantly increases. In recent days, 3 of our high-order scouts from the natural garden have been sacrificed. The elf Lin looked grave. It was not easy to train high-order scouts, and some of them were his acquaintances, like Taili, the top scout of the natural garden. Even someone like Taili, who was at the 4th order limit and skilled in stealth and reconnaissance, faced grave danger venturing into these areas. In these areas, the scouts could encounter beings from the legendary realm at any time. Under the influence of the legendary domain, the superior stealth abilities of top scouts almost lost their significance. But if beings from the legendary realm were to go, the Vitality Foss's legendary realm beings were already few in number. Should they expose themselves to the risk of being surrounded and killed, the price of such a loss was something they could not afford. We from the Tianyuan territory have dispatched a leader capable of flight and possessing extreme speed to scout the area. The rotational representative from Tianyuan territory, Lu, spoke up. The elves and giants knew which leader it was, having seen him in the past few days. The Falcon General, Jun. The leader who held the title of the fastest in Tianyuan. This Falcon General Jun seemed even more legendary than they were. However, no matter how fast Falcon General Jun was, he was still just a 4th order peak strongman. This reconnaissance mission he undertook was fraught with too much risk. He must have gone with the resolve to sacrifice himself. The elves and giants felt respect when they thought of this. Scared the life out of me, your Lord Jun, but I am the one you will never catch. Come on, come and chase me. Jun soared across the azure sky, facing the legendary realm werewolf whose domain was already spread wide. He was resolute and fearless, embodying the spirit of intrepid audacity. What was one way 3 days ago could be another today, and Jun was no longer the same after 3 days. He was Lord Jun, able to leap repeatedly before one of the legendary realm, brazen yet undying. Epic 2 stars life wings of the Wind King Jun. Soaring 9 heavens. Explanation. Jun can borrow the power of the azure wind to ascend above the soaring 9 heavens. When mastered to a profound degree, a strong man can cross 90,000 miles in an instant by riding the wind. Of course, Jun was far from being able to ride the wind for 90,000 miles. He could not possibly cultivate this epic skill to the great perfection. But, Jun, borrowing the wind, controlling the wind, becoming the wind, had thoroughly shown the essence of the Wind King. His combat power was not strong, and his stealth ability was weak, but he had one forte: he was fast. Extremely fast. Thanks to Jun's reckless scouting, they had further narrowed down the area of the Wolf Fang lair. 2 days later, Mu Yuan received another piece of good news. It came from Sophia. Sophia had confirmed the region she discovered was indeed the Furious region. She saw the scene where the sky and the earth were about to meet and the space was dislocated and folded. However, she was facing the same problem as the Rakshasa. They couldn't continue forward any longer. Sophia's black crow flew swiftly, and thanks to its Phantom Night Eye's talent, it could also dodge some of the energy tides. Through the tireless, relentless, die and die again black crow, the speed of exploration was quite fast, and she gradually became certain that at the core of this furious region, there existed a passage to another domain. The deeper we go, the closer the distance between the sky and the earth becomes, and at the most central part the distance might be less than 100 meters. She rode on the back of Lian Yu, gazing into the distance. Lian Yu was responsible for dodging, 17 for vigilance, and she for observation. The 3 of them penetrated deeper with their fiery combination technique, and even managed to find a gap where the energy tides were sparse, but that was as far as they could go. Unless we possess the power of the legendary realm, otherwise, it's impossible to shatter the energy tides and move deeper across this region. Sophia furrowed her brows. The 3 of them together had the capability to stand against, and even defeat, ordinary legends, but, even if they could defeat an ordinary legend, in terms of force, energy, and endurance, they were far inferior to true legends. While traversing, they had to tear open the energy tides. Only Lian Yu was capable of doing so among them, but Lian Yu had to erupt in power, far from the free and easy mastery of a true legend. It's not that simply tearing through the energy tides and charging deeper would allow them to pass through. She concluded that even if the passage existed, its area wouldn't be very large, which meant they needed sufficient strength to search carefully at the core of this dangerous zone. Their strength was obviously not enough. Mu Yuan pondered whether to send General Deadbone on a trip to the Furious region, but the current situation was tense, and that region was extremely far from their territory. For Deadbone to make the journey there, it would take at least 2 days. 2 days wasn't long, but if the battle situation changed, Tianyuan territory without General Deadbone present would be fatally weakened. Besides, the Furious region here is far more expansive than the dangerous zone Sophia and her team have discovered. In such a vast area, searching for a possible passage would undoubtedly consume a lot of time. This was one of his hesitations. Ultimately, it's because Tianyuan territory doesn't have enough legendary warriors. If he had 8 or 10 legendary generals, there wouldn't be such a significant decrease in the security of the territory due to the absence of 1 or 2 people. Still too weak. However, if Tianyuan territory had already birthed 8 or 10 legendary warriors, he would have counterattacked against Fang of the Jackal Wolf by now instead of slowly probing. Unable to make up his mind, Mu Yuan decided to discuss it with General Deadbone, Lulu, and Isloa. He certainly did have many capable assistants as a lord. Isloa said with exasperation, "I'm already overwhelmed with the affairs of my domain, and my knowledge of the external battlefield is still a day and a half old. Asking me about this is useless. I haven't even finished arranging tasks for the more than 10,000 new territory citizens. Lord, you should think about it. If these people's jobs are delayed even by a day, the domain loses a day's earnings. Do you think I have the spare time to consider anything else?" She had a point. Go ahead and get busy then. Mu Yuan saw off Isloa and turned to look at Lulu, who had just returned. Lulu shared some intelligence from the elves and giants. He added, Jun had an accident, ambushed by a legendary creature. It claimed the legend attacked it, tricking this young hawk and causing it significant injury. It might not be able to enter those dangerous zones for some time. Although in his view, Jun's injury had a lot to do with it being too reckless and flamboyant. Lulu, through the shared vision with Jun, had seen all of it. But then again, Jun was not small in size, surrounded by a halo of azure divine light when flying, so keeping a low profile might indeed be difficult. Lulu said, these past few days, Jun has encountered a few legendary creatures, but as a result, we've recorded information about these legends, including their appearance, domains, and so on. Mu Yuan took the intelligence Lulu presented. Upon inspection, it was especially detailed, exceedingly so. It included the entire process of Jun's encounters with legendary creatures, to the extent that it detailed the posture of Jun in flight, the enemy's flying speed, precisely in meters per second, whether the enemy first raised their left or right hand when striking the enemy. Wait, the battle reports Lulu handed over had at least 2,000 words each, and some had 4,000, 6,000, or even more. They also included Lulu's hand-drawn, legendary domain portraits. When did Lulu learn to draw? No, that's not important. Didn't he ask Lulu to come over to hear his opinion? How did it turn into a work report? Why don't I give it a try? Suggested Lulu. I might be able to withstand the energy tides. He might. However, Lulu wasn't known for his speed, and even if he could withstand the energy tides, how many times could he bear it? The problems he would face diving into the Furious region were similar to those of Sophia and her team. Asking Lulu might have been futile, and Mu Yuan had no choice but to contact General Deadbone. Deadbone, what do you think? General Deadbone was currently deep in the wilderness, also chasing down the lair of Fang of the Jackal Wolf. Jun was the scout in the open. Mu Yuan had never counted on finding the enemy's lair with just Jun or scouts from the elves and giants. The one he had been counting on was Deadbone. The significance of Jun's investigation, more often than not, was to create opportunities for Deadbone. And Deadbone, yesterday, had already discovered an important clue pointing to the Wolf Fang lair in a designated suspicious area. Once they found the enemy's lair, and after Isloa and Lulu and other captains stepped into the legendary realm, he would be able to lead an army against Wolffang. Through the spiritual link, he made contact with Dead Bone, thousands of kilometers away, in a moment of thought. The steady voice of Dead Bone soon came through. GU has found some things these past 2 days that are very likely not creatures of Jackal Man's strength. It had a bit of an ominous premonition. GU needs to observe for a few more days. Heading south to the frenzied blockade region at this time would pose a significant risk. Without a clear understanding of the situation, General Dead Bone would not be at ease. Within the overlord power of the Wolffang, not all were Jackal Man strongmen. There were also a few non-direct Jackal Wolf descendants, who were fourth-order strongmen, even of the legendary realm. But, since Dead Bone had said so, there was surely a reason for it. Heading south was no longer suitable. He could only let Sophia and the other two search slowly, and if it really didn't work out, they would return to Shilling City to cultivate. Half a day later, Sophia sent another message. Hope was on the horizon. There was hope of breaking through the blockade. Out in the wilderness, an elite corps of over 100 spread out, searching for clues, traces, or valuable materials. In command of this corps was Shen Linglong, a newly minted legend of the Tai-Zan Alliance, a 7th-level Great Lord who had already killed 2 legendary realm monsters, a super strongman. Shen Linglong widened her eyes as she stared at the pure black crow in front of her, capable of singing, dancing, and writing in Tai-Zan secret language, and let out a long sigh of amazement. After some communication and confirmation, Shen Linglong and Sophia's 3-person team met up. Soon, she understood why Sophia and her team appeared here. Braving great danger, they had penetrated thousands of miles into the wilderness, searching for the way home and the path to rescue their lord. It was admirable, and it was enviable. The captains of the Tianyuan family not only had the capability to venture into the wilderness, but more importantly, they were able to follow the scant clues they had, exploring and analyzing along the way, and finding the critical location. What kind of loyal ministers were these? Shen Linglong looked to her side at her capable major general. It was a massive rocky life form resembling a spherical shape but with short, thick limbs, Longyan giant beast. If I went missing, would you all venture thousands of miles into the wilderness without a second thought to search for me? She looked at them intently. The Longyan giant beast blinked its large eyes innocently, emitting a clueless, "Huh?" Shen Linglong exhaled, resting her forehead in her hand. Why were all her subordinates so brainless and brutish? Tired at heart and with no reliable subordinates, Shen Linglong could only discuss strategies with Sophia. Sophia would say one thing, and she would respond. Sophia would say 10 things, and she would give one reply. Sophia said, "Based on my judgment, we only need to start from here, here, and here. By breaking through the energy tides and the direction of the spatial folds, there's an 80% chance of finding the legendary passage." Linglong, what do you think? Sophia's words, each individually familiar to her, somehow, when put together, became incomprehensible. Shen Linglong thought for 3 seconds. Shen Linglong gave up on thinking. Yes, let's proceed with your strategy. She said it expressionlessly. The Longyan giant beast beside her listened blankly, displaying no expression either. For a moment, the figures of one person and one giant overlapped. Boom! 2 hours later, Shen Linglong and Sophia's 4-member team had already arrived deep in dangerous territory. Riding on the backs of Crescent Moon, they swiftly moved, dodging waves of crashing energy tides. Sometimes when they couldn't dodge, Shen Linglong would brandish a halberd, twice as tall as she was, accumulating the power of heaven and earth to shatter the waves. The 100 elite members and captains under Shen Linglong's command were not present. She stored the elites in her own Great Lord's mark space. After all, the energy here was incredibly turbulent, and the tides unceasing. The elites would not only fail to be of help here, but they would become a significant burden. She, a legend, could not protect too many people. 2 or 3 were her limit. However, Shen Linglong soon realized upon delving deeper that Sophia and her 2 companions did not really need her protection. Rather than saying she was protecting the 3 of them, It was more accurate to describe it as a collective effort. The girl named Lien Yu, a white wolf, was incredibly fast. Without this white wolf girl, she would have had to rely on her giant halberd to shatter the tides and forge a path repeatedly, which would have taken several times more effort than now. Conserving energy was equivalent to safety. The girl named Sophia could summon black crows, which provided them with additional eyes, ensuring they didn't run around like headless flies. Among the three, it was only the taciturn archer, 17, who seemed rather ordinary, but he was also a fourth-order strongman. Damn, the Tianyuan family sure had too many excellent generals, but with their three main forces scattered, wasn't the situation in Tianyuan territory worse than imagined? Thinking this, Shen Linglong's gaze became resolute. The heavy responsibility of breaking through the channel must fall to her. Boom! The energy tides crashed down, one after another. The sky was filled with 7 colors. The distance between heaven and earth was very close, as if they might collapse at any moment. In this region, where the roaring never ceased and not a single monster could be seen, 3 people and a wolf moved at breakneck speed. They weaved, they searched, they advanced. Sophia was the conductor, White Wolf Sickle Moon was the supermount, and Shen Linglong, wielding her giant halberd, became a core-powered road opener, shattering every tide that stood in their way. The scale of this dangerous area was not large. Even though the interior space was different, and the actual area was much larger than what was seen from the outside, it was still not as vast as the frenzied area that blocked the whole Black Giant Peak region. With Shen Linglong, a legend present, understanding the whole core zone was not difficult, it was just a matter of time. What Sophia was truly worried about was whether the legendary passage actually existed. She had asked Shen Linglong. Shen Linglong, enigmatic, had said, it might exist, or it might not. The energy continued to roar. The chaotically flying elemental particles and the converging and dispersing streams greatly hindered the explorer's sight. Sophia, with her epic abilities, could still observe the surroundings clearly. She maintained a high level of focus, having gone 18 hours without rest and barely blinking. In the distance, the sky seemed to press even lower, and the earth rose slightly, only a thin line separated heaven and earth, and this line seemed to stretch infinitely, like a deep valley winding road without end. Could that be the passage? Sophia tugged on the fur on the right side of Sickle Moon's head, charged to that direction. Sickle Moon rushed straight ahead. As they advanced, the line between heaven and earth vanished from view. The surging energy tides on either side appeared not much different than before, but the energy tides are more turbulent, even more chaotic than the most violent region of the core area we passed through earlier. Initially, in the Furious region, she had thought about looking for a thin tide area, but since the core area of the dangerous territory was only so big, crossing straight through or circumventing it didn't make much of a difference. Perhaps the more turbulent area was the correct target? After dozens of seconds of rushing with Sickle Moon, Sophia confirmed her guess. They were walking on a stretched-out spatial road. We need to speed up, howl. The white wolf howled, emitting a pure moon-white radiance. Her body size grew threefold, transforming into an even more majestic and holy crescent moon giant wolf. White Wolf's Sickle Moon's speed surged several folds, becoming wind, becoming light. Shen Linglong also constantly swung her giant halberd. The halberd condensed 100-meter-long golden light, slashing and shattering the oncoming tides relentlessly. She was ablaze with fervor as well. Dozens of seconds, hundreds of seconds. Sickle Moon sprinted with all her might, not dodging, hesitating, or caring for anything, just dashing straight ahead, becoming moon shadow luminance. She needed to be fast, faster, even faster. She was not sure how far she had run, but after sprinting at full speed for hundreds of seconds, the surging energy tides around her were no longer so violent. Ahead, the distance between the sky and earth was slowly widening. By this point, the energy tides posed no threat. Sickle Moon returned to a slightly smaller giant wolf form and continued to carry the three of them as they rushed forward. The energy tides behind them gradually thinned out. The ground began to show specks of green, and the howls of monsters came from afar. They had burst out of the energy turbulence area, but had they succeeded? We did it! Looking at the undulating strange mountains in the distance, Sophia said with certainty. We've already passed through the Furious region and arrived at a new area? Shen Linglong took in her surroundings, eyes canvassing the undulating mountains and the dense jungle. But nothing seemed out of the ordinary. She could not spot the black peaks that reached into the sky as previously mentioned by Tianyuan. How could she be certain of this? Sophia said, the dangerous area we explored these past 2 days is well known to us, and I'm sure the terrain of these mountains is different from before. She was 100% sure. Sophia had ample confidence in her memory and observation skills. Besides, she had another piece of evidence that could prove they had passed through a spatial channel. Black crows. Before entering the dangerous area, she had left numerous created black crows in the vicinity. These crows could persist for a day or two. While they were navigating through the dangerous land, Sophia kept in close contact with the crows, constantly observing the scenes beyond through their eyes. It was her insurance policy. She had left varying numbers of black crows in every direction outside the dangerous land. In case a legendary monster appeared and headed towards them, they could at least retreat with composure or take advantage of the information to set up an ambush. Now, she had lost all contact with her created black crows, completely severed. This meant they had traversed a vast distance through space. This place must be an entirely different region. Of course, even so, she could not be certain that this was the region where her own territory was situated. After all, she had not seen the conspicuous black giants. She initiated the spiritual link. Within 2 seconds, she received an affirmative answer. We've found the right place. Sophia's face lit up with a smile, and the pressure on her shoulders lessened considerably. Flap flap. Wisps of black mist began to swirl around Sophia, from which crows with crimson eyes and black feathers flew out, vanishing into the landscape like droplets of water merging into a lake. So far, no dangers detected in the vicinity. As she spoke, she crouched down and pressed her hand onto the barren ground in front of her, channeling energy into it. In a blink, a crow feather mark emerged from the darkness, fading away slowly. What are you doing? Asked Shen Linglong. I am marking our location. Sophia paused before continuing. I observed earlier that the Furious region behind us is vast, spreading far to both the left and right sides without end in sight. Without some markings, finding the passage next time we come here will not be so easy. Right. Only then did Shen Linglong realize what she had nearly forgotten, something as crucial as marking their trail. She glared at the Longyan giant beast beside her. You couldn't even give your lord a reminder. The Longyan giant beast looked aggrieved. It had only just stepped out of the mark space. After Sophia had made enough marks, the group of several people and beasts started heading north. Roaming monsters gradually began to appear before them. Through the Black Crow's sight, they discovered groups of monsters and a few monster encampments. However, as they continued northward, the monster encampments became scarcer, replaced by large-scale monster tribes with numerous and towering walls, which could also be described as monster cities. A monster tribe of this scale is not simple at all. Shen Linglong observed the scene manifested by the Black Crow, her gaze sharpening slightly. She noticed the walls of the monster city, dark brown and towering, were covered in large patches of blood-red flesh that pulsed as if they had a life of their own, both grotesque and unnerving. It's as if the monsters have overtaken the territory of some creatures and built their tribe upon it. Such tribes would surely possess dozens of fourth-order bosses, and are bound to house some kind of flesh weapon. It wouldn't surprise me to encounter legendary realm monsters within. Shen Linglong had been part of the pioneer group in dealing with the foremost monster powers for over 2.5 years. She could tell at a glance that this was a force that had embarked on the Tao of Flesh. Sophia added, compared to the forces worshipping the fallen god, this kind of tribe is more troublesome. The latter, at most, summon avatars of the fallen god's servants. The true forms of the fallen god's servants can't come here, and I can slaughter as many avatars as they send. However, monster powers on the path of Tianqi eternal life might harbor some bizarre flesh weapons. Against such aberrant armaments, even as a legendary, she must proceed with the utmost caution. A moment of inattention could cause trauma to both body and soul. Once, a legendary realm potentate called Lord Shichui was struck by a ray of blood-colored light due to his carelessness. This potentate, standing over 2.5 meters tall with a robust figure and well-developed muscles, immediately, his belly swelled. And within half an hour, he gave birth to a flesh monster. It was said that had it not been for the timely rescue by other pioneer group potentates, Lord Shichui might have perished on the spot. Even so, despite having received thorough treatment and purification from a saint of holy light later on, it's said that the trauma to his soul has yet to heal fully. Who could recover from that? Times 4. Sophia and 17 were shocked. Lien Yu was stupefied. The Lord Shepherd, already in spiritual link, also felt it was too horrifying, wondering if Tianqi Eternal Life had such brutal methods. He realized he had not been careful enough in the past. Of course, even though these tribes are more difficult to conquer, they still can't stump me, the great lord. Shen Linglong said. If it weren't for the fact that they had urgent matters to attend to, she would have charged up and chopped down this monster tribe. What if they encountered a legendary monster? That would be even better, as her record of legendary kills could be +1. The group bypassed the large tribe and continued their journey northward. They crossed over mountains, rivers, and forests. With Sophia's black crow scouting ahead, their journey through the wilderness went very smoothly. They didn't even encounter any real battles, let alone dangers. However, powerful explorers traveling deep into the wilderness also tried to avoid battles as much as possible. Monsters were endless and undying, while the strength and energy of explorers had their limits. Sometimes, if avoidance was impossible, it meant they might be facing a major crisis. Therefore, even though their journey north was quite relaxed with Shen Linglong, a legendary powerhouse's support, Sophia was still on high alert. Besides, along the way, she had noticed some traces that might have been left by battles in the legendary realm. The group kept moving, running continuously for over 10 hours before taking a short rest. After resting for 1 or 2 hours and recuperating their energy, they hit the road again. The farther north they went, the more monsters they seemed to encounter. There were 3 times when Sophia couldn't find a detour, or the detour was too long, so they had to decisively eliminate the high-order monsters they met. In the world, the drifting red mist seemed to have increased, with visible red mist strands appearing and disappearing, repeating in this manner. In the distance, the sky was lightly veiled in ominous red. But when their gaze pierced through the ominous pale red and the murky fog, they could see towering, majestic black mountains, appearing and disappearing in the clouds. I didn't expect that within this dangerous land of raging energy, there would actually be a passageway leading to another region. Could this be another vast domain? Have we already left the Twilight Plains? Shen Linglong began to ponder. She had encountered such violently dangerous lands before, but they were barren lands where the environment was hazardous and not even a single treasure was found. Who would eagerly explore them? Who could have thought that within such a treacherous area, there existed a hidden world? Or was it that this particular place was unique? Shen Linglong couldn't come up with an answer. It wasn't because her mind was lacking, but because the eternal world was too mysterious and unpredictable. No one could guarantee what they would encounter during their explorations. Not to mention areas outside the territory of the Tai Zan Alliance. Even within the territory, there were many regions yet to be explored. In these areas, explorers might stumble upon great opportunities, shooting up to the sky in success. Such lucky individuals emerged every year, and some even stepped into the legendary realm because of it. But even in parts of the territory where high-order monsters were rarely seen, explorers could still encounter great dangers. Sometimes treacherous and lethal areas would suddenly emerge, causing legendary powerhouses who entered them to perish. My Tai Zan Alliance isn't lacking in areas to explore and pioneer, but still, to have explored and pioneered a new route, a new area, and to report it, we should be able to gain a considerable amount of alliance contribution, right? She muttered to herself. Rescuing brother Tianyuan from danger and selling him a huge favor, and then gaining some extra alliance contribution. This is a double joy. Heading north, after spending 2 nights and 3 days, the group gradually neared their destination. At this point, Sophia slowed down. They also met up with the general who came to rendezvous with them. It was Rakshasa. Rakshasa often moved south, responsible for clashing and negotiating with the powerhouses of the Blood Snake in case. He was more familiar with the situation in this area. Follow me. Under his lead, the team didn't continue north but instead took a wide detour to the east. In the area ahead, there's a legendary ambush set up. Rakshasa explained. He had seen enemy legends from afar there yesterday. He used the innate, vanquishing evil, to glimpse the towering evil deeds and thereby deduced. There were monsters among the enemies lying in ambush in that area. On his way here, he took another look and was certain that the legendary was still lying in wait. After bypassing that area, Rakshasa made detours to the east and west, and yet, they inevitably bumped into some elite monster squads. From time to time, sounds of fighting and explosions arose from afar. Boom! The earth shook. Green and blood hues manifested in the distant sky, nearly splitting the heavens in two. It's a legendary battle. Shen Linglong's gaze hardened. A legendary battle had actually erupted in this place, and moreover, from the scale of both parties' domains, these two legends were clearly not weak. They were both 3,000-meter level powerhouses. The clash of legends erupted abruptly but also ended quickly, each retreating after only a few dozen seconds. The Rakshasa was used to it. In the past half-month, there had been no less than 18 legendary battles, with as many as 2 or 3 erupting in a single day. The enemy feared General Duo Lai and dared not linger. But their allied forces, lacking in legendary realm numbers, found it difficult to launch proactive strikes, leading to repeated stalemates. They could only wait for an opportunity. Now, with the arrival of a powerhouse from the Taizan, perhaps an opportunity had come. At the south city gate of Tianyuan territory, from afar, the figures of Sophia, Shen Linglong, and the Rakshasa appeared, approaching swiftly. Mu Yuan was already there, waiting to meet them. After all, Lord Linglong had spent her own time and energy and had taken a certain risk to chase down clues for him. It was both logical and reasonable for him to offer her an enthusiastic reception. Although his own dead bone and Duo Lai's combat power was far superior to Shen Linglong's, it didn't mean that such a legend as Shen Linglong was no longer important. Fall back 10,000 steps. Even if Shen Linglong would not play a significant role in the war, her presence signified that Tianyuan territory was reconnecting with the outside world. With a backing, hope emerged, and safety was assured. He was confident that in a few months, he could push through and overcome the monster overlord, stabilizing the territorial situation. But if he could summon a powerhouse to crush the fang of the jackal wolf and the blood snake encased with the force of a thunderbolt, Mu Yuan would naturally choose the latter. Relying on oneself meant treading on thin ice every day. Relying on powerhouses meant fearing nothing, even if, in requesting reinforcements from Taizan, he had to pay a price. Mu Yuan welcomed Sophia and the others with a feast to wash away the dust of their journey and arranged accommodation in the South District for Shen Linglong's party, 2 rare-level residential buildings. It was rare for outsiders to visit Tianyuan territory, but he couldn't always seal off and lock his land. A territory that wanted to grow had eventually to integrate with the outside world, and Mu Yuan had made preparations early. He had obtained some miracle blueprints from purifying the root of corruption in the blood pond, and used part of them in the South District, constructing detached villas, superior houses, hot springs, and parks, types of miracle buildings designed for living. The next day, Mu Yuan learned of the current situation from Shen Linglong. As the integration with Langsing had been completed, the internal situation within the Taizan alliance had stabilized, but the front-line battles remained tense. The Scarlet Mist tide was becoming more ferocious, with the potential to unleash a disaster of corruption similar to the one 61 years ago. In such a situation, many powerhouses were constrained at the front line, and summoning several legendary reinforcements was not an easy task. It was said that the Lord of Han Yu City had already ventured deep into the Red Mist land, clashing dozens of times with the top beings among the monster overlords. I didn't expect the situation to be so severe. In light of this, he felt somewhat reluctant to ask for assistance, considering he still had a certain level of confidence. It's not that severe, said Shen Linglong. Not every lord is rushing to the front line without a second thought. Leave the matter of reinforcements to me. She slapped the steel sheet. She had also understood the current situation of Tianyuan territory, which could only be described as extremely difficult, surviving in the cracks. His neighbors were monster overlords. Luckily, there were still powerful vitality forces like elves and giants in this region. Otherwise, even if Tianyuan had been exceptional, it probably would have fallen long ago. Shen Linglong began to mobilize her contacts, reaching out to some old friends. However, as a young lord and one of the best among her peers, she didn't have many influential acquaintances. Most of them were holding important positions in the pioneer group or delving into dangerous lands, with little spare time. For a moment, figuring out where to find a few strong reinforcements truly gave her a headache. But she had already boasted about her capabilities. How could she admit to failure? She started mobilizing troops from within her own territory. Shen Linglong had 2 complete army soul corps at her disposal. Although it was impossible to transfer both trump cards over, having just 1 complete army soul corps meant she could exert a power far beyond an ordinary legendary being. By then, Shen Linglong would have no problem facing 2 or even 3 enemies on her own. She would display the posture of a war god in front of Tianyuan's young brother. Gaga, however, I didn't expect Tianyuan territory to be this lively. I heard they have passed the promotion trial and advanced to a level 5 city-level territory. That Tianyuan had passed the promotion trial was quite normal. When she applied for the promotion trial, her combined strength was probably not even comparable to Tianyuan's. Yet, she was still surprised that Tianyuan had managed to develop and expand its territory so quickly, stepping into the senior lord rank. Managing a territory is not just about being able to fight. Combat prowess is the most important ability, but several other skills are also indispensable. Once, she had accidentally allowed too many refugees to enter, causing the territory citizen satisfaction index to fall below the acceptable line, nearly resulting in an accident. But looking at Tianyuan City, internal conflicts among territory citizens were rare, with patrols and security teams maintaining order exceptionally well. She thought it was probably because there were too many troublemakers among the refugees she had taken in. There's always some troublesome citizens looking to stir up trouble. But in her forces, starting with generals like Yan Chu and the others, not one had political abilities over 60 points. Being not in the negatives was already quite good. On the other hand, the generals from Tianyuan seemed to be very wise. She thought of Sophia. Generals like Sophia, who were intelligent, seemed to be present in Tianyuan territory, and there were even more generals with high combat strength. No wonder Tianyuan territory, despite facing a great disaster and persecution from the monster overlords, has still managed to hold on. Even with the elves and giants as powerful allies, such a situation was extremely difficult and dangerous. If it were an ordinary senior lord, let alone lasting 3 or 4 months, they might not even hold out for 1 or half a month. Moreover, the time since Tianyuan territory was established seemed to be, apparently, roughly, not even a year yet. What was she doing at the 1-year mark? She seemed to be still developing the surrounding barren lands, still wrestling with small monster tribes. Shen Linglong, using the Lord Hero connection, contacted the main general she had left in charge of Linglong City and instructed them to go to her study, to take out communication items number 2, 6, and 11, and to make the calls. New area development, brothers, come quickly. In reality, if I were to use the prerogative for emergency assistance, it's not that I couldn't summon strong reinforcements, Mu Yuan pondered. The Tai-Zan alliance had been established for over 60 years and rose rapidly to stand alongside nations like Yongqing and Shenmu due to the unity of most lords and a reasonable and standardized contribution system. If a lord from the Tai-Zan alliance faced a major crisis, they could exercise the right to seek emergency assistance. At that time, lords from all around and officials, strong individuals, would come to their aid. The scale of the reinforcement forces also depended on the information provided by the lord when seeking emergency assistance. Of course, the lord using the right of emergency assistance would also have to pay a large sum of contributions, which, if insufficient, could be paid later without interest. The various lords and chosen strong individuals who came to assist would each receive some Tai-Zan contributions based on their strength and achievements. Mu Yuan could do the same. After all, it wasn't the Red Fog disaster moon, and the integration with Langsing had also passed smoothly. The front lines were urgent but not as dire as the first half of the year. If he invoked the power of emergency assistance, he could call for strong reinforcements. At most, he would have to overspend a huge amount in contributions. Mu Yuan was not afraid to overdraw, nor was he afraid he couldn't afford the exchange. It's just reinforcements could only solve immediate threats, but couldn't resolve the real difficulties at hand. Just like some lords with insufficient capabilities, unable to defend their territories, they couldn't possibly call for aid time and again. Reinforcement forces didn't have the time, nor could they stay long in the requesting lord's territory. Mu Yuan's situation was similar. Even if he could call on a dozen legendary realm fighters for help, what then? What could he do? Once the enemy retreated into the wilderness, he essentially couldn't find them. The location of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf remained uncertain. If he were to call for strong reinforcements but only managed to kill a couple of legendary beings and defeat a few monster waves, those reinforcements, would they not have been summoned in vain? The monster overlord is very cunning, he mused. Whether it's Fang of the Jackal Wolf or Bloodsnake in case, their nests are hidden quite securely, probably in anticipation of backup from the Vitality forces. Moreover, Mu Yuan's goal was not merely to defeat Fang of the Jackal Wolf and Bloodsnake in case. He also wanted to eliminate as many legendary beings from the two overlords as possible. Only by doing so could his Tianyuan exploratory teams going out for expansion in the future not always be on tenterhooks. Otherwise, even if he defeated the two overlords, the remaining monster legendaries lurking in the wilderness would present significant trouble and even losses to his own territory. Emergency assistance was unnecessary. However, this was also related to the gradually improving situation of his Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan's Tianyuan territory after all had the super strong beings Dead Bone and Duo Lai. He, Lord Shepherd, could also count as 0.9 of 1. Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Uda, and other generals were also gradually gaining the qualifications to contend with legendary realm enemies. He already possessed the power to resist risks and make assaults. If it were 3 or 4 months ago, when he had the chance to ask for help, he might have used it. Outside the Tianyuan territory, in a certain place, wisps of white mist wafted, blending into the ubiquitous white fog between heaven and earth. The mist drifted over the top of a patrolling elite squadron, lingering briefly on the leader, Shi Lu. This human has the blood of a dragon, he deduced. Such humans often have noteworthy potential and are worth eliminating. With his power of Dragon Slumber Mirage Shell, killing a 4-order human was a piece of cake. However, I have a more important mission this trip. I cannot afford to startle the prey. Dragon Slumber Mirage Shell continued to drift forward, even more ghostly than a specter, and the pre-warning devices set up in forests, at river mouths, and on mountain peaks showed no reaction whatsoever. The patrolling elite soldiers, and even the generals such as Shi Lu, Hong Yi, and Bone 234, did not notice anything amiss. He gradually moved forward, passing through the blockade of one patrol team after another. Indeed, the entrance to the human stronghold is in this region. Through repeated probing, Fang of the Jackal Wolf narrowed down the area, locating this region that the humans were clearly trying hard to seal off. Mu Yuan was well aware that the monster overlord was probing, but there was nothing he could do. If he did not deploy patrol teams to block and snipe the enemy, once monsters flooded in, the vast Tianyuan territory would be unable to stay concealed. His strategy was to delay. But now, a legendary being from the monster overlord power, the Bone of Dragon Slumber, was crossing the blockade lines as if entering an uninhabited land. He looked out. The mist, like his tentacles, continued to spread out in all directions. In his vision, ahead was still the unremarkable wilderness, seemingly no different from other regions, save for sparse monsters. But as the mirage shell mist spread, he slowly peeled away the veil of fog, catching sight of a different scene. A Small human city, not so large in scale, encircled by walls. The human power was not hidden within some alternate space, but right under their very noses. Fang of the jackal wolf, blood snake in case, such trash, truly not worth one hair of Lord Mirage Shell, he scoffed to himself. He looked on, with Lord Mirage Shell's abilities, as long as I don't strike or get too close, not even the legendary realm can detect me, nor can any enchantment hinder Lord Mirage Shell in the slightest. Given that, why not enter the human territory to scout? Just seeing this territory from afar, as opposed to providing detailed intelligence on the human power, had vastly different values in the eyes of a great emissary. For the latter, he could receive more rewards, prove the prowess of Lord Mirage Shell, and highlight even more how useless the Fang of the Jackal Wolf was. But, does that matter? A mere emissary's reward, where was it worth the risk of venturing into human territory for him? Even if he didn't need to take much risk, in-depth scouting would still consume a considerable amount of effort, and his task as Lord Mirage Shell was already completed. It was time for him to clock out, half a day later. Great emissary, after enduring great hardships and braving the risk of being discovered by that super legend, I have finally found the human stronghold, a miracle territory. And upon deep investigation and careful observation by Lord Mirage Shell, this miracle territory is not large in scale, just a run-of-the-mill little city lacking substantial defense mechanisms. In conclusion, obliterating the human territory is as easy as reaching into a bag. Within Tianyuan territory, at the city lord's mansion, a giant cocoon constructed of countless jet black feathers was inching apart and dissipating, revealing Sophia inside, clad in black clothing and a black skirt. The black diamond-shaped mark on her forehead was slowly fading. Atop her head sat a coronet woven from crystal like black feathers, mysterious and noble. She had just undergone a trial. Ding! Notice. Your troop type, Sophia, has perfectly cleared the hero trial with an excellent rating, successfully promoted to a hero, acquiring a hero's identity and hero's aura. Notice. Hero, Sophia, has been blessed by heaven and earth, awakening the strategic skill, Nocturne, and the strategic talent, Night Raven Servant. Notice. Hero, Sophia, has been blessed by heaven and earth, obtaining the hero's equipment, Crown of Night. Mu Yuan handed over the last hero's proof to the Rakshasa for use. Later, his exploratory team, while purifying the root of corruption, was lucky enough to come across a hero's proof. Their purification of a significant number of roots of corruption had finally yielded a treasure of considerable value. As for which officer to bestow this hero's proof upon, Mu Yuan hesitated. His initial thought was to award it to Tree Demon Granny. Tree Demon Granny was an officer who had created a domain very early on and had a higher innate talent compared to Lulu and others, with its combat power and experience ranking at the Tianyuan T1 level. However, Mu Yuan's household was not currently in lack of hero units, and Tree Demon Granny, who resided year-round in Treeman Forest, didn't seem to need a hero's identity. So, the hero's proof was kept on hold. In the meantime, a certain Sario had shown interest, but Mu Yuan didn't give it to him. A Mount Dragon like you, what do you need a hero's identity for? 17. As a veteran super soldier of the Tianyuan territory, a T0 level powerhouse in the city defense battles, and the second in command of the defense legions, indeed had a greater need for a hero's identity than Tree Demon Granny did. Yet, compared with Sophia, 17's need for the hero's identity seemed less urgent. At present, for my Tianyuan territory, the importance of a hero's aura, the enhancement of hero combat power, hero-exclusive weapon and similar things is not so significant anymore, he said. What's most important is the commanding ability of the hero, and the ability to communicate directly between Lord Hero. Before the evolution of his spiritual link talent, among Sophia and 17, if either one had a hero's identity, their connection would not break. And the new position he arranged for Sophia was the head of the Tianyuan territory's intelligence department. To hold sway over the Eye of Tianyuan, in such a situation, Sophia needed more to possess abilities like hero's vision, direct usage of miracle buildings, and command over troops. Mu Yuan opened the panel to check Sophia's condition. Among them, the strategic skill, Nocturne, was a supportive debuff-type skill, enveloping a wide area in darkness, limiting the sight of enemies within that range and bestowing upon them debuffs such as blindness and fear. This skill was not bad, but Mu Yuan glanced over it after a few looks. His family's enterprise had grown large. They were not lacking in one or two strategic skills, whether they were supportive, offensive, summoning, or other types. Of course, strategic skills were still strategic skills. The value was apparent. In the battle at Wolfhead Mountain, he had gained a stage advantage by relying on the strategic skill, Death Legion. Sophia's strategic talent, Night Raven Servant, was a pleasant surprise. Night Raven Servant. Explanation 1. Sophia can select suitable targets, transforming them into the rare 3-star stage troop type, Night Raven Servant, which possess the ability to create black crows, use these black crows to gather intelligence, and slay enemies in the night. Explanation 2. Sophia can utilize the vision of all black crows under her command, including those created by the servants. Night Raven servants can use the vision of created black crows from other servants in nearby areas. Explanation 3. Groups that meet the job change requirements for Night Raven servants are very few human civilians with a natural affinity for the night, or a small number of ordinary and rare rank human assassin troop types with high spiritual power. He wanted Sophia to establish an intelligence organization for Tianyuan territory. He had confidence in Sophia's managerial abilities and intelligence gathering capabilities, but, on her own, she couldn't support an entire intelligence agency. The training of intelligence personnel was not simple, requiring not only respectable combat power but also sufficient cognitive judgment and analytical abilities. 17 had adequate combat power, and her abilities in concealment and surveillance were not lacking. But if he were to send her alone to a location to gather intelligence, Mu Yuan would be very uneasy. Mu Yuan's previous thought was to slowly cultivate such personnel. Now, with the emergence of the Night Raven servants, a natural intelligence personnel force was available. The Night Raven servants' greatest advantage lies in shared field of vision among all black crows. Your crows are my crows, and my crows are yours. Mu Yuan was not unfamiliar with this pattern. Previously, his black crows and Sophia's black crows could achieve complete sharing. However, this was a special case that was rather rare, due to his use of the Sophia template. Consequently, the black crows he created were all Sophia-branded ravens, naturally shareable. Normally, it wasn't easy to establish instantaneous communication between different units, let alone sharing the vision of the whole group. The Jun, who possessed the divine skill, field of vision sharing, could only transmit their vision to a single ally, not allowing hundreds to view through a single vision. But the Night Raven servant could. Moreover, a single Night Raven servant could create over 100 visual positions, thoroughly outclassing the Jun in terms of vision acquisition. Times had changed, and the intelligence Jun had already left the battlefield. My previous idea was to find suitable troops with reconnaissance abilities and slowly evolve and train them. My Evo power is now complete and isn't restricted by the troop system. It's only a matter of time before I develop the right kind of intelligence troops. However, time was a major issue. What he lacked the most was time. And even if he could evolve troops with advanced abilities such as disguise, stealth, and observation, it would be quite difficult to evolve the strategic method of shared field of vision. For instance, the Lord of Han Yu City possesses the strategic talent of transitioning to the Moon Sword Immortal, and it seems she can also gain some combat power enhancements from her subordinates who are Moon Sword Immortals. For Sophia, it's about gaining a boost in vision. The latter was more valuable. Mu Yuan's household also had other heroes with the ability to transition. At the festival grounds, the hero, High Priest of Holy Light, Windsor, possessed the strategic talent that allowed for the transition into nun troops. But for Mu Yuan, gaining troops like the nuns wasn't challenging, it was simply a matter of money. The Night Raven servant, on the other hand, was hard to come by. With powerful vision unlocking, sharing capabilities, and remarkable stealth ability, the Night Raven servant troop type could be said to have maxed out the technical points in the reconnaissance field. Conversely, it might be somewhat lacking in combat ability. Mu Yuan didn't see it as a problem. Lacking combat skills? Combat talent? Just evolve and it's settled? If one evolution wasn't enough, then do it twice. He was not short of high-order troops or epic troops, only lacking certain very rare ones with unique abilities. As a rare 3-star troop, the Night Raven Servant has rather stringent conditions for transitioning, but Tianyuan territory now also has a population of 30,000 citizens. Even if only a small number of them meet the requirements, transitioning a few dozen Night Raven Servants should not be an issue. Sophia can also make selections from among the assassin department of human troops. According to the description, only a minority of the assassin troops meet the requirements, but as the rank and level of the assassin troops increase, they naturally are more likely to satisfy the Night Raven Servant's transition requirements. Mu Yuan pondered. In his Tianyuan territory, there were also a few assassin-type troops. Normal 3-star level, assassins, shadow assassins, and rare 3-star level, shadow assassins. Among them, some shadow assassins had already trained to First Order level 8, level 9. Selecting qualified individuals from the troops to transition would form combat power more quickly. However, elite troops from a military background, even when they've awakened their own consciousness, are mostly rather simple-minded. Just like 17, and since scouts often venture into dangerous places, they need adequate judgment abilities, or a single misstep could easily lead to death. Someone as naive as 17, despite their strength, wouldn't be suited for such tasks. Of course, it had only been a few months since officers like 17 awoke their self-consciousness. As officers and the elite gained more experience, they would naturally become sharper. People are shaped by their experiences. If selecting from citizens, and those citizens have rich experience and knowledge, they could indeed become capable more quickly. Sophia's transition talent isn't limited to her own citizens. This power can also be granted to outsiders. Although transitioning outsiders means the resulting Night Raven Servants wouldn't be Tianyuan territory troops, and their reliability is limited, there is no harm in transitioning a group of external personnel this way. Moreover, with the created Black Crow's field of vision of all the Night Raven Servants Sophia transitioned, she can keep the external personnel under control. Not far away, the hero's mark on Sophia's forehead gradually faded. Her eyes opened, and her entire being exuded strands of mysterious and ethereal charm. Her hero's aura could amplify stealth abilities and the powers of the night, perfectly complementing her. Naturally, her composite abilities also improved significantly. Moreover, she also had her hero's exclusive weapon, Crown of Night, Ability 1. This exclusive weapon possesses high-level toughness and resistance, and at the same time, can moderately enhance Sophia's spiritual power and stealth ability. Ability 2. The Crown of Night can split into up to 3 life-bound black feathers, which Sophia can shape into avatars of herself. The Black Feather avatar has 60% of Sophia's base abilities and can use Feather Series and Dark Knight skills. At the same time, within a certain range, Sophia can instantly swap places between her Black Feather avatar and her physical body. Note: the current displacement range is 3.36 kilometers, dependent on spiritual power. As Sophia's rank increases, the quantity of life-bound black feathers can also increase. Ability 3. In a night environment, the displacement ranges and effects of Ability 1 and Ability 2 double. Sophia's hero's exclusive weapon seems a bit preposterous. Especially when it comes to saving her life. Sophia's true self can swap places with her incarnations at any time and in any place, basically meaning she can teleport about 3.36 kilometers in a thought. If she positions all 3 of her incarnations in the right places, she could switch positions almost instantly, covering 10 kilometers. Moreover, under the cover of night, the extreme distance Sophia can shift doubles, which is roughly 20 kilometers, and in the environment of Black Crow. No matter when or where, it's always a night environment for Sophia, granting her this amplified blessing at all times. This truly is a weapon tailor-made for her. Otherwise, in the eternal world where days are long and nights short, the duration of darkness is not lengthy. With such a displacement ability, coupled with her ability to conceal herself, Even if targeted by multiple characters from the legendary realm, Sophia can easily escape. He had previously intended to send Sophia deep into the wilderness to probe into the situation of Fang of the Jackal Wolf and gather information on enemy characters from the legendary realm. He was just a bit worried about her safety. After all, when it comes to running away, Sophia is far from being as good as Jun. Now, with the crown of knight in her possession, safety is no longer an issue. At this moment, Sophia is studying her exclusive weapon closely. With a thought, a black feather floats out from the crown of knight. Then the black feather splits into two into three, and three into countless others. Countless black feathers flutter and disperse, revealing a girl with bright eyes and white teeth, wearing black but without the crown. She stands next to the original Sophia, looking like the reflection in a mirror. "Good morning, boss." After spending a day understanding the situation and circumstances of the territory, Sophia had no doubts about her new role assigned by the boss. This is a weighty trust indeed. The boss had said the intelligence agency was among the top 3 most important departments throughout the entire territory. The future of this department now lies in her hands. Although the entire intelligence agency consists only of her, Sophia, a commanding officer without even a name to the organization yet, this does not impede matters. When she went to Langsing to establish a company, wasn't it also all on her to recruit staff? Starting from scratch is something she's very skilled at. Let's start with our territory and filter out the qualified talents. Sophia sends numerous black crows flying towards various locations within the Tianyuan territory. After handing over the responsibilities to establish the intelligence agency and to explore the north to Sophia, Mu Yuan no longer paid attention to it. As for her reliability, Sophia was second only to Deadbone and Isloa, so there really was no need for any reminders. A few hours later, prompt. Your hero Sophia has consumed 1,500 grams of soul sand to job change the territory citizen, Greyblade, into a night raven servant. Prompt. Your hero Sophia has consumed 1,500 grams of soul sand to job change the territory citizen, Rose, into a night raven servant. Prompt. In South City of Tianyuan Territory, within the newly established headquarters of the intelligence agency. A dozen seductive or ferocious men and women look joyfully at the power surging over their bodies. They are the first batch of night raven servants selected by Sophia. And also the most fitting and outstanding batch. Most of these individuals are not from ordinary backgrounds. Greyblade is one of them. He is a first-rank peak strongman who once acted as a dark hand for a big shot in a certain city, but as the city fell, everything turned to smoke and dust. He came to this city called Tianyuan in a daze, becoming an ordinary territory citizen here. Greyblade used to be quite a master, his notorious reputation making many minor nobles shudder, and of course, he was not content with being just an ordinary territory citizen in Tianyuan territory. He wanted to climb to the peak, step by step. But the Lord's troops weren't recruiting soldiers, and his self-nominations failed. Later, he heard that the security team was hiring people with rather decent benefits, so Greyblade went to apply. However, despite his notable strength giving him an advantage in the security team's assessment, he still failed to pass the interview. Interview question. If Territory Citizen A beats up Territory Citizen B without any reason, causing minor injuries, how should the incident be handled? Greyblade. Reply, killed the little armor. To this day, Greyblade still can't figure out how he failed the assessment. Was it intentional discrimination by the examiner? He became extremely angry but didn't dare to ask. After all, the head of the security team who interviewed them was a 2-star peak strongman. Later on, Greyblade found a fairly well-paid job, bolting in a factory. With his hand speed, accuracy, and endurance far surpassing the average person, he earned a decent wage and lived quite comfortably, but he wasn't satisfied. He had more than enough money to live lavishly, but it was insufficient to improve his strength. Until today, when a black crow flew before him, asking if he wanted to gain power, if he wanted to advance further. Greyblade came. This is power, what immense power. Even though he was still at the 1-star peak, he could clearly feel his strength, speed, and spiritual power had all significantly increased, and he even awakened several new skills out of the blue. Such great force. He looked ahead, towards the figure shrouded in a black cloak, indiscernible in appearance or form, kneeling on one knee, offering the most thorough loyalty. In the crowd, Rose was also a one-star peak, Little Master. She originated from an assassin organization, mastering various assassination techniques. But she knew well the limits of assassination skills. As an ordinary 3-star assassin, even if she refined her skills to the peak, she could at most assassinate a 2-star strongman. In Tianyuan City, there were always stronger people. Even within the so-called third-line troops and militia, there were many stronger than her. Not to mention, above the security forces were the defensive troops and patrol troops. And above the defensive troops were the main forces. Rose understood deeply that the life of an assassin had limits. So, she had her second job class changed today, Night Raven Servant. A noble rare 3-star job class, of course. The price was a vow of unwavering loyalty to the Lord, executing missions for the territory. She didn't mind. She was an assassin who acted on orders, a knife to be stabbed wherever needed. Sophia, shrouded in a black cloak, not a trace of her face showing, scanned her first batch of trusted followers with threads of her gaze. After all, the department had changed. Intelligence personnel must hide in darkness. Naturally, as the head of the organization, she needed to conceal her identity even more, becoming a hunter in the shadows, a night strongman who hunts the darkness. That's what they said in the novels and anime she watched. A deep, neutral voice came from beneath her hood. I have bestowed upon you power. Now is the time for the hunt of the night. Do not disappoint me, do not disappoint the Lord. If you perform exceptionally well, in the future, you may receive even more power. Go forth, let the name of the night resound across the land. Grey Blade, Rose, and the other newly appointed Night Raven servants all eagerly gobbled up this promise. Because this promise was tangible and within reach. As long as they worked hard, a bright future awaited them. After all, their territory was one watched over by a giant dragon. Whoosh, a slender blue giant dragon flew over the territory, garnering countless awed and reverent gazes. Working dragon Long Difu slightly raised her neck, circling the South District twice and a half before descending with anticipation onto the Iceheart Lotus platform, the evolution ground. She harbored no doubt about the Lord's great force. She had witnessed how her contemporary dragon Uda climbed step by step to the peak. Of course, Uda was too hard-working. Difu admitted she couldn't do that, truly couldn't, as fighting was too tough for a dragon. Thankfully, the Lord showed mercy, allowing her to avoid the front line, earning the glory to bask in by working and contributing as an 007. Today, Difu enjoyed the radiance of the baptism for the first time. Notice. Your troop type, Water Mirror Dragon Tiff, has evolved into an epic 2 stars being and awakened the epic skill, Water Mirror Reflection. Difu, being a natural giant dragon and a rare, high-level water mirror dragon, undoubtedly possessed remarkable talents. Having engaged in scant combat over the past half-year and not being particularly diligent in training, it still managed to elevate its understanding of the water's artistic conception to the realm of great perfection. Initially, Mu Yuan lucked out with just a few dozen summons to draw Difu, an SSR epic troop, which could be described as an explosive burst of good fortune. However, Difu was a pure Dragon Series troop, and in the updated Tianyuan territory, it found itself in an awkward position. It lacked the opportunity to evolve. Now, after completing enough part-time tasks, Difu finally achieved its wish to undergo an evolution and baptism. It was its first baptism, and it promptly awoke with a dozen ordinary skills and several advanced techniques. Among them was Water Mirror Maze, which allowed the creation of unique water mirrors, forming a vast venue akin to a labyrinth, trapping enemies within. Within this area, Difu could also harness the water's domain to move and shift its position continuously. This counted as a venue skill, and among venue skills, it was considered particularly clever and powerful. Lord Shepherd, who by now had seen much and knew much, instantly recognized the extraordinary nature of Water Mirror Maze. Besides that, there was Heavenly Veil Mist, an advanced technique with even greater obscuring and hiding capabilities than mist. There was Water Giant, a technique to condense water flow into a towering giant over 10 meters tall. The giant possessed immense strength and could extend additional arms, seeming to provide considerable value in transportation. There was water mirror imprint, which allowed the temporary replication of techniques through water mirrors for personal use. Additionally, it seemed capable of replicating technique runes through the water mirror and imprinting them on blank scrolls of magic, allowing the quick creation of scrolls. These advanced techniques are quite useful, but they seem somehow. It seemed like the skills Defu had comprehended were all work-centric skills. Heavenly Veil Mist could hide transport teams. Water Giant could be useful in construction sites and mines, and it was particularly valuable in canal excavation. Water Mirror Imprint went without saying. Defu's initial job was to assist Isloa in making scrolls of magic. This was its forte. The work-centric dragon was becoming increasingly adept at the path of part-time jobs. Even as Defu awoke to several advanced techniques, it remained unalert, surrounded by a mysterious and profound aura, as the Venue skill, Water Mirror Maze, instinctively unfolded around it. Mu Yuan turned off the small enchantment that came with the Ice Heart Lotus platform. On top of the platform, the slender blue giant dragon was shrouded in mist, with clear blue water mirrors swiftly spreading, enveloping hundreds of meters around in the blink of an eye. The labyrinth hummed. Mist drifted densely. A profound sense of mystery rose continuously until, at a certain moment, it broke through a threshold, and the Venue skill Water Mirror Maze thus evolved into a domain of azure blue water mirrors. In this baptism, Defu not only awoke to a Venue skill but also leapfrogged 2 significant steps, directly creating its own domain. This natural talent. Mu Yuan hadn't paid much attention to Defu, but he had heard from Isloa that Defu was exceptionally quick to master the creation of scrolls of magic and the smelting of large-scale magic, showcasing extraordinary talent. Its perception might even rank in the top 5 within the Tianyuan territory. Without such exceptional qualities, how could Defu manage to hold down over a dozen jobs, with half of them being high-level and technical professions? However, such high perception, yet not a single Venue skill was comprehended in the past half a year. It indeed has been negligent in its cultivation, Mu Yuan considered. Defu, still immersed in its esoteric state, Mu Yuan opened the panel and pulled out its information column to check the epic skills that had just been awakened. Water Mirror Reflection. Description. Defu can use water mirror abilities to reflect the target and replicate the individual, with the replica existing for 12 to 72 hours. Note 1. When water mirror reflection targets an individual, the higher the level of the target, the longer it takes to form a reflection. Consequently, the higher the target's level, the shorter the existence of the replica and the fewer replicas that can exist at the same time. Note 2. The units replicated by water mirror reflection will flawlessly reproduce their skills, talents, artistic conception, domain, and equipment, and will have a combat logic nearly identical to the target individual. However, if the unit's grade or level is too high, the replicated abilities will be much diminished. This was an epic skill that allowed group replication. Moreover, the replicated entities didn't require diffuse control. They possessed strong combat abilities on their own. The higher the combat skill and wisdom of the target individual, the higher it would be for the replica. Now, this is impressive. It was particularly suitable for Defu. Otherwise, given Defu's lackluster combat intelligence and almost non-existent combat experience, the replicas under its control might not be able to exert even half of their combat power. After a short while, when Defu awoke, it came up to Mu Yuan like offering a treasure, showcasing its newly awakened abilities. Mu Yuan focused on testing water mirror reflection. A common water mirror formed not far away, reflecting his imposing figure. While the water mirror was ordinary, merely a convergence of pure water flow with nothing special about it, once it served as the medium, the power of water mirror reflection could spread from it. Time slowly passed. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. During this time, Mu Yuan moved out of range of the water mirror's reflection, causing the replication progress to rapidly decline, effectively interrupting the skill. Ultimately, It took Defu over 300 seconds to perfectly execute the water mirror reflection. Within the mirror taller than 2 meters, a human silhouette emerged, followed by a figure stepping through the rippling water curtain into reality. Its height, build, and eyebrows were remarkably similar to Miu Yuan's, except the clone's entire body was a blue-green color, as if composed of flowing water. Let the clone attack. Wait, let's change the area first. Miu Yuan called Defu to the warrior arena and confronted the water-blue clone head-on. He had to admit, this clone was somewhat remarkable. Although it appeared to be made of water, when hit, it felt very substantial. In terms of combat skills, it was not far off from his own. Just as the skill description stated, the clone could perfectly replicate the target individual's combat ability and skilled talents. The only two aspects it couldn't replicate were physical appearance and language. The clone was not a real-life form and lacked intelligence. It couldn't speak. Although it possessed the same physique and strength as the target, its azure water form couldn't be altered. That was the restriction. Otherwise, Miu Yuan was considering, Defu could replicate several high-order monsters to infiltrate monster powers. The water mirror reflection is strong, but its limitations are significant. Its effectiveness in real-time combat is limited. Just like earlier, if he hadn't cooperated actively, Defu wouldn't have had the chance to maintain the skill. Of course, for Defu, the water mirrors it could solidify in real combat were far more than just one, with layers upon layers within its domain, seemingly infinite. If given time for preparation, creating a labyrinth of water mirrors could easily obliterate invaders several times or even dozens of times more numerous than itself at the same level. Miu Yuan pondered, it's much easier to replicate our own people than enemies. To maximize Defu's ability, the best approach is still to have teammates cooperate. However, even so, the upper limit of water mirror reflection is not high enough. For fourth-order peak individuals, Defu can only replicate a few at a time, and when replicating targets from the legendary realm, the strength is further reduced to a tenth of the original. Wait a minute. Lord Shepard stroked his chin, suddenly thinking of a way to use it. Since the water mirror clone could perfectly copy even the skills, that meant if Defu replicated a pharmaceutical maker, the clone would probably also possess pharmaceutical abilities. If it replicated a forging master, by the same logic, it would likely have forging capabilities. He immediately found a forging apprentice and had Defu conduct an experiment. The answer was 98% yes. The water mirror clone indeed possessed forging skills and could make several types of equipment the apprentice was proficient in, although it lacked adaptability during the forging process. The water mirror clone could engage in mechanical work, even if that work was very delicate and intricate, but it was not suitable for creative jobs. This was essentially a perfect level tool person. The top-tier assembly line worker. Furthermore, replicating these lower-level individuals consumes less of Defu's energy. It can replicate more of them and sustain the clones for longer periods. Starting today, Defu would stand at the pinnacle of the working world, with the capability to compete with Isloa for the title of #1 worker in the Tianyuan territory. Impressive. Miu Yuan planned to share the idea with this dragon. I'm actually this powerful. Defu's eyes widened in astonishment. Not bad at all. Not bad, Lord. It yearned for evolution, a metamorphosis of life. It wasn't that it didn't desire to awaken powerful abilities, but if those abilities could be used in everyday work to make money, that was double the joy. Delighted, Defu began pondering how to update its working model, its tail swaying with enthusiasm. Miu Yuan could tell that Defu wasn't very skilled at combat, otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so few combat missions over the past few months. Missions involving combat offered much higher rewards than ordinary labor tasks. For an epic 2-star giant dragon to do odd jobs every day seemed somewhat wasteful, but it was exactly the right fit for the Tianyuan territory. Defu had discovered its value, the path where it could shine and thrive. Besides, now that Defu has awakened the water mirror reflection, it can significantly increase the territory's pharmaceutical and forging output all by itself. Miu Yuan had been preparing war resources all along. Even though he had outsourced a large quantity of supplies, production in his own territory never stopped. However, the Tianyuan territory still lacked core talent, and DeFu could fill this gap very well. Providing the territory with war supplies and powerful equipment is also a way to enhance the strength of the territory. As for the most direct method, naturally, it's breaking through to legend. Tianyuan division generals are all super strong warriors among their peers, and with just one more person stepping into the legendary realm, the comprehensive strength of the territory can increase significantly, allowing for more tactical arrangements. DeFu has also reached the status of a fourth-order peak strongman and has created a domain, but, given DeFu's situation, to ignite the light of will might still be a long way off, for she is not yet a legendary seed. Currently, the ones closest to the legendary realm are Isloa, Lulu, and Tree Demon Granny. Isloa has not fallen behind at all in her cultivation, her potential as an epic 3 stars makes her body polishing more efficient. According to her, in just over a month, she will have her body polished to perfection and can then break through to the legendary realm. Next is Lulu. A few days ago, Lulu also underwent the baptismal radiance, evolving to an epic 3-star rank, and took this opportunity to cultivate the extreme training method to a profound level, boosting his polishing speed by 240%. Lulu estimates he needs 1.5 more months. During this time, he isn't just polishing his body. Aside from his rotation at Wolf Head Mountain and being responsible for the defensive troops, his self-training hasn't stopped for a moment. At this moment, within the warrior arena, "Brother Lu, here I come." As soon as the words fell, the sound of chains snapping echoed through heaven and earth, Yuta's veins bulged prominently, and red flames surged up, unleashing a terrifying tsunami hurricane. He went all out. Both being fourth-order peak warriors, Yuta, blessed with the "reaping what you sow" talent, greatly exceeds Lulu, a warrior type, epic 3 stars strongman, in physique. He surpasses the average fourth-order peak by a long shot. When Yuta unlocks all physical shackles, his speed and strength even far surpass those of an ordinary legend. His ferocious and vast energy even allows him to break open the domain lockdown of the legendary realm. At this time, in front of Yuta, Lulu's 500-meter radius encirclement domain is like a thin paper, easily torn to pieces. Yuta holds nothing back. Firstly, he believes in Lulu's strength, and secondly, they activated the blood lock feature of the warrior arena. Under this miraculous power, they need not worry about accidents occurring and can enjoy a satisfyingly intense battle. A fierce battle of fist to flesh. Ulla. Red fist shadows continuously bombarded out. Lulu's guard shield, which could withstand a moment against the legendary realm, trembled violently under Yuta's bombardment. He was blasted back repeatedly, almost unable to maintain his grip on the hero's exclusive weapon, the fearless spear and shield. The next moment, in the name of the Undying, Lulu roared lowly. He was clad in black armor, yet at this moment, golden light burst forth from within him, dyeing the black armor dazzling gold. In an instant, Lulu seemed to transform into a golden statue, standing tall between heaven and earth. Yuta's punches thundered down, causing waves of shock, but the golden-bodied Lulu remained unmoved, without a scratch on him, untouched by a speck of dust. Even if the earth collapsed, he would stand eternal. Undying golden body. Description: when Lulu enters Undying mode, he can ignore any attacks that do not carry the power of laws, possessing an absolute defense and an indomitable stance. Under the Undying golden body, Lulu can fight, but cannot move. Note 1. Lulu's transition to Undying golden body mode will consume the power of indestructibility, which can only be slowly replenished over time. Note 2. Through being struck and sustaining heavy damage, the reserve limit of the power of indestructibility can be slightly increased. Note 3. The Undying golden body can extend through skills beyond oneself, but the wider the coverage, the faster the power of indestructibility is consumed. This epic skill doesn't greatly enhance Lulu's personal combat capabilities, but its strength cannot be denied. Absolute defense. The skill's rank is quite high, such that even dualized space-shattering moves cannot leave a mark on Lulu's golden body. The same applies to the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon. Only the power of rules from legends, or higher rank skills, like Dead Bone's power of withering, can harm Lulu in his golden state. However, Mu Yuan has also tested that the undying golden body can significantly reduce the damage caused by the power of withering. When Lulu uses undying golden body alone, that's all there is to it. But Lulu isn't alone. At the right time, with the right cooperation, the undying golden body may possess the strategic significance to reverse the tide of battle. Tianyuan territory to the east, Treeman Forest. The trees here are becoming increasingly lush and robust, with patchy shadows and a rich aura of vitality permeating the air. Initially, when Tianyuan territory had just passed the Lord Trial and was promoted to an official territory, the Treeman Forest was located in the East District, occupying about a quarter of the territory, on par with the graveyard in the West District and the residential area to the south. However, as the territory continued to develop, the southern residential area expanded, and new areas such as the Factory District, Plantation District, and Commercial District were added. Now, if one were to look down from above, the entire Tianyuan territory would appear somewhat gourd-shaped, with the North District and the central area forming the two main military zones, the upper half of the gourd, while the South District, providing for the living and work of the territory citizens, is the bottom half of the gourd. Breaking it down, the eastern Treeman Forest now occupies only about 5% of the entire Tianyuan city, with some buildings constructed around its periphery, such as the herbal workshop and the winery, due to the rich variety of fruits and medicinal herbs produced by the Treeman Forest. Further afield, there stand arrow towers and thunder magnetic coil towers, with black city walls stretching out like a giant dragon. The Treeman Forest is like a small forest growing within Tianyuan City, a pure land unto itself. At most, the trees within the forest have just grown a bit thicker and taller, often shooting up to 60 or 70 meters high. However, if one stands in the core area of the Treeman Forest and looks in a certain direction, an endless sea of trees comes into view. Here the sky is azure blue, the trees are robust, and azure birds and Tai Ching birds soar through the air, and one can also see giant and ancient trees over 100 meters tall. This is the real Treeman Forest. The rich natural and plant energy drifts around, soothing the mind and body of those who enter, as if sweeping away their exhaustion. Mu Yuan wandered, followed by a few chattering flower fairies who picked bright red fruits and offered them to him. Eat, eat. This fruit is just a common one, not medicinal grade, but nurtured by the precious land of the Treeman Forest, the entire fruit looks delicate and tempting. Mu Yuan was about to taste it. Crunch. The baby-faced flower fairy munched the fruit, not even leaving the core behind. If you don't eat, I will. Mu Yuan. This flower fairy didn't seem very bright. But considering that it is just a rare 3-star flower fairy soldier species with limited intelligence, he could understand. The flower fairy series of soldiers are the gardeners of the territory, most of them being rare 1-star or rare 3-star and not very high grade. Firstly, the flower fairies are not a main combat soldier species, and they are numerous, evolving them to the excellence grade costs a lot. Secondly, Mu Yuan found the excellence grade form of the flower fairy series not quite powerful enough, low in cost efficiency, whereas the epic grade nature spirits, he had evolved several of those. Still, despite feeling that it was not cost efficient, Mu Yuan would still regularly grant evolutionary baptisms as a reward to some flower fairies that showed exceptional performance. Mu Yuan called over a nature spirit. Lord, good day. Mu Yuan greeted her and took a look with his lord's eye. Oh, it's the fourth nature spirit, Gan Ling. There aren't a few nature spirits in the territory, and he rarely interacted with the ones that evolved later, so much so that he couldn't recognize his own epic soldier species at a glance, truly an oversight. But there's no helping it, there are simply too many epic soldier species of his own after all. Over here is the golden rice, it's already started to grow. The plant here is glazed fruit, it's also growing well. And this area, mainly planted with white sand fruit, is currently under research and adjustment. White sand fruit is a special kind of cultivation fruit. Its insides are like a pomegranate, filled with numerous white seeds that can replace soul sand, allowing soldiers and professionals to absorb and cultivate. Using white sand seeds for cultivation doesn't necessarily speed up the process compared to using soul sand, but it might be more cost-effective. Further up, there are the green sand fruit and blue sand fruit,
and cultivation with these seeds is clearly faster than using soul sand. These fruits are not very precious, but they require a quality growth environment, needing both a treasure land and special soil to ensure high yield and a small chance of producing green sand fruit and blue sand fruit. As Mu Yuan's main force generals were reaching the fourth order peak, he didn't have a high demand for green sand or blue sand fruits, he valued the white sand fruit more. The reason being, it was all about saving money. He wasn't very poor, but since soul sand could be saved, why not do so, especially since a single soldier species in full cultivation required 10 grams of soul sand per day. If 3,000 people were cultivating, that would be a consumption of 30 soul crystals a day, 900 a month. For 10,000 people cultivating, it would be 100 soul crystals a day, 3,000 a month. The latter, Mu Yuan couldn't afford to support. Therefore, within the territory, auxiliary soldier species like the flower fairies seldom cultivate, with their levels primarily raised by several bouts of heaven and earth baptism. If white sand fruit could be widely disseminated, the cost of cultivation would be greatly reduced. Mu Yuan visited several farms and plantations, nodding slightly. His main purpose was not to inspect the farms. At this stage, he was focusing more on preparing for war, but since he was there, he took the tour. Stepping out of the open farm area, next door was the forest with robust trees and canopies obscuring the sky. This place also grows many medicinal herbs and fruits, and one can even see graded medicinal herbs and rare-level precious medicines everywhere. The entire Treeman forest is a vast treasure land, precious items everywhere. As he ventured deeper, the forest became increasingly still, until at a certain moment, an ancient breath revived. The earth buzzed and trembled, and on the colossal trees nearing 100 meters in height on either side, ancient faces appeared. Mu Yuan had arrived at the area where the Treeman had taken root. Everywhere one could see roots like giant pythons, crisscrossing through the earth, exuding an atmosphere of simplicity and vastness. War Treeman, 3rd Order 9th level. War Treeman, 3rd Order 8th level. War Treeman, 3rd Order 8th level. Thanks to the recent promotion and baptism, the ranks of the elite Treeman were not low, except for the latest batch of recruits, who were all above the 2nd Order elite. After months of recruitment, and using the soldier recruitment order, the Treeman troops had also accumulated a certain quantity. There were 290 of them in total. This number might seem modest, and completely incomparable to the undead and human elites, but if the three major corps were lined up, the Treeman troops would be the most eye-catching. Without exception, the Treeman troops were all excellent 3-star stage, war Treeman, each at least several dozen meters tall, more gigantic than the giants, all massive beings. Within the Treeman troops, there were 14 Lord Treeman, not including Tree Demon Granny. 14 epics. Most of them had stepped into the 4th Order leader level, with combat power enough to be ranked on the Tai Zan Dragon Gate list, or even in the forefront of the Dragon Gate list. Around him, roots broke through the earth and wriggled to the sides, clearing a wide path. Above, countless branches swayed, rustling as they shed numerous twigs and leaves. Amidst the Treeman's chaotic welcome, Mu Yuan took steps forward. The deeper he went, the taller the standing Treeman became, 100 meters, over 100 meters, 200 meters. At the very center, a colossal tree stood prominently, towering over 600 meters, with thick roots constantly entwining and intersecting, its brown trunk dotted with faint red marks reached for the sky. The ancient tree demon Granny of Tianyuan. It gently swayed its branches, causing storm-like waves. It seems to have grown quite a bit again. Mu Yuan stepped into the air and looked around. Given Tree Demon Granny's current size, even though it had the ability to move, its mobility was extremely inconvenient. Even if he, Lord Shepherd, could use the Lord's seal to collect his own troop types within it, it would inevitably damage the surrounding land. However, he had no intention of relocating Tree Demon Granny and the other treemen around her anymore. They had already deeply taken root here, not just superficially. In fact, this was the most suitable posture for the treemen to grow and battle. Treemen that were rooted and those that were not had vastly different combat prowess. And between the temporary rooted treemen and the long-term rooted ones that had firmly connected themselves with the surrounding earth, the gap in combat power was also vast. It was just that the treemen of Tianyuan territory had never truly taken root before. Mu Yuan was well aware of this, but firstly, the treemen were inconvenient to move after taking root, and secondly, Tianyuan territory previously had no suitable environment for rooting. Although the environment of Treeman Forest was nice, accommodating a few hundred war treemen would surely be cramped. If the treemen wanted to grow and take root, they would need to push aside the native trees. Just Treeman Forest alone couldn't provide enough rich earth nutrients. After all, the treemen were environmentalists, at least on their own territory, they dared not draw nutrients from the earth without restraint. A tree demon like Granny, several hundred meters tall, growing within Tianyuan city was also too eye-catching. Now it was different. Rooted in the semi-mystic realm of the forest, tree demon Granny was no longer restrained from drawing earth nutrients and could continue to grow. Maybe over time, the treemen would gradually grow. Perhaps it was finally deep-rooting, allowing them to access rich nutrients, or maybe it was the invaluable realm of the Treeman Forest providing abundant natural energy. Tree Demon Granny along with the treemen grew in size again and again. This was their normal state. Even giants and giant dragons, other massive creatures, would just be little brothers here. A dragon of the same rank might even lose to an ordinary war treeman in the forest. And the 600-meter-tall tree demon Granny was even more terrifying. Even without mentioning the tree demons hanging upside down from it, without mentioning the advanced skills and epic skills it mastered, just its very own self, its sheer mass, was enough to make its enemies despair. Its immense size brought enormous strength and energy, far surpassing the upper limits of the Fourth Order. Ordinary Fourth Order leader-level strongmen, even if dozens or hundreds of them attack at once, could be overwhelmingly defeated. The cost is that the treemen struggle to move, and once they emerge from the soil, the power they obtained starts to ebb away, and their stature slowly shrinks, until they revert to their previous level. The place that truly suits the growth of treemen in the Tianyuan territory is this semi-mystic treeman forest. If the treemen were to root themselves in the outside world, not only would they be conspicuous, they also wouldn't be able to grow to their current heights, nor would they be able to root together. Looking at it this way, deep rooting seems rather useless. The treemen might be powerful indeed, but they lack the space to exert their strength or confront enemies. If the enemy could attack inside this secret realm, Tianyuan would have already fallen. When Mu Yuan asked the treemen to attempt deep rooting, he had already thought of this. For this reason, he came up with a conjecture. I am the forest permanent state. The skill, I am the forest, allows the user to turn surrounding flora into their territory and connect it as a whole. It is also an embodiment of the extensiveness of a Lord Treeman's power. Usually, I am the forest, is somewhat limited in coverage, at most 2 or 3 times the size of the outside Treeman forest, and it also consumes a considerable amount of the user's energy. But now, the Lord Treeman, having rooted themselves permanently, can draw a great deal of Earth's force to grow stronger and balance out the exhaustion. Mu Yuan's Tianyuan territory moreover has enough Lord Treeman, and, I am the forest, is essentially a skill similar to, Land of the Dead, which can be linked and used together. Taking a leaf out of the study of the, Land of the Dead, linked skill, under the guidance of Lord Shepherd, Tree Demon Granny and a host of Lord Treemen also gradually achieved the permanent state of, I am the forest. The concept of a permanent state focuses on extending power and reducing energy consumption. Initially, the forest territory covered only a kilometer in radius, but then it expanded to 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, covering the entire Treeman forest. Today, by transplanting some tree branches from the Lord Treeman, the coverage of forest territory has expanded to encompass the whole Tianyuan city. Mu Yuan accessed the Lord Treeman template and used the I am the forest epic skill. Instantly, he appeared to merge into the vast forest sea, his vision traveling seamlessly through the forest, and his power pulsating along with it, reaching various parts of Tianyuan city's walls. After deep rooting, treemen are not suited for long expeditions, but in a siege defense, as long as the forest territory's power can reach an area, Tree Demon Granny and all the treemen can exhibit strength that seems hardly less than when they are deep within the Treeman forest. By then, every flower, plant, and tree outside will be a conduit, able to extend 100% of their power. And this power is the combined force of Tree Demon Granny, 14 Lord Treemen, and 275 War Tree Men, linked together and to some extent drawing on the power of the entire forest primordial realm. Just how terrifying the full eruption of this force might be, Mu Yuan could hardly imagine. This is the trump card he prepared for his home. After all, it's better to be prepared for a rainy day. Even if legendary realms were to surge in the future, the Treeman Forest would still be a major trump card within the territorial defense system. I hope these trump cards will not have to be used, Mu Yuan wished. Mu Yuan scanned the area, returning to the urban district. He had heard from Shen Linglong that reinforcements were already on their way. A moon sword immortal from the Lord of Hanyu City's family was in the Twilight Plains territory. He had met with the Lord of Hanyu City in the secret realm just this morning, and she said that someone in his current situation could apply for defensive reinforcements from the Taizan Liangyi. Ordinary lords certainly don't have this privilege, but a new star lord can enjoy such benefits, not to mention that a territory like Tianyuan, being an outpost, also holds a certain strategic value to the Taizan alliance, she had said. An opportunity for such benefits should not be wasted, that's what Hanyu said. Reinforcements dispatched officially are also more reliable. However, given the long journey and the need to go through official procedures, it would take at least half a month or more to complete the process. The location of Tianyuan territory is still too deep in the wilderness. Mu Yuan continued to prepare his trump cards. Wolf Head Mountain. This place is the communication center of the Tianyuan territory, Natural Garden, and Giant Stone Ridge, three major forces, led by a fourth-order peak elf and a giant who commanded an elite squad stationed here daily. On the one hand, it was to express solidarity, assisting the Tianyuan territory in defending against surprise attacks from monster power. On the other hand, it acted as a representative responsible for the communication and cooperation among the three parties. However, today the legendary figures, White Sword Flower Malena and Absolute Barrier Asalo, also arrived at Wolfhead Mountain. Inside the command center, a tense atmosphere prevailed. We have received news that the enemy is making unusual moves, suspected of awakening war weapons and gathering monster waves. And it's not just the fang of the jackal wolf and blood snake in case showing activity, even the great blood tree forest to the west is suspected of stirring. The legendary elf Malena spoke. The giant legendary Asalo said, "We have noticed something similar." Representing the Tianyuan territory, General Duo Lai sat looking very serious as she listened to what the elf and giant were saying, nodding slightly to show that she understood. Then, there was no follow-up. Miss Duo simply wasn't responsible for strategy or tactics, nor did she indulge in meaningless thought. This wasn't stupidity, she just focused all her energy on cultivation. And of course, eating was an important part of cultivation as well. Her main role here was to act as a mascot crossed out to serve as an important representative. After all, Duo Lai was the only legendary figure of the Tianyuan publicly known. In Mu Yuan's absence, she needed to entertain the visiting elven and giant legends. After she hummed an acknowledgement, she also cleverly realized that she probably needed to say something else, so she sent a distress signal to the Lord through the spiritual communication network. What kind of pleasantries should Duo say? Online now, very urgent. Actually, there was no need for panic. Mu Yuan was well aware that Duo Lai was just a mascot. The actual affairs of Wolfhead Mountain were primarily managed by Lulu or Bone 4. Tactical discussions were coordinated by Lulu. Duo Lai's role was simply to occasionally serve as a loudspeaker, relaying his commands. Mu Yuan stroked his chin. At the moment, he was engaged in an important cultivation practice and was somewhat surprised when he heard the news. Enemy activity. The elf and giant had laid their plans for over 100 years, although their means were limited and their strength not very formidable. Their intelligence network was broader than that of his Tianyuan territory, with agents infiltrated into many large monster tribe enclaves deep in the wilderness. His Tianyuan territory could only cover the surrounding area of a few hundred kilometers. For regions further away, he had to rely on a few powerful figures like Jun, Rakshasa, and Dead Bone to scout. Even if they occasionally managed to penetrate deep into enemy territory, Due to constraints such as personnel and time, the information they could uncover was far from comprehensive. Of course, Dead Bone did more than just scouting. Hearing the news, Mu Yuan thought for a moment and sent Dead Bone and Sophia to a specific area for investigation. He believed in the authenticity of the information from the two major forces, but to get more accurate and detailed intelligence, he naturally had to rely on his own resources. To the south of Tianyuan territory, a certain area over 2,000 kilometers away from the domain. Sophia blended with the night, moving with cautious yet unhurried speed, changing direction to shuttle swiftly toward a particular destination. She seemed like a wisp of a ghost, traversing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye, the entire process silent. She was the head of Tianyuan's intelligence agency and not just a figurehead, but even though she had managed to train 30 or 40 Night Raven servants, even though several of them had broken through to the Second Order, the only person truly capable of delving deep into the Monster Overlord territory for reconnaissance was she alone. Nevertheless, the Night Raven servants were proving useful. Even if they were only First or Second Order, as long as they were with the patrol team, they could expand the team's range of vision. Thus, if a formidable enemy launched a sneak attack, the Night Raven servants could give early warning. If they detected movements of wisdom monsters, they could inform the patrol team to sneak up and hunt down the high-order monsters. Actually, the Battle Falcons could also serve for early warning and pursuit. However, Azure birds and Tai Ching birds were large and conspicuous, often becoming the hunted by enemies. The Azures had sharp eyesight and an extremely wide field of vision, but after all, they only had a pair of eyes, and in environments like dense forests, their reconnaissance abilities were far inferior to those of created black crows. Sophia was moderately satisfied with the performance of the crow servants. Given the limited time, there was no opportunity for better training. Nevertheless, her vision was always of the stars and the sea. She wanted to extend her intelligence network further, covering all nations and territories of the eternal world. In an instant, Sophia had arrived at the target area. Black crows had scattered in all directions as she rushed and leapt, matching her nearly as fast flying speed and blending into the night, moving through the shadows. The crows have made a discovery. In the dense forest, rumbling noises emerged as trees toppled down, and a 60-meter-tall flesh and blood war machine started to move slowly out. Around the machine, there were several high-order monsters accompanying it, calling over wandering monsters through some method, then compelling these mindless creatures to merge into the massive war machine. This war machine continued to move forth, growing in size as it did so. A black crow perched on a treetop, its eerie eyes sweeping across the land. The monsters remained unaware. Even as a fourth-order leader-level snake man passed by, it did not notice anything amiss. After all, this black crow not only could hide in shadows, its presence nearly undetectable, and difficult to spot with the naked eye, but it also possessed the phantom night eyes talent bestowed by Sophia. Even a legend in person, if not paying attention, might overlook the black crow. The black crow followed the war machinery. Another dozen or so black crows were scouting along the path taken by the war machinery on its way here. They discovered many high-order monsters and countless traps set throughout the Great Forest. In such circumstances, even top-tier scouts at the Fourth Order peak that excelled in stealth and reconnaissance would find it hard to proceed further. However, the elves and giants were quite experienced with this, and wouldn't dare to venture further in these situations. Scouts who couldn't curb their curiosity or were overly confident and conceited had long ago perished in the wilderness. What remained were those with a wealth of experience. Sophia wasn't worried about safety issues. After all, it was her crows, not herself, that were undertaking the deep reconnaissance. Half an hour later, by relentlessly following clues, Sophia found an area that was likely a weapon factory of the blood snake encase. This weapon factory was well hidden, surrounded by a naturally formed mesmerizing formation. If not for Sophia's crows inheriting her innate ability to perceive, discovering it wouldn't have been so easy. I didn't expect that the blood snake encase would actually have a dedicated weapon factory to produce flesh and blood weapons. No, perhaps the fang of the jackal wolf has one too, it's just that we hadn't found it before. Simultaneously, Lord Shepard, who was receiving the vision from Sophia's crows, stroked his chin, pondering. Afterward, Sophia and Dead Bone discovered the presence of war machinery in several different areas. Sophia even encountered legendary snake men twice. On one occasion, Sophia was only a few hundred meters away from a passing Snake Man legend. The Snake Man legend did not notice Sophia's spying. However, if the Snake Man legend unfolded its domain, it would be hard to say if Sophia could remain hidden. It seemed that no concealment skills could fully evade the envelopment of a domain. Of course, unless a legend happened to pass by, normally Sophia would not be facing a monster legend face to face. She conducted her reconnaissance through her own crows. Even if the crows were spotted, her true body was still several kilometers or tens of kilometers away, well beyond the reach of the domain's radius, giving her ample time and space to retreat. It's a pity that it was Sophia, and not Dead Bone, who encountered the monster legend. If it had been Dead Bone who chanced upon a legend, he could have slain the legend on the spot without much commotion. But such an opportunity did not arise. After these several reconnaissance operations and the intelligence gathered by the elves and giants, it was now certain that the enemy showed signs of launching a full-scale attack. And this enemy was not just the fang of the jackal wolf, but also the blood snake encase, and the great blood tree forest. The presence of the blood snake encase is one thing, but why would the Blood Tree King, the master of the great blood tree forest, collaborate with the two great overlords? Mu Yuan's face also grew somber. Wolfhead Mountain. As reports kept pouring in, Malena and Asalo, both legends, became increasingly grim-faced. Why would the enemy launch a full-scale attack at this time? It had all been probing and small-scale skirmishes before, with no significant change in the battle situation, so why suddenly? They couldn't understand. They had not at all anticipated the participation of the blood snake encase and the great blood tree forest in the war, especially the latter. The Great Blood Tree Forest was a formidable forbidden zone. Even for legends, venturing deep into it meant no return. The pressure they felt was immense. The pressure was as heavy as a mountain. They were almost suffocating from the excessive deviation from their plans. They even began to have thoughts of retreat. After all, only the Tianyuan of humankind was currently exposed to the eyes of the monster overlord, while their homelands were still hidden. However, if Tianyuan suffered a major defeat, they would stand even less chance against the fang of the jackal wolf, especially now that the fang of the jackal wolf and the blood snake encase were closely allied. They had to consider that this might be their only chance in this lifetime. Moreover, they had just heard about Tianyuan's backdrop and lineage. Behind Lord Tianyuan stood a solid support, a great power known as the Taizan Alliance. The Taizan Alliance was a great nation-level force of the eternal world, having eradicated countless monster overlords. Now, friends of Lord Tianyuan have already rushed to this place for support. All they need to do is hold on for a while, and more reinforcements from the Taizan Alliance will arrive. By then, they would surely be able to escape the peril. Lord Linglong, a friend of Lord Tianyuan, has also said that he could contact the Federation of All Nations for them. The Federation of All Nations is a great nation-level force formed by various surviving races, including elves and giants. At this moment, they cannot shrink back. They must persist until the end. With the existence of powers such as the Taizan Alliance and the Federation of All Nations, as long as they survive this calamity, the future will truly be bright. Unlike before, even if they joined forces to defeat the fang of the jackal wolf, it was still hard to say whether they could live in peace in the future. We elves will assist in the fight against the monster overlord. We will do the same, another voice echoed. The two legends took a deep breath. Their gaze towards Duo Lai was filled with newfound respect. Had this Tianyuan legend's expression not changed at all from the very beginning until now? Was this the composure of a super strong being? Clearly, the Tianyuan territory was the one under the greatest pressure. The enemy's arrival was abrupt, and all three parties quickly prepared for battle. Mu Yuan had not yet understood why the monster overlord had suddenly launched a full assault, which also disrupted his planning. His plan was to wait until his territory possessed 8 or 10 legends, then sweep away the fang of the jackal wolf with the force of a thunderbolt. However, A plan is still just a plan, and it's not possible for everything to go as desired. If accidents were not to occur, why would he need to prepare various war resources and killing techniques in advance, and why prepare hundreds of strategic contingency plans? He would regret that things had not progressed according to the initial evolution, but would not sigh with regret, much less shrink from battle in panic. If a disaster comes, they would crush it. Now, with the support of Shen Linglong, reinforcements from the Natural Garden and Giant Stone Ridge, and his own elevation to LV5 in the Tianyuan territory, each of his generals has made significant progress since earlier. He has General Duo Lai. He has Major Dead Bone. He also has himself, the invincible, Great Lord Shepherd. What is there to fear? Atop the Lord's altar in the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan sat in meditation, while his avatar waited on the staff of divine right, acting as a medium and bridge connecting the vast Lord's power. When a lord stands within the boundaries of their own territory, they can materialize the power of the land and wield it. If the other lord's powers are similar to the powers granted to the miracle lord by the rules of heaven and earth, then this ability is tangible power. It may be called territorial power, akin to a weakened version of the power of the world, with a hint of the power of destiny. It is difficult to wield territorial power and apply it to actual combat. Mu Yuan understood how to wield territorial power on the first day, entering the Lord's Grand Power mode, but to truly apply this power in combat, he would need constant practice and mastery. He brought his hands together, and his vision stretched infinitely, as if his consciousness was breaking through the clouds. He could intimately sense the elemental particles within the coverage of his territory and call upon that power. Even if he wasn't a legend, as long as he was within his territory and wielded the territorial power, his control over the elements and power of heaven and earth would surpass that of a legend. Furthermore, in Lord's Grand Power mode, the entire territory became his extended arm, transforming into a source of strength. As long as he was within the territory, he would receive a tremendous boost, as if with a thought he could move the heavens and the earth, his word could create the world, and he seemed to become a deity. A deity, only an illusion, but at that moment, his consciousness expanded boundlessly, and with a wave of his hand, the invisible territorial power transformed into tangible, power of seal, and power of heaven and earth. These were two basic applications he had developed. Even as basic applications, it was only with experience using the Wraith's Sacred Mountain skill that he managed to master them quickly. Otherwise, for seasoned lords who had not reached the legendary realm, even years of contemplation and practice might not enable them to truly apply territorial power in combat. The third application is amplification. Using territorial power as firewood to amplify a certain skill, causing it to transform. Or to put it another way, using territorial power to replace one's own energy to execute a skill. The third combat application took Mu Yuan days to become proficient. After all, territorial power was limited and once depleted, very difficult to recover. With war looming, Mu Yuan dared not truly expend territorial power, only occasionally entering Lord's Grand Power mode, then had to deduce and extrapolate on his own, or seek guidance from someone like Shen Linglong. 3 modes were sufficient for use. At the foot of Wolfhead Mountain, Shen Linglong was leading her troops back from the wilderness for a temporary rest and reorganization. She was not the kind to sit idly by. Upon arriving here, it was impossible for her to simply be a guest in the Tianyuan territory, sipping tea and waiting for enemies to strike. She took the initiative to lead her troops into battle, and if a large number of high-order monsters could be slain, it would certainly relieve some pressure from the young Tianyuan brother. She also harbored the persistent thought of adding another notch to her legendary battle record. Today is my 4th day in the Tianyuan territory. The sky is cloudy with a 0.3 grade red mist. Today my luck was good. At last, I caught up with a monster of legend, but this Jackal Man legend was remarkably cautious. After a few probing moves, it quickly withdrew. Otherwise, I, as a lord, would have surely slain another legend. Shen Linglong felt somewhat frustrated. It seemed the legendary monsters here were too conservative, she hadn't really had a proper fight yet. However, she also understood that monsters that had reached the legendary realm were not only as intelligent as humans, but also not as prone to self-destruct in battle as lesser monsters. Legendary monsters tended to value their lives more highly, and the ones she encountered likely fell into this category. In the past few days of campaigning abroad, although Shen Linglong did not achieve the splendid feat of slaying a legendary realm monster, she and the generals and elite troops under her command had slain and blasted numerous high-order monsters beyond count. Her expression became increasingly solemn. She might be a bit brash and prefer to solve problems with her fists, but that didn't mean she was incapable of thought or lacked intelligence. Sometimes, she could indeed possess a wise perspective. The battlefield is blossoming in many places centered around Wolfhead Mountain. Tianyuan territory, elves, and giants are all battling against the monster overlord. The sightings of legendary monsters from the monster overlord are rare, and high-order monsters are also hidden in forests and wilderness, but a glimpse through the tube reveals the leopard. The power of this jackal man overlord is stronger than I anticipated. As an old pioneer who had been in the pioneer group for at least 2.5 years, she could sketch out the rough outline of Fang of the Jackal Wolf with her experience alone. The number of legends under this overlord could probably exceed 10. Even though elves and giants were lending their aid, ultimately, it was Tianyuan bearing the brunt of the pressure. How was he managing to hold on? Yet, he was actually doing it. However, Shen Linglong had to admit that the generals of the Tianyuan family were particularly outstanding. Sophia and Lien Yu, who had traveled through the perilous lands with her to reach this region, appeared in her view to already possess the form of legends. With another 2 or 3 years of accumulation, these two Tianyuan division generals might be able to possess both domain and light of will, advancing to legend in perfect form. Even without stepping into legend, Sophia and Lien Yu were definitely among the top powerhouses of 4 Order. Such powerhouses, each could combat and slaughter multiple 4th Order bosses alone, with the ability to influence the outcome of a regional conflict. What mattered most was, the Tianyuan family has a legend. Tianyuan had 4th Order peaks, multiple 4th Order peaks. Shen Linglong was not surprised. After all, Tianyuan had once represented Taizan and received the baptism of the pure soul source pool. The recent integration of Langsing led to a significant increase in the number of rule upgrades across Taizan. Just like Tianyuan, lords such as Yushin and Wuji rose rapidly by taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the integration of Langsing, cultivating several 4th Order peak strongmen. In terms of the number of strongmen, lords like Yushin were almost catching up to their generation. However, although the 4th Order peak seems only one step away from legend, that gap is akin to a chasm between heaven and earth. Shen Linglong reached the 4th Order peak herself 2.5 years ago, and her family also had generals who had been grinding at the 4th Order peak for 1 or 2 years. Of these generals, a dozen or so, she could only say made little progress, not much, and legend seemed out of reach. Even for some who had ignited the light of will and created their own domain, the legendary seeds, it was not easy to break through the gap. Yet Tianyuan had quietly cultivated a legend. The emergence of this legend is far too low-key. Had she not heard it mentioned in passing by an elven powerhouse, she wouldn't even know that Tianyuan had become a lord with a legend. Sister here was planning to offer some guidance to Tianyuan after the war had ended, as a newly ascended legend, but it turns out she hadn't even had the chance to show off, and now she couldn't. If it weren't for linking the situation and having a face-to-face encounter with the Tianyuan family's legend, having seen it with her own eyes, she truly could not imagine that Tianyuan family had a legend. If word got out, probably no one would believe it. She also knew this Tianyuan legend. Or rather, this person had always been one of the most renowned powerhouses in Tianyuan territory. In the Resource Secret Realm, she once, as a 1-order being, defeated a 2nd-order elite-level strongman. In the festival grounds, she easily won over a large number of heroes. If not for the dazzling brilliance of Tianyuan at the end, she would have been the most shining figure there. She was the well-known first hero of Tianyuan territory. Star Maiden Isloa, whom Tianyuan recruited in the festival grounds, had to settle for 2nd place. Now, it seems this blue-haired girl is very likely an epic life. How easily she commanded respect from the 3-star excellence heroes at the festival grounds. They should have thought of this then. But at that time, no one dared to think so. Tianyuan brother had recruited such an epic hero in less than 3 months upon entering Eternal World, maybe even earlier. This is outrageous. Is this the form of Tianyuan? Even epic heroes bow down. But thinking about how numerous heroes at the festival grounds were eager to serve Tianyuan, Shen Linglong no longer found it so far-fetched. Perhaps this is the world of the great prodigies. It's quite difficult for me to imagine. The legendary realm of the epic level, even if she's just made a breakthrough, her combat power must be extraordinary. What a pity, were it not for the imminence of the war, the timing not appropriate, I really would like to exchange pointers with her. The monster wave is gathering. The Tianyuan territory, natural garden, and giant stone ridge are all adopting various methods to weaken and strike at the enemy. Besides that, the generals of the Tianyuan family are still maintaining their rhythm, preparing for battle when it's time to, and training when they should be. They won't panic just because of an imminent major enemy, as time should not be wasted. Mu Yuan ordered his perfect avatar to head towards Wolfhead Mountain to temporarily take over the position from Duo Lai. Upon returning, General Duo Lai immediately devoured all the war-ready treasures stockpiled in the warehouse. It began to slowly digest these treasures, so that when needed during the war, it could instantly enter the mode of overlimit swallowing by devouring and melting the treasures. After finishing its meal, it moved on to the secret realm of the Black Wasteland. Whale Swallow. Body Furnace. Duo Lai's slender body contained an expansive space. It rapidly digested the energy and elements of heaven and earth that it had devoured, converting them into a bodily energy that it could control as easily as its own limbs. It was the intermediary of the energy of heaven and earth, the lungs of the world. With every breath it took, the energy of the entire world would fluctuate, rising and falling like the tide. Far away in the depths of the fang of the jackal wolf, General Dead Bone also hurried back and took advantage of the time for rest to draw materials, the power of heaven and earth, and treasures to train and expand its domain. Dead Bone's domain radius was only 1410 meters. Compared to when it had just made a breakthrough, it had expanded only by just over 200 meters. Its improvement was not significant. Firstly, it didn't have an advantage in devouring as Duo Lai did, who could rapidly expand as long as it had not reached its limit. Secondly, and most importantly, Dead Bone had been venturing outside all this while, spying on the enemy, preparing for the war, sacrificing much of its training time as a result. Unlike Duo Lai, who while stationed at Wolfhead Mountain was not convenient to practice abilities like Whale Swallow or Body Furnace, but merely training its domain was not affected. Inside the skeleton cemetery, the domain of the dead fluctuated like the tide, slowly but visibly expanding inch by inch. Dead Bone was in the phase of rapid improvement just after its breakthrough. Until it expanded its domain to a certain limit, it would maintain a fast pace of improvement. It was like a pool of water that was still far from full. And when the water in the pool was full, advancing into the legendary realm would start to enter the normal phase, where they would need to keep expanding the pool. At this stage, the expansion of the domain would again be closely tied to enlightenment. Dead Bone trained its domain for several hours, and then the black tide began to recede. This was not it withdrawing its domain but rather condensing it. The domain of the dead, with a radius of more than 1400 meters, seemed to be hammered, kneaded under a tremendous force, quickly formed into a bridge of heaven and earth, continued to condense, and then transformed into a leaf-shaped arc. The arc was built on a foundation of white bones, with black mist as its wings. Standing upon it, Dead Bone was as if standing above the heavens and earth, the world itself. Within the territory, Mu Yuan sat within the city lord's mansion. His spirit wove a vast net that had linked all the soldier types deployed outside. He was issuing orders, directing the elites outside to return, to orderly retreat. Elite squads and corps could not withstand the impact of the wave. Even if they could hold it off, was there really a need? They might stop 1 or 2 waves, but could they always hold? Beings and monster waves compared in exhaustion would inevitably be on the losing side. Only by relying on the advantage of terrain and city defenses, they could fight back. However, such a retreat could not be done hurriedly, otherwise, it would give high-order monsters an opportunity to capitalize on. Now, only a few strong individuals like Sophia were still outside, scouting enemy movements and seeking opportunities. Mu Yuan entered the Lord's vision, surveying various places in Wolfhead Mountain and Tianyuan territory. The arrangement of the defense line is basically fine. After all, I have been preparing for this from very early on. He made a complete round of inspection. Lulu and General Deadbone will also patrol to ensure nothing is overlooked. Isloa is responsible for stabilizing the interior of the territory and maintaining order. The main battlefield of this war may be at Wolfhead Mountain, but the existence of Tianyuan territory can no longer be hidden. The reason is simple. Previously, they were merely facing the fang of the Jackal Wolf, with the monster wave surging from north to south, besieging the outskirts of Wolfhead Mountain. But now, the ruling regions of Blood Snake and Case to the south also amass waves of monsters. The waves roll from south to north and will sooner or later discover Tianyuan City hidden under the night-hidden starry sky. For this, he will abandon the arrow towers, watchtowers, and farmlands outside the city. A few territory citizens are being organized to enter the city. To the south of Tianyuan City, the Soul Sand Mine base is currently guarded by a few elites, but Mu Yuan only plans to rely on this base to snipe and wear down the enemy before abandoning it and arranging for personnel to retreat quickly. Specifically, it will depend on the situation. The Soul Sand Mine base will inevitably be indefensible, and its resources are being transferred. The enemy is fiercely advancing, with legends from the Blood Snake and Case and the Great Blood Tree Forest bearing their fangs. Compared to the battle at Wolfhead Mountain, Tianyuan territory has only one more legend in the legendary realm, General Deadbone. Even if Tianyuan territory advances to LV5, even if he, Lord Shepherd, wields the power of the territory, and even with allies like Shen Linglong, elves, and giants, they are still at a significant disadvantage at the legendary realm level. However, below the legendary realm, compared to the battle at Wolfhead Mountain, Tianyuan territory's enhancement has been quite substantial. Mu Yuan opened the panel. Legendary Realm. Duo Lai, General Deadbone. 4th Order Leader Level. Isloa, Lulu, Tree Demon Granny, Rakshasa, Hongyi, Yuta, Shilu, Sario, Sophia, Lien Yu, 17, Jun, Defu, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, Laney. A total of 17 4th Order Peak Strongmen. This number is already quite significant, enough to be comparable to many great lords. Moreover, all 17 4th Order Peak Strongmen are epic 2 stars. These generals are Tianyuan territory's T1, T2 level powerhouses. Among them, Laney had just received the baptism evolution not long ago, awakening the epic talent, walking in holy light. She is the spokesperson of holy light on earth, holding the scepter of light, and, even without stepping into the legendary realm, can command light elemental particles between heaven and earth on a large scale. Any ordinary holy light skill cast by her is transformed into something miraculous. However, 17 4th Order Peak Strongmen are still far from enough. Tianyuan territory now has a large number of T3, T4 level powerhouses. All these powerhouses are epic, with the weaker ones at the 3rd Order Warlord level, strong enough to directly confront many 4th Order bosses. Among the stronger ones, such as Han Shuang, Qing Shuang, and Niu Si, are not far from 4th Order peak. Mu Yuan continued to scroll down the panel. Wings of the Wind King 2, excluding Jun. Lord of Frost 12 not including Han Shuang and Qing Shuang. Lord Treeman 14, Nature Spirit 6. Saint of Holy Light 2, Giant Dragon Swordsman 4, Fearless War Handsome 2, Heroic Warlord 4, Arrow of Polar Star 12. Vampire Marquis 2, Ghost Leader 14, Skeleton Lord 28. The T3, T4 powerhouses of Tianyuan territory, are a total of 102 plus 2. Even without counting the strongmen above epic 2 stars, Tianyuan territory still has 104 epic troop types. This number is openly impressive. Even though the epic troop types have not fully realized their potential and more than half have not yet entered the 4th Order, it is still an extremely terrifying force. Especially, a small half of them have entered the leader level of the 4th Order. Fourth Order Epic. Even the mediocre ones among them are still the top powerhouses in the Fourth Order, capable of confronting and defeating the monster chiefs of large tribes in a one-on-one fight. If up against ordinary Fourth Order, they can defeat the enemy in just a few moves. As for the quantity of the legendary realm, Tianyuan territory has merely doubled since the last battle. But in terms of Fourth Order powerhouses and combat power, Tianyuan territory has increased by more than just several times. This is his reliance. Monster power thrives on overwhelming numbers. Last time, individuals like Lulu faced the encirclement of a large number of Fourth Order bosses and leader-level powerhouses, but this time, the times have changed. At the Wolf Head Mountain headquarters, Mu Yuan's incarnation was seated in command. Duo Lai, after having devoured the supplies, hurried over from his territory, bringing a large batch of war resources as well. At this time, Mu Yuan was discussing tactics with the elf and the giant. The enemy was converging and marching. Naturally, they were not just sitting around waiting. Facing the monster wave, indeed, one had to rely on geographical advantages and city defenses to hold the line. It was absolutely imperative not to contend with the monsters in the wild and compete in attrition. However, the monster leaders and war machines within the wave did not fall into the expendable category. If they could eliminate some of the leading monsters and large flesh and blood war machines before the enemy reached their gates, they would be able to accumulate some advantages before the formal confrontation. If, by chance, they could take the opportunity to ambush and kill one or two legendary monsters in advance, the accumulated advantage would be significant. Trade strategic space for ambush opportunities, said the giant legend. Outside Wolf Head Mountain, the territory within a few hundred kilometers was previously under control of their side of Vitality forces. In further areas, during past reconnaissance and probing, they had also laid many traps in secret. The legendary elf Milena cradled a resplendent flower bud. This is our natural gardens, domain flower. Not only does it aid plus expand a domain in the legendary realm, it can also capture the domain melody within a 30-kilometer radius. And we have already planted the seeds of the domain flower in 8 areas here, here, and here. The moment the main flower in my hand blooms, it means an enemy of legendary realm has appeared, and by then. She looked towards Duo Lai. Her meaning was quite clear, she needed Duo Lai to make a move. It's not that she didn't want to or dare to act, but rather, Tianyuan Duo Lai was the only super legend, and only she had the power to rapidly kill monster legends. Otherwise, even if 2 or 3 of them at legendary realm made a move together, there was no guarantee they could speedily annihilate the target. If they couldn't end the battle quickly, they would be in danger themselves. Mu Yuan nodded slightly, indicating no problem. The fact that the natural garden had brought out such a treasure also showed their determination. He could see the extraordinariness of the domain flower. Its real use was to assist legendary realm cultivation. Using it as a scouting radar was indeed a significant investment. After the domain flower bloomed, it could only confirm the presence of an enemy in a rough range. This was when Duo Lai's methods were somewhat suitable to force the monster legends to appear. However, the premise was that the monster legends would have to pass through the range. Since the chance to ambush a legend could not be forced, everyone began targeting the war machines for a strike. Compared to Fourth Order bosses and leading monsters, these large flesh and blood war machines played a more troublesome role in war. The elves and giants Fourth Order strongmen struck swiftly. The legendaries also made preparations to act at any moment. In the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan sent Rakshasa, Lian Yu, Yuta, and others to strike. After multiple ambushes in various places, Rakshasa and the others achieved some victories, destroying more than 10 flesh and blood war machines. The elves and giants also achieved some victories. However, I've exposed several flaws repeatedly, and yet I still couldn't lure out a monster legend. Mu Yuan inwardly regretted. When the elves and giants ambushed and sniped at the enemy, they mainly targeted key objectives and then left without daring to stay a moment longer, fearing they would be targeted by a monster legend lurking nearby. For the Tianyuan division, it was different. Rakshasa, Yuta, Lian Yu, and the others preserved some strength while destroying the flesh and blood war machines. Their time spent on taking down a war machine was not much faster than that of the elves and giants. They also appeared a bit greedier. As the monster overlord wary of Duo Lai. The wilderness at this time was a vast battlefield shrouded in fog, where no one knew what would be revealed when the fog was torn apart. It could be a lovely prey, or a hunter showing its fierce and sharp fangs. Duo Lai was actually not following, she was stationed at Wolfhead Mountain. Mu Yuan dared to fish because he relied on Rakshasa and the others themselves. They possessed sufficient strength to deal with legendaries and maintain until reinforcements arrived. If those hunting Rakshasa and the others were merely straw bag legends, the group might be able to kill them in a short time. However, the fish didn't bite. This is unreasonable. The strength Rakshasa and the others revealed is already of the most top-tier 4th order peak, their enemy can't see through their feigning simplicity, and they themselves are heavyweight bait. Faced with such top-tier 4th order creatures of legendary stature, Mu Yuan did not believe the enemy wouldn't be tempted. Yet, the enemy wasn't biting. This enemy couldn't be more prudent than Dead Bone, could it? Outside Tianyuan territory, only tens of kilometers away, several figures progressed silently. SSSSs, to think there were so many delicious humans seen but unable to attack, such a pity, SSSSS. Indeed, these humans of legendary stature must taste extremely delicious. Don't be impatient, don't be impatient. Once we've eradicated the human territories and killed the elves and giants one by one, we won't have to worry about lacking delicious flesh and blood. However, if we wipe out all humans, elves, and giants this time, we won't get to taste the blood and flesh of vitality forces in the future, will we? After all, farmed ones are never as delectable as the wild ones. A certain jackal man legend with bristling fur and a hideous visage was drooling. They, the fang of the jackal wolf and blood snake encase, had not previously eradicated the vitality forces such as elves, giants, and feathermen, firstly because these forces were indeed good at hiding and difficult to find, and secondly, without vitality forces, they would lose their access to high-grade flesh and blood. But being able to have one's fill in a single bite doesn't seem so bad either. The taste of the featherman we devoured decades ago still lingers fresh in this legend's memory. Don't worry, once we have obliterated humans, elves, and giants, the rulers of the Bones of Dragon Slumber will use this realm as a stepping stone to enter the Taizan Alliance. At that time, we shall unleash a tide of flesh and blood, hosting a feast of flesh, he. Shrouded in mirage fog were a total of 7 shadows from the legendary realm. Among them, 3 legends came from the fang of the jackal wolf and 3 from the blood snake encase. The raid squad composed of 7 legendary realm existences rested here for a while. Then, the commander of the squad, the King of the Black Fang, spoke, "The time is almost upon us, we should make our move and aim to shatter the defenses of human Tianyuan in one fell swoop." This was their tactic. Their goal was never small fry like the 4-order humans, they aimed to destroy the fish pond itself. The timing of their action was deliberated and chosen with great care. Now was the moment. By acting now, the human Tianyuan would be first caught unprepared as they were unaware their domain had been exposed. Secondly, their tidal wave army was already en route, drawing away some of the human elites. It was possible that the human supreme legend was currently ambushed in the wild or on Wolfhead Mountain, presenting them with a rare opportunity. Even if the human domain still had legends in defense or defensive measures, it wouldn't matter. They could tear open the human defenses with the force of thunderbolts, causing the entire human city to descend into chaos. Creatures are most prone to confusion, panic, brimming with weaknesses. Once the human domain descended into chaos, their tidal wave army, not far behind from here, would be able to march forward and break through the human domain. This was also why they waited for a time, for waves and powerhouses of all kinds to take their places before moving. The strategic arrangement was ingenious, with each element interlocking perfectly. Although many from the legendary realm felt that this was overkill, convinced that with their power, they needed no tactics or strategy and could simply bulldoze their way through. Do not be careless, the human legends are strong, and there may still be a foundational technique-based killing move similar to that one, warned the King of the Black Fang. He was by no means negligent, his combat power and that of the King of Black Wings were closely matched, and he did not believe he could defeat that human legend. The 3 Snake Man legends from the Blood Snake Encase, however, remained unconvinced. In contrast to the Snake Man legend, the remaining 2 Jackal Man legends were somewhat worried, afraid they might run into that legendary being. Seeing this, the King of the Black Fang said, "My brothers, there is no need to worry. There is only one human legend, however strong she may be, she is no match for you and me combined." He paused, then continued, "The Black Wings met with a disastrous defeat because they underestimated the enemy's foundational techniques and were unprepared for space-based tactics. Otherwise, the human legend would have already fallen to Black Wings. Even if the humans' foundational killing move still existed, as long as they could dodge in time, their chances of survival were not small. It's just that by then, most likely 1 or 2 of them might have fallen." Under the cover of the Mirage Shell mist, the 7 legendary realm beings moved forward at a steady pace, step by step. In their reddened pupils were reflected the barren land, patches of greenery, and trees that stood sparsely, swaying slightly in the wind as sand and dust unraveled into the breeze and dispersed. They couldn't see anything, but they still roughly trusted the legends from the land of dragon slumber. 40 kilometers. 13 kilometers. 23 kilometers. Suddenly, the silhouette of a city appeared hazily through the sandstorm, as if a mirage twisted by light. But as the distance closed, the phantom-like human city came into clearer view. The sprawling black city walls, towering structures on the earth, and the turrets set atop the city walls were all distinctly visible. Only within the city, still shrouded by a faint light curtain, could they make out the spread of buildings but not see them clearly. Woo wuuwuuwuuwuuwuuwuuwuu. The urgent alarm resounded in Mu Yuan's ears, as well as in those of Dead Bone, Isloa, and Lulu among other heroes. What's going on? Within the domain map, only a few sporadic red dots appeared at the edge of the territory, indicative of the vanguard monsters, the scouts. The inner circle remained calm, showing no signs of any monster presence. But the skyward staff of Divine Right issued a long cry. It was the alarm from the Reconnaissance Sky Eye. The Reconnaissance Sky Eye provided Mu Yuan with continuous 24-hour surveillance centered around his domain. Its detection range extended up to 20 kilometers. At this moment, several huge red dots were rapidly approaching above. The dots were enormous and intensely red, with their diffused red halos almost turning the whole interface red. This was legendary attack incoming. Within the spiritual link, thoughts from various commanders flashed like electricity, with orders being relayed to the elites of each city district and legion within a fraction of a second. With the network of spiritual links, there was no delay in thought transmission. At the same time, Mu Yuan didn't hesitate to control the staff of Divine Right. Activate. 1000 Prism Large Reflection. An immense and intangible force descended, condensing 2 meters outside Tianyuan City's walls into a series of sparkling, transparent prisms. The prisms linked and fit together, shimmering like light and shadows spreading under the sunlight. In the blink of an eye, a hemisphere of light formed by countless prisms inverted itself over Tianyuan City. But in the next moment, the monster legends a few kilometers away suddenly intensified their aura, tearing apart the white fog that had been enshrouding them. Apart from Mirage Shell, the 6 legendary realm beings simultaneously struck out. They did not gather the power of heaven and earth on a grand scale but, instead, with the fastest and most fierce offensive, hurled their charged strikes towards the distant city. 2 blood-red beams pierced through heaven and earth. 3 meandering brown-yellow streams of light skimmed over the ground, leaving desolation and decay in their wake wherever they passed. The King of the Black Fang also sacrificed a pair of fangs, which grew larger in midair and slashed downward, casting 2 massive black gleams. Boom! The blood-red beams crashed down, tearing apart the hazy illusion over Tianyuan City, making the entire city more visible. A blue mirror-light barrier stretched in front of the city, upon which the blood-red beams struck, creating ripples. They also scattered the beams, which broke into numerous smaller streaks that cut through the azure sky and struck the surrounding areas. The brown-yellow streams of light conjured by the Snake Man legend climbed upon the blue light screen, sparking and hissing upon contact. At that moment, the black gleams slashed down. The surrounding earth cracked with a series of snaps, the fissures spreading dozens, hundreds of meters, kicking up wild storms of dust in which boulders big as millstones tumbled then shattered in the aftermath of the energy waves. The light unleashed by the King of the Black Fang also completely shredded the concealment of night-hidden starry sky. The light soared into the clouds, tearing apart the overcast skies and fog. Behind the city walls, the streets of the city were wide, buildings arranged with care. Farther away, towers hung in midair, their tips diffusing a faint white light. Looking at the city front, where only ripples stirred the muralite barrier, the King of the Black Fang was not too surprised, and he spoke in a deep voice, continue. Since the first wave of the surprise assault had failed, then. He raised his hand, his domain dispersing, and the four winds and clouds began to stir in response. What's happening? On Wolfhead Mountain, the elf Malena and the giant Asalo sensed vaguely that a tremendous momentum had suddenly risen to the south, and the power of heaven and earth was converging, becoming chaotic. They employed their tactics. Spirits of the falcon soared high through the sky. Beats of the earth's pulse were being transmitted. The distant mist was torn apart, and a city with sprawling houses and towering walls, and numerous high towers, appeared before their eyes. Is this the human city? Tianyuan territory. They were actually aware that the humans' hidden strongholds were located to the south of Wolfhead Mountain in this area. However, neither the elf nor the giant asked or intended to pry. These details were the most secret core of a power. But they had not expected that south of Wolfhead Mountain would be such a conspicuous city so clearly, so strikingly standing alone upon the earth. The city held no geographical advantages, surrounded by neither high mountains nor great forests. It stood there, stark and solitary on the open land. And outside Tianyuan City, 7 monstrous legendary creatures stood in the azure sky, unfolding their various domains, wielding the heavenly and earthly great power against Tianyuan City's protective barriers, bombarding them without cessation. This is bad. The facial expressions of both the elf and the giant changed abruptly, for they knew all too well what this meant. If Tianyuan territory fell, the battle might end in defeat before it had even started. This is bad. Shen Linglong was suddenly alarmed. At this moment, Tianyuan territory had no legend to preside over it. She looked towards Mu Yuan, noticing that he still maintained a calm demeanor, which she admired. As an old lord who had been through many battles, she wondered if she could remain as composed facing legendary monsters at her door. She wanted to lead her troops south. Mu Yuan shook his head slightly. Let Duo Lai handle it. Duo Lai had already shot into the sky, his metal transforming into a pair of wings of wind, slicing through the sky toward the destination. Its speed was extremely fast. In terms of flying and traveling speed, it far outstripped Dead Bone. For someone like Shen Linglong who lacked the innate ability to fly and could only rely on the power of heaven and earth to soar, her traveling speed was even more significantly slower by several grades. Duo Lai going forth was sufficient. No need to panic, we have some defensive installations in Tianyuan City, however few they may be. The firmness of the barrier light screen somewhat exceeded the King of the Black Fang's imagination. This technique had also been upgraded during this period, integrating the energy of the legendary realm of Duo Lai. Naturally, it wasn't something a few legends could break through in a short time. However, the envoy and the emperor were also prepared for this. The King of the Black Fang took out 3 stones emanating a faint blue glow. These were breaking boundary stones of excellence quality. You, and you, the 3 of you will use the breaking boundary stones to penetrate the human's enchantment. The ones called upon were 3 Snake Man legends. They exchanged glances, their pupils reflecting a touch of contempt mixed with fear towards the King of the Black Fang. They took the breaking boundary stones and pushed forward from 3 directions. Inside the city, arrows fell like rain, and the roar of cannons could be heard, but after being weakened by the domain, only 1/10 remained, posing almost no threat to beings of the legendary realm like them. Below the legendary, all are ants. With the cover of several other legends, they quickly approached the light screen. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. Hum. The towering structure hovering in the distance hummed, and a gigantic white light orb with a diameter of several meters shot through the light screen toward them. The Snake Man legend swung his blade to cut through it. The arrows surrounded them like a net, and a few even pierced through the domain, creating a sense of alarm in his heart. He twirled his twin blades, drawing a hemispherical defense line. Arrow after arrow shattered. But a cold chill suddenly ran down the back of the Snake Man legend's neck. Crack! The snake fang necklace he was wearing fractured, and a flicker of brownish-yellow light vanished in a flash. An arrow shining with starlight froze just 2 inches away from the back of his neck before disintegrating. He was unharmed, but his face grew increasingly ferocious and angry. He whipped up a tsunami of energy, shattering the hundreds and thousands of arrows and bone spears flying toward him. Mere ants of the ordinary realm. A thunderbolt suddenly tore through the sky, the clouds, and the fog, tearing apart the shit-yellow domain. It made the day brighter, Tianyuan City clearer, dispelling all filth and confusion. Only a violent and indescribable purple-blue thunder light that was filled with destructive power shot out from the center of Tianyuan City, piercing through the heavens and earth and lingering for a long time. The starting point of the thunder light was the magnificent Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, sparking with electrical arcs. Around the large coil tower, dozens of ordinary coil towers likewise flickered with lightning arcs, resonating with a buzzing hum. The end point of the thunder light was where the shit-yellow domain shattered, and the fierce and ferocious figure of the Snake Man legend was frozen in the flashing thunder glow. When the pale yellow domain shattered in the distance and the Snake Man legend fell from the sky, the King of the Black Fang already understood that their surprise attack had failed. Even though the human territory had not been able to take advantage of its terrain, he had to admit that this city was managed to be impregnable, with virtually no weakness to exploit. With just a few of their legends, it would be difficult to tear apart the city's defense light curtain in a short time. And the legends of the humans, elves, and giants were likely already on their way. If they didn't leave now, they might never be able to leave at all. Go. Without his command, the other 2 legends of the Blood Snake Encase who were closer to Tianyuan City had already slammed on the brakes. They landed on the ground and reversed direction faster than they had arrived, rapidly gathering the power of heaven and earth, erecting massive rocky bulwarks in front of themselves one after another. They were scared. Before coming, they didn't regard the human legends highly, and they never had to take seriously those beneath legends. But indeed, an abundance of ants could bite an elephant to death. If they were to control the power of heaven and earth from several kilometers away and strike from a distance, they would be relatively safe. The vast majority of 4 order leaders or city defense weapons could only watch helplessly, and the few attacks that came could be easily weakened and deflected by their domains, posing no pressure on them. However, the breaking boundary stone needed direct contact with the enchantment to take effect. They didn't think it would be a challenge. They were great legends, protected by domains around their bodies, able to cross thousands of kilometers in a few breaths' time, with no need to care about the retaliation of ordinary ants. Yet, as they drew closer and closer to the human city, the pressure they bore also escalated by manifold. Shells, arrows, and bone spears flew towards them like rain, soon exceeding their domain's ability to bear and filter. This was not an issue in itself, as a casual blow that they cast, gathering the power of heaven and earth, could shatter countless shells, arrows, and fireballs. But, among those countless ordinary arrows and shells, there were a few that posed a slight threat to them. They couldn't ignore them. They became more serious. They became worn out from dealing with the assault. They witnessed one of their comrades being struck down by the thunderbolt that streaked across the sky. There are tactics employed within the human city capable of inflicting heavy damage on us. This thunderbolt, its energy is so vast, so wild. The 2 legends of the Blood Snake Encase looked towards their Snake Man comrade who had fallen over 1,000 meters away. The Snake Man legend's body was charred, and his flesh split open as if he were a dead snake. However, legends possessed strong vitality, and the miserable state of the Snake Man legend did not necessarily mean his demise. The 2 snakes glanced at each other and didn't hesitate to continue withdrawing to the distance. In the blink of an eye, the two Snake Man legends, three Jackal Wolf legends, and the Mirage Shell legend who had previously retreated 10 kilometers away all became beams of light, vanishing into the horizon. After a while, only the howling cold wind soared through the sky, reminiscent of Dari's imposing presence descending over Tianyuan City. But at that moment, nature no longer bore witness to the figures of the monstrous legends. All that was left was the body of a Snake Man legend, struck by the thunderbolt and covered in frost, half buried in the earth. As for the muralite barrier shrouding the city, it appeared dimmer compared to its original brilliance. Some hundreds of miles to the south of Tianyuan City, in a certain swampland. The King of the Black Fang and the other 6 legends, having retreated from the human city at top speed, landed on the ground to retract their domains and auras. After a swift run, they finally stopped to rest. The human legends didn't give chase, the King of the Black Fang stated with confidence. Their own spies were in the wilderness behind them, it would be impossible to pursue them swiftly without the spies taking notice. He was uncertain whether to feel relieved or regretful. In their plan, they had anticipated the possibility of being pursued by human legends. Rather, they hoped the human legends would come after them. If that had happened, they could have tied down a human legend, encumbering a limb of the human forces. Thus, the fang of the Jackal Wolf could have crushed the human territory with greater ease. However, for the King of the Black Fang and the others, they truly hoped the human legends wouldn't pursue them. Should the human legends fight desperately, using all their hidden tactics before the demise of their power, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. He, the King of the Black Fang, did not wish to fall in the wilderness like Black Wing. Compared to the King of the Black Fang and the other 4 legends, the 2 Snake Man legends were even more alarmed. They had suffered from the bombardment by countless human weapons and powerhouses during their retreat. Another thunderbolt beam, slightly weaker than the previous one, had hurtled towards them. If the King of the Black Fang hadn't provided some cover, one of the Snake Men might have been left behind. Even so, anger smoldered within their pupils, but it was hidden beneath the sinister glare of their snake eyes, unexpressed. But damned be those Black Fang jackals who viewed them as cannon fodder for a probe, they remembered. One Snake Man exchanged a glance with his kin, confirming through their eyes that they shared the same thought. Suddenly, a look of shock, fear, and disbelief surfaced in the eyes across from him. A chill surged up from his tail to the top of his head. Before the Snake Man Sword Saint could swing his sword in defense, a shadow of indistinct features behind him drew out a bone spike, thrusting forward. It seemed a simple thrust. No energy spilled out, no grand momentum, just the whiff of death that the Snake Man legend detected. The scales shone with light, and a yellow and white armor of light suddenly appeared, yet in the next instant, it shattered under the simple strike of skeletal spurs. The Snake Man legend let out a fierce howl, his thick and powerful tail attempting to coil upwards, only to stiffen at the onset of the motion and then fall downwards. At this moment, the lightless bone spur had already pierced through the Snake Man legend's scale armor. As hard as Excellence treasure armor, the whole process as effortlessly as tearing through cardboard. The bone spur penetrated only a few inches deep, and the Snake Man legend's body visibly withered at a rapid pace, quickly becoming lifeless, his scales, flesh, and blood all vanishing into silence. They were believers in the eternal life of blood and flesh in the legendary realm, originally possessing vigorous vitality where flesh could constantly proliferate and heal. But now this regenerative ability seemed non-existent, as the Snake Man legend, pierced by the bone spur, struggled for less than a second before the breath of life disappeared completely, and the remaining corpse disintegrated inch by inch. Even the surrounding grass, swamp, and soil took on an air of desolation, chilling to the observer. This death came too quickly. The Snake Man opposite retained fear in his eyes, but after all, he had fought his way through from a common third-order monster to a being of the legendary realm. Even though he cherished his life, he would not be panicked or alarmed. He resolutely counterattacked, 2 colossal pythons winding their way out from the swampland. At the same time, the Snake Man legend also spread out his domain, extending it forward. A bit farther away, the King of the Black Fang and 4 other legends from the legendary realm were suddenly startled. There really is a legend pursuing us. Which party's legend is this? Attack! Several legends spread their domains at the same time. Their domains couldn't merge, but they synced up perfectly, each controlling their domain to occupy a position. In this way, the domain of the Black Cloak legend would be suppressed before it could expand much. Dead Bone's domain did not open. It evaded the striking colossal pythons, stepping forward and deliberately entering the Snake Man legend's domain. With this sacrificial advance, Dead Bone used the enemy's domain to block the thunderous black radiance and red beams coming from behind. However, upon stepping into what seemed like a small domain, it was as if stepping into a different world entirely. The ground was brownish yellow, the sky was tinged with strands of light yellow mist, and a fishy odor assaulted the senses, along with an overwhelming force like a tsunami enveloping everything. Its body sunk, its bones crackling, and spots of yellow began to spread. Looking ahead, the Snake Man legend was at the central point of the domain, having created a considerable distance within the domain itself. This was the might of the domain. Legends would not dare step into another legend's domain, for even the most formidable legend would be overwhelmed by the vast and unending power of a domain and perish within. Seeing Dead Bone act so boldly, the Snake Man legend initially showed a trace of joy, but in the next moment, an invisible force enveloped Dead Bone. Being in the midst of the enemy's domain, it was extremely difficult to expand its own domain. It didn't expand, but instead used its skeleton as the foundation, the black mist as wings, propping open a black and white boat. Standing on the boat, it was as if entering a small world untouched by the outside chaos. It rode this small world, breaking through the waves and moving forward. Surging waves bore down, formidable powers sealed in, but none could stop the black boat's relentless advance. At the front of the boat, there was a skeleton flickering with a faint glow, the power of the Wither King Bone, capable of obliterating everything it touched, be it matter, energy, or the invisible power of a domain. The boat tore open a line like the spray of a raging torrent, crossing half the distance of the domain in a few blinks, charging toward the astonished Snake Man legend. The Snake Man legend roared as hundreds, thousands of massive pythons burst forth. A wild dance of countless snakes, a bloody slaughter of all life. Dead Bone stood on the black boat, the unsheathed greatsword humming as if the heavens and earth joined in a sorrowful wail. At the same time, the expanse of Wraith's sacred mountain manifested above Dead Bone. Like a world materializing, it settled within the Snake Man legend's domain. Suppress. The dancing hundreds and thousands of pythons trembled abruptly, as if suppressed by a mountain. Slash. The wailing death completed a revolution. The greatsword, enhanced by the power of the Wither King Bone, easily cut through everything standing in its path, the dancing pythons falling like withered leaves. The Snake Man legend, in fear, attempted to retreat. Yet, within his own domain, it was as though he was burdened by a mountain, managing only a few steps before being overtaken by the Black Cloak legend. After 3 slashes, the Snake Man legend fell on the spot. Outside, in the marshlands. Observing the yellow haze of the domain dissipating suddenly, the King of the Black Fang and the other 4 legends were taken aback. The fading of the domain usually signified one thing, either a fall or being on the verge of death. The King of the Black Fang spoke, "You all release your domains, and fight relying on mine. Otherwise, we will be broken through, one by one." He saw it very clearly. The enemy was not too strong. It was true that the enemy was formidable, in a one-on-one fight, like the Snake Man legend, and the 2 Jackal Man legends beside him might not last many moves. But they had the advantage in numbers. As strong as this Black Cloak legend was, he was just like them, only in the first state of the legendary realm. On the same tier, with proper coordination, they could surround and kill such a super legend. After all, he, the King of the Black Fang, was no weakling. Only, just now they did not cooperate at all, which could only be described as mutual interference, leading to the rapid fall of the Snake Man legend. 2 legends from the legendary realm had fallen before a true clash, even the King of the Black Fang felt a headache coming on. Before him, the enemy's trail faded once again. His gaze swept across the surroundings. The swamp was dim and shrouded in mist, obscuring the daylight. The entire territory appeared gloomy and as silent as a land of death. The King of the Black Fang was not careless, still maintaining his domain. He had not forgotten that the Black Cloak legend had just appeared suddenly, and he had failed to detect it. However, as long as the opponent dared to step into his domain, he would ensure they could never return. Will this legend step in? He wouldn't dare to come, would he? No. He's here. A black arc, like a giant sword, fiercely pierced into the king of the Black Fang's domain. The entire domain trembled on the spot, while the small boat as a giant sword rushed forth. A black figure stood on the boat, on the sword, like a demon god flying on a sword. Dead Bones' gaze swept over the four figures before him. It indeed possessed a little bit of strength greater than the average legend, but facing multiple enemies head-on, wanting to swiftly kill the enemy, was not easy. It had to break through them one by one. The Black Fang's blood-colored light beams came blasting towards it. Dead Bone rode on the boat, facing the downpour of killing moves, charging through the waves. After a dozen seconds, it arrived through the waves. The small boat sustained minor damage, and it leapt from the boat, its entire skeletal form like a blooming flower. Countless thousands of ghastly white bones suddenly spread out from it as the center, scattering in all directions. Bone Realm Forest of King Bones. The hideous white bone forest interlocked with the earth, fiercely clashing and colliding with the blood-colored beams and black fangs, brutally tearing open the land, energy, and domain. This is unreasonable. The king of the Black Fang's eyes widened. This was clearly his domain, to say nothing of the power of Seal hanging down above. That could be some sort of epic skill. But within his own domain, the opponent should not have been able to control a shred of the power of heaven and earth, so why could they unleash such a large-scale killing move? Within the black domain, the ominous white bones kept blossoming, as if forming a domain within a domain. His white bone domain. Dead Bone indeed couldn't massively control the power of heaven and earth. No matter how many talents it possessed, no matter how many methods it had to enhance its own commanding authority, competing for the power of heaven and earth with an enemy in their domain, it couldn't win, not by much. It had long realized that legends are indeed powerful, but the vast majority of those in the legendary realm rely too much on their own domain and the power of heaven and earth. Once they lost both, legends were equivalent to being disarmed, reduced to an oversized super soldier. Domains could be retracted. The power of heaven and earth could also be stored. At this moment, atop Wraith's sacred mountain, not only were tens of thousands of undead beings continuously providing it with firewood, but the Well of Death at the peak of the mountain was also capable of outputting vast amounts of energy from heaven and earth. Its bone dance took flight. Every single bone was an extension from the Wither King bone, almost impossible for legends to sever. In just a moment, several legends were segmented apart. Within the domain of the King of the Black Fang, Dead Bone forged its own battlefield. Kill. 30 seconds later. It had slain the first Jackal Man in the legendary realm upon the Bone Forest. 47 seconds later. It pinned the second Jackal Man in the legendary realm to the Mountain of Bones. 79 seconds later. Golden radiance lit up in Dead Bone's pupils. King's might divine aura entwined. The intangible majesty of a king spread out and, at a certain moment, turned into a tangible golden force that climbed onto the body of the Black Fang King, reaching for his flesh and soul. Above, the Wraith's sacred mountain descended. In the middle, the king's might entangled. Below, the domain arc tore apart all obstacles from all sides. The King of the Black Fang fought with increasing frustration, his domain almost unable to function, his power, his energy, even at a disadvantage. He fled. He had no escape. He was pierced by wailing death, the white bones around him closed like flower buds, repeatedly puncturing him back and forth. Pu Kai. Blood spurted out. Dead Bone didn't waste the power of witherness, it simply brought its palms together, and the white bones around it turned into lances, piercing down one after another. Poo 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 poo. Blood flew high. Blood dissipated. Dead Bone turned and left, the black domain slowly fading behind it. The marshland remained dim, stubborn blades of grass growing amidst it. The hulking body of the Jackal Man King fell to the earth, his blood serving as nourishment, dotting the little blades of grass red. Dead Bone looked into the distance, sighing softly. One got away. It then examined itself. The domain has minor damage, and only 73.6% of the power of witherness remains. The battles ahead are going to be even tougher. Opening the Wraith Sacred Mountain, it followed the principle of not wasting any energy by sweeping up the surrounding remains before its figure vanished among the misty swamps. Meanwhile, atop Wolfhead Mountain, the elf and the giant, both legends, were still gazing towards the south. The human Tianyuan city emerged from the mist, standing tall on the vast land. They somewhat understood why the human lord was so eager for the campaign against the Jackal men, wanting to carry it out within a year. Because Tianyuan city couldn't stay hidden for long. What they didn't expect was that, before their campaign had even launched, well before the year was up, the Fang of the Jackal Wolf combined forces with other overlord powers to launch a total assault. And they struck Tianyuan city with the might of thunderbolts. Fortunately, Tianyuan city withstood this sudden attack. Lord Tianyuan does have his methods, although he has no legend to defend, he left behind weapons powerful enough to obliterate a legend. Shen Linglong had troops stationed inside Tianyuan city, and she witnessed the flash of thunder immediately. She recognized it. The might of the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower. Her own territory also had large coil towers. Speaking of which, she once exchanged a permanent blueprint with little Tianyuan brother. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower being able to annihilate the Snake Man legend also owed to her effort. It's a pity, though, that a few of the other monstrous legends got away. She regretted it. Had she been in Tianyuan city, she could have taken down one herself. Elf Malena and Giant Asalo shared her sentiment. Had we been able to retain 2 or 3 of those legends, perhaps, it would greatly alleviate the pressure of the war to come. Such a pity. Sophia, as well as the scout forces of the elves and giants, sent back intelligence from the front line. The direction of the monster army's advance had changed slightly, with the vast majority of the tidal wave of soldiers and war machines heading straight for Tianyuan territory. From the start, the enemy's target had been Tianyuan city. For overlords such as Fang of the Jackal Wolf, the significance of taking down Wolfhead Mountain and capturing Tianyuan city was entirely different. Moreover, Tianyuan city, despite its abundance of defensive weapons and structures, was far larger than any fortress and held no strategic advantage of terrain, making it easier to attack than Wolfhead Mountain. Their earlier direct assault on Wolfhead Mountain was merely a feint to avoid revealing their true intentions towards Tianyuan city. Now, the situation had changed. This is troublesome. Both the elf and the giant legends shared a look, finding the situation difficult. The Tianyuan forces had repelled the stealth attacks of several monstrous legends, yet the crisis still loomed. The vast Tianyuan city was like a small boat in the tidal wave, liable to capsize at any moment. Compared to their initial campaign strategy, they were now far too passive, far too troubled. Still, they had lost the initiative to the monster overlords from the moment their armies began to march. No matter what, we now have no choice. The skirmishes outside Tianyuan city ceased in the blink of an eye. The slaughter in some unnamed swamp in the wilderness also came to a silent end. However, in various regions of the wilderness, great battles erupted with the terrifying aura of the legendary realm ascending. The legendary creatures that the scouts had never been able to find were emerging one after another. Their targets were the spearhead squads traveling across the wilderness, aiming to snipe and destroy the war machines. The enemy is playing for time. They are wary of Duo Lai, but Duo Lai has already revealed his presence in Tianyuan city. At this point, their legends can act without restraint. Mu Yuan mused. And found it troublesome as well. These monster overlords were nothing like the foolish creatures he had faced before. They were cautious and made full use of any intelligence they had. Duo Lai was one such trump card that had been exposed. But he had far more than a single trump card. He messaged Duo Lai, "Pursue, Sophia has already locked onto 2 targets in the legendary realm for you." Duo Lai excelled in mass destruction of monsters, but he wasn't suited for city defense. It wasn't that it couldn't defend a city, rather that, if Duo Lai were to do so, the city would be reduced to ashes along with the monsters, even a water mirror light screen wouldn't hold up. Having Duo Lai take the offensive to hunt the enemy aligned with strategic needs. Duo Lai could destroy vast numbers of monsters with its AoE attacks while on the offensive. What kind of environment was most suitable for Duo Lai? Answer. An environment filled with enemies and devoid of allies. And among his peers, Duo Lai's speed was second only to Jun. With its metallized wings, its flying speed could leave Dead Bone 2 streets behind, making it the undisputed number 1 flyer of Tianyuan. It could easily catch up to the monster legends. Any exposed monster legends would be marked one by Sophia if created black crows were present in the area. Go, Duo Lai, I choose you. Seeing Duo Lai riding the gale through the spirit of the falcon, the legendary elf Milena breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt somewhat ashamed. She had been weighing whether to lend a hand to Tianyuan territory. When she ordered her scouts to snipe and probe, she had also instructed them to prioritize concealing their tracks and their own safety. However, when urgent reports came from everywhere that every spearhead squad was being hunted by a legend, Tianyuan's mightiest did not hesitate to take risks to strike out, choosing first to rescue the spearhead squad from her natural garden. Even though Tianyuan's own spearhead squad must certainly be in crisis at that moment. Was this the magnanimity of the human Tianyuan? Out in the wilderness, there appeared a legendary jackal man over 6 meters tall, wielding a giant wolf-toothed club. His body flowed with a dark crimson blood light, which spread all around, causing the surrounding grass, rocks, and even the sky to take on a bloody hue. His aura was abyssal, and his breath turned into violent storms. He was a great, proud, and exceedingly strong Jackal Man legend. However, at this moment, the Jackal Man legend was staring with his massive crimson eyes, his pupils filled with fear and disbelief. He lowered his head slightly. In front of his chest cavity, a diminutive human barely over 2 meters tall was maintaining the posture of a punch, where the fierce and domineering force had torn through his armor, skin, and flesh, blowing out a nearly meter-wide hole in his chest. Through this huge hole, you could see the land torn into a massive ravine in the distance, and even further afield, a mountain peak with a crescent-shaped gap. This is impossible. The spearhead squads of humans, elves, and giants were indeed formed by the top fighters amongst the Four Order. They held power above the ordinary Four Order, moved without trace, and the Jackal men under his command found it very difficult to surround and kill these Four Order. So, as one of the legends of Fang of the Jackal Wolf, he brazenly took action upon locking onto his target. He grinned viciously, a hunter ready to tear his prey to shreds and swallow them. But, as soon as he struck, he was spotted by the girl with the white bushy tail. The girl turned into a giant wolf and miraculously survived his wolf-tooth hammer strike. Then, the human brute roared with excitement, looking at him as if he were some beautiful female jackal man. The next moment, the brute burst into steamy red flames, and shadows of a roaring giant dragon emerged behind him. Like a meteor crashing down, he broke through the freshly scattered domain, shredding the energy and everything in front of him in its path. Ultimately, this fierce, invincible, and overbearing punch penetrated him. Is this damn thing Four Order? The legendary Jackal Man's consciousness sank into the dark abyss unwillingly. Before his consciousness dissipated, he had only one thought left, was his assessment of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's estimate of human power, maybe a tiny bit off. Huff. Yuta exhaled a breath of foul air, his body's steaming aura beginning to dissipate, and that wild and surging momentum gradually fell, returning to normal, slightly below normal level. This legendary Jackal Man can't take a hit. He scratched his head. He was initially very excited and was ready to unleash his full strength for an exhilarating physical fight with the legendary Jackal Man. This legend realm creature seemed to specialize in physical strength and power, exactly the type he liked most. Unexpectedly, the legendary Jackal Man could only withstand one of his hits. Maybe this legend realm creature is kind of weak. Boss Dead Bone also said that close combat is the way we are most likely to prevail over legend realm creatures. Rakshasa spoke up. Now that these division leaders have mastered the extreme training method, as well as cultivation techniques from the Temple of Knowledge, they are the top of the Four Order. And their understanding of the legendary realm has also improved significantly compared to a few months ago. When facing legends, it must be quick, accurate, and ruthless. The most suitable approach is to disguise as prey to tempt the legendary realm into action, creating the best opportunity to hunt. This is what a high-level hunter is like. Lian Yu restored her werewolf form, Glancing at the legendary Jackal Man. Too violent, from now on she would never agree to sparring requests from Yuta, it was too scary woof. She adeptly searched him, a skill she had learned while following Sophia North. However, there's so little in the storage ring. The superior grade armor he was wearing is shattered, and the most valuable thing is this great Wolf Fang club. As a legend, he's too poor. What should we do next? Lian Yu looked at Yuta, then disdainfully moved her eyes away the next moment. She was confident that her brain was a little bit stronger than that of this muscle-brained guy. She then looked to Rakshasa. Rakshasa was the barely cerebrally endowed one among the three, but his brain wasn't sharp enough to accurately gauge the situation. Fortunately, Lord Shepherd would make a move. The spiritual link spread like a vast net, precisely collecting information from all directions. The things and creatures spied by the created Black Crows were being meticulously synced into his sight as well. Images after images, message after message constantly converged in Mu Yuan's mind, forming a strategic map encompassing hundreds to thousands of miles around the Tianyuan territory. He inquired about everyone's condition. With a grin that displayed his teeth glistening in the sunlight, Yuta said, "No problem, I'm in great shape, and my heart and blood are burning at the thought of continuing the physical fight with legendary creatures." Mu Yuan. It wasn't that Yuta had no problems, but his mastery of physical shackles was very high. After cutting all the shackles, he could even lock them up ahead of time on his own. As long as the time he cut off the shackles wasn't too long, he wouldn't completely lose his combat power. Even in his current weakened state, if he could fully cut the shackles again, he could temporarily recover to his peak and maintain it for a few seconds, a dozen seconds at most. If the opportunity and the venue are right, it's not impossible for Yuta to take down another regular legend. However, if it's just Yuta alone, he might never return. Mu Yuan paired Yuta with Rakshasa, ordering them to move to Area B25 and support the giant squad. Rakshasa's task was to bring Yuta back in time, just before he was about to be sent to the afterlife. Lian Yu was sent to another location. Meanwhile, Shilu, Jun, Hong Yi, and other Tianyuan powerhouses were also moving to specific areas under his minute command. What about me? What about me? Shen Linglong could see that Tianyuan had a unique method of gathering intelligence, far more efficient than elves and giants using items or engaging in possibly delayed one-on-one communication. Communicative artifacts were quite rare, and if the powerhouses of the Blade Squad were in intense combat or fleeing, they might not even be able to send back any messages. Besides, at this moment, energies rose from many areas, stirring the whole world into chaos. At the beginning, legends could vaguely sense the situation at Tianyuan City over 200 kilometers to the south, but now, even if a great battle broke out outside Tianyuan City, the legends couldn't perceive much anymore. The entire world was in a mess, with visible surges of energy tides everywhere, elemental particles gathering into ribbons, floating above the sky. Just now, the elf Malena and the giant Asalo from Wolfhead Mountain rushed toward the distance to meet the Blade Squad of their kin who were evacuating. Naturally, Shen Linglong also wanted to fight. She swung her over 2-meter-long huge halberd, barely able to contain her craving for battle. "Don't rush, there will be plenty of fighting opportunities later," Mu Yuan said. However, Shen Linglong was not his soldier, and this reasoning couldn't convince her. He paused before adding, "Right now in Wolfhead Mountain and the Tianyuan territory, you are the only remaining legend, Lord Linglong. If you also leave, our fortress will be in great danger. You are an important force in defending the fortress. Going out at this time entailed considerable risks." Mu Yuan was already grateful that Shen Linglong had come to help defend the city. How could he let her take such great risks? It wasn't that he doubted Shen Linglong's strength. Even though Shen Linglong was a newly advanced legend, as a member of the Tai Zan Alliance, she must have used some of the secret realms and training grounds provided by the Alliance. Many types of tickets for places like this mystical training ground can be exchanged on the Taishuan Covenant platform. However, most lords would not spend a large number of contribution points to exchange for them. The enhancements from training, exercising, and blessings of a treasured land were too insignificant. With the same amount of money, lords would rather spend on purchasing remnant souls of the excellence grade, or exchange for treasures and potions that help break through boundaries. Only when lords and division officers reached the fourth order limit and could progress no further would they spend their money on enhancement through training. With such additional enhancements in her status as a lord, Shen Linglong wasn't necessarily much inferior to her peers of epic life. However, Shen Linglong's style of combat was open and expansive, with rashness almost akin to Bone 2. She might be able to fight well but lacked the knack for quick retreats. She also had over 100 elite soldiers capable of shaping incomplete army spirits, but the advantage of army spirits had to be used at critical moments. Mu Yuan, citing various reasons, persuaded Shen Linglong. But many of your division officers are still in the outside world, right? She said. Mu Yuan did not deny it and paused before saying, I have arranged their teams, and besides, my Tianyuan division officers are well versed in steady spirit and Tianyuan will, they can retreat safely. Just take Lian Yu for example, she moves faster than the average legendary realm. You can't deny that. Lian Yu had exceptional speed, second only to Jun in an all-out sprint. She coordinated with Hong Yi and Shi Lu. Jun was always ready to provide support, backing up Yuta and Rakshasa. For both groups, retreating wasn't hard. But Mu Yuan left out one thing. Unlike the elf or giant squad, his sharp squad wasn't rapidly retreating. They were hunters. They might only be able to compete momentarily with creatures from the legendary realm or burst forth with a slightly superior legendary realm power, but if used appropriately, their efficiency in killing legends could surpass that of the legends themselves. Outside Tianyuan City, at a place more than 200 kilometers away. Huff, huff. A few elven powerhouses were panting, continuously leaping among the mountains. Meanwhile, hundreds of flying monsters were quickly swooping into attack, with at least a dozen fourth-order bosses hidden among them, striking continuously. In just a short moment, the elven powerhouses sustained more severe injuries. Each of them was a fourth-order peak strongman possessing at least 4 high-level skills and a special talent. They each had the combat power to kill a common 4-order within 10 moves, and they would normally be able to break out of an encirclement with their capabilities. However, they had recently been ambushed by a Snake Man legend. 2 were critically injured and the remaining 4 also suffered light injuries. Their life-saving items had been completely used up during the pursuit by the Snake Man legend. If they had abandoned the critically injured from the start, they might have had a chance to escape, but now. Taili, a member of this sharp squad, shot down a flying monster with an arrow when suddenly a beam of light flew towards her. She dodged in an ungainly manner, but then a blade came slashing towards her, adding 2 fresh wounds to her face and arm. Her injuries were multiplying. The space they had to dodge was shrinking, and they were being surrounded on all sides. Despair filled her heart. Suddenly, darkness fell from the sky. Day seemed to turn into deep night in an instant, stealing away their sight, and even their hearing seemed to fade away, only to return the next moment. The monsters surrounding them were suddenly panicked, as if blinded. Dark Crow. Storm. A murmuring voice sounded. They saw a figure walking along a pitch-black path emerging from the lightless void, with black feathers falling on either side, as if honoring the arrival of a dignitary. In the sky, countless black feathers fell too, like a downpour of feathers. The next moment, the feathers turned into black crows, the crows stirred up a storm, and the storm tore through the azure sky. Monster after monster was ripped apart, ignited by black flames, plummeting from the sky to quickly turn to ash. The horde of monsters besieging the elves was torn open in the blink of an eye. What are you waiting for? Snapping out of their stupor, Taili and the other elves knew it was not a time for hesitation, and they quickly broke free through the torn gap with their comrades. Keep following the mountain range, there are people ahead to meet you, Sophia said. Taili asked, what about you? I still have a mission, Sophia replied and walked on. Biting their lips, Taili and the others charged towards the ultimate darkness. To them, Sophia's figure was blurred, like a rough ink sketch, but she spread her arms wide open, stirring up a terrifying black storm. With one person's power, she held back a horde of monsters comprising dozens of 4-order bosses and numerous 3rd and 2nd-order monsters. Sophia looked towards everything under the blackened canopy of sky. The monsters had already started to adapt to the darkness, and under the leadership of the wise boss, they kept reducing the Dark Crow storm. Sophia pondered, if given some time, she had the ability to wipe out this batch of flying monsters, including the dozen or so bosses inside. However, it wasn't necessary, not worth it. This wasn't her mission. Just now, Nocturne, Dark Crow Storm, had already consumed a lot of her energy, and she still had hundreds of created black crows outside, which she needed to control at all times. Controlling the black crows, keeping a close watch on the enemy's movements, that was what she needed to do. She glanced outside the canopy of heaven, and the loyal black crows transmitted their vision to her. Taily and the others had already run far. Sophia nodded slightly, turned around, and disappeared into the night. Huff. Huff. With energy severely depleted, leaving her with less than 1/10 of her strength, Taily felt incredibly tired. Still, she couldn't help but look back. She saw neither the swarm of monsters nor that mysterious black figure. It must be a division commander of the Tianyuan territory, she thought. There are several powerful commanders in the Tianyuan territory. I don't know which one she is, Taily mused. Sophia was alone. But having witnessed the grace of the Tianyuan commanders, Taily had an unexplainable confidence that Sophia could easily shake off the enemy's pursuit. This was a Tianyuan division commander. Below the legendary, they, the strongest of nature's garden, as seeds of legend, might not even make it into the top 5 if they were in Tianyuan territory. I wonder how Lady Malena is doing, she thought. Lady Malena is a being from the legendary realm, surely, she's fine, Taily reassured herself. Taily thought. Minutes ago, legendary elf Malena timely came to the aid of Taily and the other fleeing elven powerhouses. She met with the Snake Man legend. She was an exception among elves, unskilled in archery but masterful in swordsmanship. Her fighting style could hardly be described as elegant. The White Sword Flower was just a fancy title she had given herself. With a swing of her sword, sharp sword winds arose around her. Her sword domain buzzed. With slashes and cuts, her onslaught was like a fierce storm. Die, just die for me. The Snake Man legend's domain trembled, as blossoms of blood opened on his body. He was clearly at a disadvantage. There was a significant gap in combat power between them. The Snake Man legend was not afraid at all, saying, I have countless reinforcements, what do you have? Monsters swarmed around them. Above the monsters, a legendary being that seemed to emanate long way arrived through the air, approaching silently. This was a Dragon Man legend. He spread his great membranous wings. Within his domain, pillars of flame surged to the heavens. His dragon's might burst forth as if a giant dragon was roaring beside one's ear, each roar resounding thunderously. Malena's expression grew solemn. The Dragon Man legend's domain radius was about the same as that of the Snake Man legend. However, this Dragon Man obviously possessed a not insignificant giant dragon bloodline, ranking him among the top below the epic tier. At the same level, a Dragon Man legend would undoubtedly be much stronger than a Snake Man legend. Things had become somewhat troublesome. Malena felt confident that she could escape, but under these circumstances, killing the Snake Man legend would be as difficult as reaching for the heavens. She was unwilling to let go. But just as the Snake Man legend said, he had reinforcements. What did she have? She had nothing, only able to rely on herself. Roar. Another dragon roar sounded, and a breath of flames tore through the wave of monsters. A silver-white giant wolf strode through the moonlight. The dragon girl with outstretched wings stood atop the giant wolf. Lian Yu, Shi Lu, Hong Yi arrived at the battlefield. A radius of 2,200 meters, not bad, I can take it on. There are legends in the Tianyuan territory, and countless domain masters. The generals naturally know how to observe and judge the size and scale of a legendary domain. Most of those in the legendary realm still abide by a code of conduct, where combat power is directly linked to the size of the domain. Those below a kilometer level are newly anointed legends, a kilometer level to 3 kilometer level are ordinary legends, and those above 3 kilometer levels are senior legends. And once a domain radius expands beyond 5,000 meters, Legends of the Earth realm earn the right to attempt a breakthrough to the next major stage, the Legend, Spirit Soul realm. The most basic qualification. More often than not, there is still a little bit of a gap between having the qualification and being able to break through. If the enemy has a radius exceeding 3,000 meters, belonging to a senior legend, they will be able to wield the power of heaven and earth much faster, likely holding more trump cards. Our chances of counter-attacking and hunting become very slim. We'd have to change tactics. But now, it's worth a try, worth taking the risk. War is inherently about risking one's life. If we could take down a legend now, later on, the pressure facing our own territory would reduce. This may mean significantly fewer sacrifices. The reason several legends fell before Tianyuan City previously was that these monster legends were pressed for time and had to take risks. Secondly, there was no monster tide to collaborate with these legends. If there were a tide to cover them, the strategic value these monster legends could bring would be entirely different. We have to seize any opportunity to slay monster legends. In Lord's words, we are not yet in the legendary realm and won't trigger the enemy's vigilance. Our chances of crippling or slaying an enemy are, in fact, higher than those of a typical powerful legend. Moreover, among these two monster legends, one is a Dragon Man legend. I've already caught a strong scent of dragon blood and dragon soul emanating from him. Shilu licked her lips. Lian Yu couldn't help but lick her lips as well. Hong Yi, why do I suddenly feel so out of place? In the sky, the legendary elf Malena stood with her sword, watching as two legends flanked her from both sides. She knew she had to seize any opportunity to slay a formidable enemy. Such opportunities were rare. Given a few more minutes, even if it meant incurring a light injury, she was confident she could kill the Snake Man legend. Her domain radius was not much larger than the Snake Man legends, but she had this confidence. She had used some foundational treasures and had been investigating the wilderness since Third Order, fighting her way through. She was a legend forged through battle. But if she faced two opponents, one of whom was the more powerful Dragon Man legend, she was unsure about killing the Snake Man legend under the Dragon Man's double assault. Intuition and experience both told her it wasn't possible, she shouldn't try. If she got injured, she would be more likely to be entangled, trapped, and perish in the wilderness. Teeth of the Jackal Wolf, Blood Snake and Case, the two overlords were far from having only so many legends. At this moment, there must be legendary monsters rushing here. But suddenly, three figures tore through the tide and arrived on the battlefield. Reinforcements. Yes. However, they were only Fourth Order commanders. No matter how strong a Fourth Order commander is, they are still mortals standing on the ground, while legends stand in the azure sky. Why would the elite squad of the human Tianyuan territory come here in this direction? Did they panic and take the wrong path during the evacuation? Malena didn't think that was likely. With the qualities of a Tianyuan powerhouse, they would not panic to the extent of fleeing without direction. Her aura and domain as a legend were quite conspicuous during battle. Had they come here on purpose, aiming for a legend? This conclusion seemed far-fetched, but it appeared to be the only truth remaining. At this moment, the woman in red on the back of the giant silver wolf spoke up, her voice accurately reaching Malena's ears. We'll keep this Dragon Man legend at bay. Miss Malena, try to quickly slay the Snake Man legend, alright. Malena looked towards the three figures. The giant wolf tread on moonlight, majestically imposing, while the dragon girl spread her wings, breathing out roaring flames. She knew this dragon girl, one of the top-ranked powerhouses of the Tianyuan territory, who had achieved remarkable records in the Temple of Knowledge. She possessed an exceptionally pure giant dragon bloodline, suspected to have an epic position. She was among the highest echelon of fighters under the legendary realm. Still, the gap between such formidable individuals and the legendary realm remained vast. Malena hesitated for 0.2 seconds, then made up her mind, let's do it. If the Tianyuan territory's young Fourth Orders dared to risk their lives for a chance, how could she back down? The fight had to be quick and decisive. Several minutes were too long. Even the most formidable generals of Tianyuan City couldn't possibly hold a legend at bay for such a duration. She was about to risk her life. Malena's sword thrust backwards, as her entire domain thundered ominously. She charged with her domain towards the Snake Man legend. At the same time, on the other side of the high sky, the Dragon Man legend who came to the rescue glanced left and right, and upon seeing the legendary elf advance rather than retreat, he sneered and shifted his gaze onto the three figures that had just torn through the tide and entered the battlefield. He sensed that one of these humans possessed a strong dragon blood essence. Stronger than the dragon blood he bore in his own veins. By absorbing this human's dragon blood, he could further his own power, perhaps even advancing to an epic position. His future looked promising. He licked his lips, flapped his wings to propel forward, as his colossal, 2,200-meter domain descended like the divine might of heaven and earth. In an instant, flames fell from all sides, the temperature rose sharply, as if one was standing before a volcanic lava spout, with molten rock pillars rolling in, accompanied by a tremendous oppressive force that descended indiscriminately from above. Stepping on the moon stumbled, nearly falling to the ground and tumbling into the pulp pool. She quickly stabilized herself, continued to tread fiercely and ran to avoid the erupting columns of flame and light, but her speed had noticeably decreased, and the bright moonlight that surrounded her had dimmed quite a bit. This was the power of the domain. Weaker fourth-order beings couldn't even cross the domain barrier, let alone face a legend. However, all three of them had undergone domain confrontation training, and were already well aware of the might of a domain. The suppressive force of a Dragon Man legend's domain was, at most, stronger, it didn't bother them. Among the three, Hong Yi and Shi Lu both had domains, but even with their domains deployed, they wouldn't last more than a few seconds within the massive domain of the Dragon Man legend. The domain wasn't unusable, but there was only one chance, and it must be used at the most correct time. Lian Yu dodged left and right, Shi Lu shattering the monsters and fire pillars attacking from all around. The trio pushed forward bit by bit, heading towards the Dragon Man legend at the center of the domain. A distance of 2,200 meters felt extraordinarily far within the domain, due to both the dangers lurking everywhere and the spatial interference of the domain. It took great effort for them to run up to this monstrous legend. The Dragon Man legend was slightly surprised, to hold on for so long, no wonder you have the courage to face me directly. He walked step by step towards the silver-white giant wolf, even waving off the swarming monsters from outside, merely letting them surround the domain, blocking the retreat of these three humans. He spread his arms wide, the vast power of heaven and earth converging in front of him, and with his bloodthirsty maw open, it transformed into a column of dragon breath about 30 meters in diameter, roaring down from the heavens. The moon cannon that stepping on the moon spat out, the moon blade that swiped from her claws, seemed like mere droplets entering a river. She was utterly insignificant. I'll hold it off. Shi Lu stepped on Lian Yu's head and leapt forward, bursting into a crimson glow midair and transformed into a red dragon much larger than the silver-white giant wolf. The giant dragon, with fierce golden eyes full of flames, regarded the domain's surrounding flames as nothing. Her noble and magnificent scale armor burst into crimson and gold flames, which formed a sunflame armor wrapping her entire body. The armor absorbed the surrounding flames and solidified progressively. Boom! A wild aura burst forth within the domain, and despite Shi Lu's transform into the massive figure of a giant dragon, she was still blown away by the impact, only to be propped from behind by Lian Yu. By then, Shi Lu's sunflame armor was mostly cracked, blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. She hadn't completely withstood the attack and suffered some minor injuries. She gathered her strength again for half a second, then violently spat out sanguine blood. As the blood sprayed onto her body and smeared across her face, she seemed quite injured, her breath starting to weaken. The Dragon Man legend, to withstand my attack. He had to admit, such a powerful being was extremely rare beneath legends, unlike any he had seen before. It must be that this human had an extremely high lineage, possibly purifying the giant dragon bloodline to epic level. He grew even more excited. He glanced at the distance, the useless snake man gradually retreating while battling the legendary elf, covered in wounds. He couldn't play around any longer. The battle should end now. The Dragon Man legend didn't just manipulate the power of heaven and earth anymore, he flew forward, with the power swarming and entangle around his claws. He accelerated fiercely, appearing almost instantaneously about 100 meters from Shi Lu, his razor-sharp dragon claw tearing down, as if solidifying the space, tearing through it. Under the dreadful aura lockdown, Shi Lu appeared to have no chance to dodge, her field of vision was all but blocked by the colossal tear. Opportunity. In the spiritual link network, the thoughts of the three intertwined as if on the same frequency. Awu. Behind the red dragon, Lian Yu howled, and the body of the giant wolf she had transformed into suddenly grew 2 to 3 times larger, with silver moonlight bursting from her body. At this moment, she truly entered the crescent moon giant wolf mode. She had only transformed into an ordinary silver moon giant wolf before. The surging silver moonlight, like tidal waves, continuously battered the surrounding flames, managing to push back the entire field of red flames. In the flame-filled domain, where the Dragon Man legend had absolute control, an immaculate bright moon emerged, suspended high in the sky. The crescent moon giant wolf howled, her figure vanished. She didn't confront the tearing claws with Shi Lu, instead, she took the chance when the enemy unleashed his power, and while they were close, she circled around from the side on a beam of light. Her speed was extremely fast, so fast that only a streak of silver moonlight remained. This speed, it was even above his own, surpassing by quite a bit. A sense of wariness sprang up in Dragon Man Legend's heart. He had just used almost all his strength for that one strike and couldn't gather large amounts of power of heaven and earth in time anymore. He didn't think a few four-order peak beings could threaten him, but it would still be laughable to be injured at the hands of such ants. He thought for a moment and decided to take a defensive stance. But in that moment of indecision, Shi Lu, who was confronting the tearing claw marks head-on, let out a thunderous dragon roar. On Shi Lu's body, a faint outline of a spirit of the giant dragon emerged, looking somewhat like a red dragon. Immediately afterward, a second outline appeared, this time resembling a molten steel dragon. Then came a third, a fourth, until 12 outlines of giant dragons emerged in succession, converging and flowing into Shi Lu's body. Epic talent. Dragon Feast. Moreover, by regularly consuming the flesh and blood of epic giant dragons, one could have a chance to obtain the soul of the giant dragon. Even as a remnant soul, when the dragon soul manifested, it was still divinely intimidating beyond words. Dragon roar echoes through heaven and earth, the might of the dragon sweeping grandiosely all around. Afar, the incoming flying monsters froze like stiff puppets, clattering, they all plummeted from the sky. The Dragon Man legend sneered. He was a dragon man, possessing a giant dragon bloodline, and even though his bloodline wasn't as pure as that of this human, it was enough to be completely immune to the influences of Long Wei. Even if they were high-ranking dragon men scared by Long Wei. He thought as much, but the earth-shaking roar of the dragon reverberated like demonic sounds in his ears, layer upon layer. His figure suddenly felt infinitely small, surrounded by darkness, with the massive shadow of a red dragon growing ever bigger in front of him. Tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. The gigantic, godlike red dragon glared with pupils like Dari, looming over the tiny ant before it. Fear. The fear that arose from the depths of the soul, suddenly surged. The soul of the Dragon Man legend trembled, as though he was a trembling prey in the face of a top predator. His brain hummed, and the corners of his mouth bled. He couldn't understand it, but the warnings in his heart screamed alarm. He crushed an artifact and desperately ignited the light of will. He was gradually coming to his senses. The effect of Shi Lu's Dragon Feast Dragon Soul Manifestation Dragon Roar was indeed impressive, but there was only one chance for it to take effect. A silver crescent moon giant wolf had already appeared beside the Dragon Man legend. She howled again, and the moonlight power continuously converged on her moon-white paws. The full moon hanging high in the sky also continuously dropped pure moonlight. Wrapped in moonlight, the wolf's paw reached out. There didn't seem to be too many fancy special effects. At the same moment, the eyes of Hong Yi, inconspicuously resting on the wolf's fur, suddenly opened wide. Epic talent. Like illusion. From solid, to void. Though legendary beings had lit the light of will, her illusion ability was hard to take effect. However, she could transform illusion into reality, and also reality into falsehood. The latter required an immense amount of energy. Outside the underworld ghost market in the mortal world, ghosts screamed, their bodies visibly withering. At the same time, Hong Yi expanded her own nether domain. In the enemy's domain, especially a legendary realm domain, it was very difficult to expand one's own domain. She couldn't hold out for long, nor could she expand for more than a few meters. But a few meters was enough. Both domains clashed and countered each other. At that moment, the moon silver talon, like piercing through ripples in water, tore through the precious artifact's golden light armor, and then through the protective flames of the Dragon Man legend. Thrust. The talon ripped through the Dragon Man's tough scale armor, pausing slightly before continuing with unstoppable force, tearing open the entire panel of scales. It was like tearing through cardboard, the scales ripped open noisily. Wish. The moon silver light shot through and appeared over 100 meters away. On the moon-white talons, drops of red blood flowed, untainted and pure. Behind, nearly half of the Dragon Man legend's body was torn open, slowly vanishing under the magnificent and holy moonlight. Only the remaining half of the corpse, with eyes wide open in death, fell from the sky. The domain that covered heaven and earth began to dissipate, like a burning piece of paper, first with holes appearing, then spreading, and quickly disappearing. Afar, the legendary elf Malena was aggressively pursuing the Snake Man legend. She had some wounds, and poison spread on her arm. The Snake Man legend's injuries were even worse, barely holding on. Not enough, it's still not enough, I need more speed. I must use dragon blood now. She thought. Out of habit, she accessed the spirit of the falcon's vision and glanced into the distance. That glance almost made her freeze in shock. Without aura, the half-corpse of the Dragon Man legend was falling from midair. And afar, a silver crescent moon giant wolf stood proudly in midair, while a red giant dragon also rose from the ground. Legendary elf Malena. Is this how you guys held back the Dragon Man legend? After the battle, Lian Yu had consumed a great deal of her moon's power. She had already undergone the transformation into the crescent moon giant wolf in the previous battle, teaming up with Yuta to slay a being of the legendary realm. Her time in transformed state was now nearly depleted. Shi Lu was the most severely injured, being unable to maintain her giant dragon form any longer, covered in blood, with both arms fractured. Hong Yi's condition was the most intact, but her contribution against an adversary of the legendary realm was not significant. Lian Yu, 1-1. 1 kill, 1 assist. This referred to the tally against adversaries of the legendary realm. Both Shi Lu and Hong Yi were at 0-1. Back in Tianyuan City, Lord Shepherd was at 1-9. 1 referred to the Snake Man legend outside Tianyuan City, slain by the enormous thunder magnetic coil tower. That streak of thunderous brilliance piercing the sky was controlled, aimed, and locked on by him, Lord Shepherd. The 9 assists highlighted his status as the best supporter. Not to speak of the distant, Mu Yuan had been closely watching the battle with Shi Lu and Lian Yu, providing them with more power from the spiritual link. The chains of thought linked tightly together their minds, synchronizing their spirits and thoughts within a few breaths, achieving a level of understanding far beyond close comrades in arms. They were as one entity, each performing their own role with precision, crafting the opportunity to slay a legend. This was the power of divine support, the power of Lord Shepherd. Moments later, Malena, now bursting with even greater strength, beheaded the Snake Man legend with her sword. Her look towards Lian Yu still bore some disbelief. It's time to leave, said Hong Yi. 2 legendary realm beings are on their way, and it'll be too late if we don't go now. Their state was not good, they no longer had the capacity to ambush again. It was time to retreat. Malena understood this even better. She was just puzzled. You've just slain a legend, haven't you? To fight and kill a being of the legendary realm with mortal bodies, even if using some precious artifacts, even if the Dragon Man legend was careless, even if. No matter the reasons, this was a heroic feat, a miraculous one at that. Having just accomplished a miracle, were you really so calm, without even a slight trace of excitement? The trio of Lian Yu weren't without emotion, but of course, they weren't overly excited or self-congratulatory. To take down a legend with mortal bodies was not something particularly difficult, it wasn't considered a miracle. Their boss Dead Bone from Tianyuan territory had achieved this a long time ago, and compared to then, their current circumstances were much more favorable. Instead of feeling excited, it was better to ask Sophia if there were any legendary creatures left alone. Now joining forces with the legendary elf Malena, if they were to plan appropriately, they could quickly set an ambush and hunt down a legend. Thanks to the spiritual linkage network and the created Black Crows from Sophia, Tianyuan territory held an absolute advantage in intelligence gathering. If one were to only compare the scope of visibility, the visibility possessed by the monster overlords was actually far superior to that of the three Tianyuan forces. At that moment, the Soul Sand Mine to the south had been lost, and Lulu, leading the elite, retreated under the cover of the aerial squadron led by the wings of the Wind King, retreating into Tianyuan City. The Thunder Magnetic Coil Towers and Arrow Towers within the Soul Sand Mine continued to fire until the last moment. Under the barrage of energy and the assault of massive monsters, these defense structures collapsed one after another, and their markers on the map vanished one by one. The core structure, the Lookout Tower, also fell, and the territory controlled by Tianyuan territory shrank as a piece was wiped away. The view Mu Yuan had from above the Soul Sand Mine disappeared as well. Before the view vanished, the multitude of explosives buried within the Soul Sand Mine base were triggered, sending up surges of thunderous energy, unleashing a wave of destruction equal to a full force blow from a being of the legendary realm, engulfing the frontmost elite and high-order monsters completely. But the scope of Tianyuan territory's visibility shrank as well. Apart from the created Black Crows sent out by Sophia, the teams of Yuta and Lian Yu, the only visibility under the control of Lord Shepherd was left, 100 kilometers around Tianyuan territory and 60 kilometers around Wolfhead Mountain. In these areas, there were still many Tianyuan scouts, elites, and the elite of elves and giants active. On the other hand, the vast majority of the wilderness was filled with the advancing monsters. They were the eyes of the high-order monster leaders, commanding waves of monsters and various monster groups. But the view of high-order leaders was not equivalent to the visibility of beings from the legendary realm. Moreover, the high-order leaders could not share their view. Even in terms of communication, only a very few high-order intelligent monsters possessed communicative artifacts, which could only relay one-on-one messages. Due to the influence of energy tides in various places or intense conflicts, often the intelligent monsters were unable to communicate, and the sent signals were disrupted, delayed, or distorted. Some intelligent monsters developed abilities similar to spiritual link, but these links could only cover a few hundred units within a nearby area. If they needed to communicate across several hundred kilometers, it had to be done one-on-one, and they had to be connected to a mental chain in advance. The monsters occupied most of the territory, yet the wilderness was still dominated by Tianyuan territory in terms of intelligence. The commanders of the monster power, the envoys from Dragon Sleep Valley, were gradually becoming aware of this. He began making tactical adjustments. However, even with the intelligence advantage and repeated surprise counter-hunts catching the enemy off guard, the situation remained tense. While some local battles were victorious, others ended in defeat. Somewhere, a burly man, bearing a 7 parts resemblance to a Rakshasa but with less ferocious features, burst into white flames of Fenye, charging fearlessly toward the pursuing legendary realm Jackal Man. After a few exchanges in the fierce battle, Flame of Fenye, banish evil. The eyes of Rakshasa Good Body shone with a circulating brilliance as he unleashed his final ripple. Boom! His sturdy body, like a torn sack, was flung from the sky, crashing to the ground, while wisps of gray smoke spilled like bleeding blood. The Jackal Man legend caught up, spearing the Rakshasa's body completely through, nailing him dead to the earth. This human, actually injured me, and this wound. Flesh squirmed on his arm, yet unable to heal, as if the very bone had been sectioned out of existence. Gone from concept. What a terrifying ability. If this human were a legend, he would surely have been no match, and might even have died without knowing why. The thought alone gave the Jackal Man legend a lingering sense of trepidation. Fortunately, I have preemptively slain this human with infinite potential, justifying the long pursuit. The only regret is that the other 2 humans escaped, one of whom was However, that human, having used a life-risking secret technique, is already at death's door, and even if saved, is likely beyond use. With this thought, the Jackal Man legend felt somewhat satisfied. Tens of kilometers away, Jun clasped Rakshasa and Yuddha, speeding through the stormy stratum at a velocity surpassing that of the legendary realm, heading for Tianyuan City. Upon its claws, Yuddha was indeed at death's door. But Yuddha was accustomed to being a candle in the wind. He had just failed. Yet not utterly. Indeed, he did land his charge katakana middle. Serious katakana middle. Dragon God Fist on the Jackal Man legend. The punch could have left the Jackal Man legend on the brink of death or even caused his downfall. However, this monstrous legend carried a precious life-replacing artifact, which evaded the lethal blow. Yuddha's attack was furious, powerful, and peerless, but ultimately it was ordinary, unable to strike the essence or bypass the protection of the life-replacing artifact. Thus, he failed and had no strength left for a second blow. Rakshasa then retreated swiftly, following the tactical guidance provided by the Lord, without hesitation. Somewhere. The legendary elf from the natural garden, besieged by 3 legends of the legendary realm, had no choice but to tear a spatial shift scroll, escaping swiftly. He dared not hesitate, for otherwise, under the siege of 3 legends, he might not even have had the chance to use a spatial artifact. He escaped with injuries. But the elf dagger squad, just dozens of kilometers away, wasn't so lucky. They were immediately pursued by a legendary realm Jackal Man, scooped up to a great height by a giant hand shaped from the power of heaven and earth, and mercilessly crushed, with blood and entrails splattering on the spot. Somewhere. The legendary elf natural priestess, gravely wounded, gazed bitterly around her. Surrounding her were only 2 monstrous legends. However, both were giant dragon legends. 2 blood-colored giant dragons. One dimly appeared to be the red dragon, the other an evil eye dragon. The intimidating gaze of the evil eye shattered her spirit, and the spatial shift scroll she was preparing to tear was destroyed by her momentary lapse. She lost the best chance to escape. I have no choice but to risk my life. But either of these monstrous legends holds power above my own. How could such giant dragon legends emerge from within the domains of the fang of the jackal wolf and blood snake encase? The natural priestess intuitively sensed something was amiss, but she couldn't afford to think during the heat of battle. Soon after, the legendary elf natural priestess fell in the wilderness. The flowers of the earth withered, lamenting her death. Somewhere. The giant legend Absolute Barrier Asalo had just slain a monstrous legend. Though known for his defense, it didn't mean he was incapable of attack. In the conflict between the natural garden and the giant stone ridge, his combat power ranked among the top 3. His strength far exceeded that of White Sword Flower Milena. In slaying this monstrous legend, he was merely stained with blood, without a scratch on him. Asalo showed no complacency as he swiftly left the scene. However, an immense domain, like the grinding disk of heaven and earth, appeared out of thin air, pressing down with crushing force. The manipulator of this domain was a particularly enormous blood-colored giant dragon, with a length exceeding 100 meters. Upon the giant dragon's body, one could see grotesque flesh buds writhing menacingly. The vast blood-colored domain unfolded and descended. Despite quickly erecting his golden domain, Asalo was still enveloped within the blood-colored domain, his own domain creaking ominously. Such a scale of a domain. The blood-colored boundlessness, along with the daunting might of the dragon, kept hammering at his psyche. Asalo stood upon the ground, with mountain-like stone walls rising all around, glimmering with golden light, the absolute barrier standing defiantly between heaven and earth. Not a hint of ease showed on his face. He quickly retrieved a precious, the only spatial shift scroll upon his person, and tore it fiercely. His form shifted, but not completely. He arrived at the edge of the blood-colored domain. He saw elemental particles from all directions surging like torrents of blood-colored rivers. The rivers formed vortices. The vortices sealed heaven and earth. Heaven and earth constantly hummed. Heaven and earth resonance. This was the power possessed only by those at the peak of heaven and earth realm of legends. And many times, a domain wielded by a legend spanning over 5,000 meters in radius would not be considered at the peak of heaven and earth. Perhaps it had to be 6,000 meters, or even 7,000 meters. The entire heaven and earth resonated together. Asolo found that his ability to command the elements of heaven and earth had been stripped away considerably. And the 100-meter-long blood dragon overlooked everything with its indifferent gaze. A river of blood flew out, the blood-colored giant wings stretching hundreds of meters as it swooped down. 1 strike. The golden light barrier cracked and creaked. 2 strikes. The golden light barrier fractured with multiple cracks. 3 strikes. The golden light barrier shattered, and the massive body of the absolute barrier, Asolo, was engulfed within it. The legend of the giant, fallen. Somewhere. General Duo Lai rode atop Big Slime, whose wings were spread wide, as it roared through the azure sky. It puckered its lips in distress. Especially upon hearing the battle reports of slaying legends, coming one after another, General Duo Lai felt even more pressure. It was, after all, Tianyuan's first legend, the first to break through, a general of Tianyuan territory. Yet since the battle began, it had only claimed a single kill. How can these enemies run so fast? The sole kill it achieved was during an initial rescue of an elven powerhouse, where it took advantage of a stealth attack and used its spatial devouring ability to instantly kill a Jackal Man legend. Thereafter, it discovered several wisdom monster legends, but the enemies had no intention of engaging with it at all. Even if 2 or 3 of them were together, they would immediately use items or abilities to move, escape, and conceal themselves. It couldn't even stealthily attack them. After all, it lacked perfect concealment abilities, trying to pursue quickly would inevitably leak its presence. And the enemy. Upon seeing the blue-haired girl riding a slime, run. Don't hesitate, there will be no punishment. From the wisdom monsters to legends, all fled without a fight. It was just a rookie legend. Duo Lai also tried perfect imitation to transform into other forms to pursue. However, it seems some legendary enemy had cursed it with a special ability, marking it. In the eyes of the enemy, it was like a bright column of light, impossible to hide. Then, come back, Mu Yuan said. Although Duo Lai's tally of legendary kills was low, the number of monsters it had blasted along its path was not small. When it repelled and drove away the monster legends, it also achieved strategic value. Next, let Duo Lai return to the city defense battle. Putting it on Wolf Head Mountain shouldn't cause concern about the aftermath of its powerful attacks. At worst, the entire fortress would be damaged. This was within his range of acceptance. On Duo Lai's return journey, halfway there, the presence of legend-level entities rushed toward it. Only 2. Just 2 legends dared to confront it. Duo Lai pondered, then decided to face them. These were 2 giant dragon legends. Except, compared to normal giant dragons, their bodies were more blood-colored, and there were some traces of being stitched and repaired. After the appearance of the 2 giant dragon legends, Sha-sha, Sha-sha. All of a sudden, the whole mountain range teemed with the growth of blood trees and the blossoming of blood flowers. A blood-colored seed fell and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a giant blood tree reaching heaven and earth. The blood tree sealed all directions. The earth began to hum. This was a hunting ground targeting the strongest among beings. Duo Lai could sense the strength of this blood tree, but it was General Duo Lai, after all. Duo Lai charged straight into it. What Duo Lai encountered is most likely the Blood Tree King of legend. The Blood Tree King is the strongest being in this region, stronger even than the Wolf King and the Blood Serpent Emperor, a commonly accepted fact. Around the Blood Tree King, according to Duo Lai, there were also 2 monster legends resembling giant dragons. They were clearly stronger than any ordinary legend. Duo Lai might not be their match. However, with Duo Lai's high fighting spirit, Mu Yuan chose to believe. If it proved too much, then they would address that. He dared to let Duo Lai freely pursue the enemy precisely because he had left ample preparations for retreat. Mu Yuan continued to switch his view. His vision shifted constantly between Black Crow, Tianyuan territory, and Wolf Head Mountain, occasionally observing through the eye of heaven. In his mind, dozens of messages from various places, generals, and corps also converged. His brain worked like a computer, running at high speed. The legendary elf, natural priestess has fallen. The giant legend, Asalo, has also fallen. The 13th Elite Squad encountered an ambush, with more than half casualties. 200-person Elven elite troops have entered Tianyuan City's defensive area. The enemy is rapidly approaching. The enemy's vanguard is only 60 kilometers from our city. The enemy is only 40 kilometers away from us. 20 kilometers. A dark cloud appeared at the edge of the sky, growing larger in view. The buzzing sound resonated from the flapping wings of countless flying creatures, clearly audible even kilometers away. Inside Tianyuan City, the urgent wailing of alarms also sounded, echoing over the city. The defense battle for Tianyuan City had begun. Over Tianyuan City, the prolonged wailing of the alarm echoed, lingering for a long time. Within the city, in district after district, the militia members of the security teams received the order and fiercely struck the alarm bells constructed on the rooftops of the security buildings, and the sound, dang, dang, spread out with it. Each note struck like a hammer to the chest, heavy, oppressive, panic-inducing, as if one could hardly breathe. In fact, a day earlier, Tianyuan City had already halted all work and notified the territory citizens that there would be a monster wave assaulting the city. The ones responsible for maintaining order within the city were the militia members of the Tianyuan territory security teams. Most of them were not of military origin, but were selected from the older territory citizens, a group of more experienced and knowledgeable individuals, or perhaps those who had already switched to the warrior profession and performed well. There is a place in Tianyuan City for transforming into a warrior. Outside Tianyuan City, there was also a building for transforming into a mage. However, the few who met the conditions and transformed into mages were already part of the candidate squad of the defensive troops. After all, the precious mages could play far more significant roles in the defense of the city than warriors. The security team members had already spread the knowledge of evacuation techniques to all the territory citizens and instructed everyone to lock their doors and windows and not to go out into the streets, to quietly wait for the war to end. Secondly, the intensity of the city defense battle was undoubtedly going to be much stronger than the Red Fog disaster moon a few months ago. Back during the Red Fog disaster moon, the primary target of the monster wave was Shilling Town, hundreds of kilometers away. Their Tianyuan territory did not suffer much impact. He even dared to use the misfortune charm flower to divert some of the wave, a sign that everything was under control. But now, the monster wave was formidable, with an unknown number of legendary realm beings present, as well as, under the monster system of Tianchi Eternal Life, some troublesome war weapons. Shilling Town, in the beginning, did not face large war weapons, nor legendary realm enemies. Even so, Shilling Town was still unable to intercept all monsters, and occasionally, flying monsters would break into the town, causing significant damage. 17 had experienced two Shilling Town, Shilling City defense battles. She had seen many instances of monsters slaughtering ordinary people. Even if these monsters breaching the city were quickly killed, or even shot down before they landed, the large carcasses falling could easily cause casualties among the ordinary people in the open areas. To be honest, apart from high-end weapon buildings like the Muralite Barrier, Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, Intermediate Mage Tower, Necromancy Tower, Ice Crystal Tower, in terms of ordinary city defense weapons and the standard garrison, Tianyuan City is still not as good as Shilling Town back then. The good news is that Tianyuan City is smaller in area compared to Shilling Town, so the defense perimeter is not as large. The bad news is that having only the thousands of main force plus reserve troops of Tianyuan territory spread out across the entire defense line, the line seemed quite thin. Even if he had various city defense weapons and Muralite Barrier, this godly protective technique, he must make ample security precautions within the city. Otherwise, a slight mishap, allowing a few monsters to slip through, could result in immeasurable damage. Once damage occurred, panic could easily spread throughout the city. Keep in mind that in today's Tianyuan City, more than half of the city's population were new territory citizens who had settled here for less than half a month. It was essential to guard against flying monsters or those capable of making long-range throws. Ultimately, Tianyuan City was built too quickly, without enough time to excavate and construct underground shelters. Otherwise, going underground would be the safest option. Now, Mu Yuan could only tell the territory citizens to hide inside their own homes and lock their doors and windows tightly. He looked down with the perspective of a lord. On the streets of Tianyuan City, aside from the members of the defensive troops and patrol troops, hardly a few figures could be seen. On both sides of the road, one after another, the return-shaped buildings occupied not insignificant space. These buildings were the main residential buildings of Tianyuan City, each capable of accommodating a large number of tenants. In the central courtyard of the buildings was a miracle building, well, constructed to continuously extract water. By sealing the building's doors and closing the windows, leaving only some small holes, such residential buildings could instantly transform into bunkers. This wasn't Mu Yuan's innovation, but rather something he learned from other more experienced lords. These buildings might not be comparable to underground shelters, but in times of war, they could effectively reduce damage to one's own side. All the necessary preparations have been made. Next, it's time to stand firm and defend the city. At this moment, countless defenders on Tianyuan City's defense line were ready for battle. Among them were the Undead Legion, the main force of the defensive troops, and a large number of reserves who were not part of any corps but were of first-order professional level and second-order elite level. There were also a few who had switched to the warrior profession and had reached the peak of apprentice level, and a small number had even stepped into first order. These territory citizens were the elites pulled from the patrol teams. Their duty was not to combat monsters directly, and of course, Mu Yuan wouldn't arrange for these frail citizens to face the monsters head-on. They stayed behind the Black Rock City wall, within the towering sniper towers. In front of them, one after another, the ferocious and mighty city defense weapons, painted with red and blue, the Thunder Flame cannons, were set up. They were the operators of the cannons. After all, the Thunder Flame cannon was a man-made weapon, unlike miracle buildings that could shoot and lock onto targets by themselves. It required shooters, observers, and people to replace the ammunition belts. Having them operated by territory citizens who had already switched professions was more suitable than using clueless reserves. After all, it is rather extravagant to have elites, who have fully awakened their self-consciousness, operate the Thunder Flame cannons, especially when the defense line is wide and the troops are sparse. The monsters are coming. Damn, I'm so nervous. These are monsters we're talking about, and I heard that many of them are over 10 meters tall and can easily destroy a house. Scared of what? Didn't the captain train us? We just need to operate the cannons, and we can easily take down these terrifying monsters. Besides, we are now warriors, understand, warriors. If it weren't for Lord's disapproval, I would definitely join the frontline troops, not just manning the cannons here. The young man responsible for the cannons stood upright, a sword always on his back. However, Coach Lu promised me that as soon as I enter the second-order elite level, I will be able to join the defensive troops and fight for the glory of our territory. At these words, other young people looked on with envy. Who wouldn't want to make a name for themselves and reach the pinnacle? Who wouldn't want to fiercely drive out and slay the monsters that ravage their homes? If they could reach the second-order elite level, they might also be qualified to apply for the troops, but they were not very confident about breaking through to the second order. After all, they were just ordinary warrior professionals, just regular people. But young Bamboo Stick was favored by the god of warrior when he changed his profession and obtained the rare 3-star profession, swordsman, a genius indeed. Here they come. The hissing of the monsters and the flapping of wings resounded in their ears. Flying monsters, like a dark cloud, became clearer in the vision of the defending soldiers. Their silhouettes, their shapes, their fur, and their fangs were all distinctly visible. The almost naked upper body of a harpy with bird-like wings. The bloody vulture with no fur in sight, its blood vessels and flesh exposed. The shadowy giant bat with wingspan over 4 meters, sharp fangs, and a gaping maw. One after another, grotesque flying monsters grew larger in view. The new recruits couldn't help but feel tense. No need to fire. Repeat, no need to fire. In the watchtower, the Archer Series team leader cried out. In the next moment, the new soldiers heard a sharp whistling sound as brown afterimages streaked across the sky. The Arrow Tower. The arrow tower has opened fire. Arrows over half a meter long pierced through a harpy, plummeting it from the sky. Then the second, the third, the fourth. Droves of flying monsters kept falling. They couldn't even get within 100 meters of Tianyuan City. But this was just the first wave of monsters. Soon, a second, a third, a fourth wave of monsters surged from all directions. The thunder flame cannons also started firing. Even in the central district of South City, in Tianyuan City, one could hear the thunderous booms of the cannons, and the distant roars of the monsters. Boom! A giant bat plummeted from the sky, crashed into the city, tumbled several times, and skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail of blood. Lord, do we need to use the 1,000 prism large reflection? Isloa, sitting by the staff of divine right, asked. Mu Yuan looked down at the surroundings. The monster waves had surrounded Tianyuan City in just half an hour. The city was like an isolated island in the sea, enduring the ceaseless onslaught of stormy waves. From time to time, monsters fell into the city. However, those that fell within the city limits were already dead, and there were very few that crashed into residential areas. The impact was not significant. And moreover, these monsters may seem numerous, but the vast majority are first and second order monsters, and third order warlord level monsters are extremely rare. In such deep wilderness, where overlord powers rule, the levels of monsters are generally not low. It would be unlikely for third-order creatures to be scarce and fourth-order to be unseen. This is just a feint by the enemy. We should reserve our water mirror light screen for the most crucial moment. Stored within the staff of divine right were 1,000 prism large reflection, 3. 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, 2. Night hidden starry sky, 1. 1,000 tendril greetwood, 1. Remaining mid-level techniques, 5. After Tianyuan City's location was revealed, the night-hidden starry sky, a large-scale magic occupying 20 skill slots, had lost much of its usefulness. But with the battle commencing, Mu Yuan did not have enough time to create new large-scale magic, so he chose to leave this one. The night-hidden starry sky could still play a role in obscuring the view and disrupting the enemy. The 1,000 prism large reflection was his core technique. Although one had been used a short while ago, it had been replenished after a few hours. A pity, there were only 3. He had to conserve his use. Only by using these 3 large-scale magic techniques at the most appropriate time can Tianyuan City be preserved, otherwise. Against enemies with legendary realm capabilities and a large number of war weapons, without this enchantment technique, he had no confidence whatsoever in preserving the city. But after all, it was merely a technique. If only Tianyuan City possessed a real enchantment, he wouldn't have to be so cautious during the battle and worry about damage to the city. Outside Tianyuan City, in a certain location. The messenger from Dragon Sleep Valley shrank his size and gazed far off at Tianyuan City amidst the waves. He had read the battle report regarding the Fang of the Jackal Wolf's campaign against Wolfhead Mountain. In it, several human battle moves were highlighted. An endless undead tide, seemingly inexhaustible, even more so than their own waves. Beyond imagination, capable of combating legendary entities, those who are fourth-order strongmen, and not just 1 or 2. Invincible legendary beings, with a wave of her hand, she could obliterate tens of thousands of monsters. Terrifying ultimate moves, 9 thunder flame giant dragons descending from the sky. The messenger, of course, saw at a glance that this was the Wolf King exaggerating, making excuses for himself. How could there be undead that are more wave-like than their waves? How could there exist fourth-order strongmen beyond imagination, not merely 1 or 2? However, even if it was an exaggeration, there must be some basis for it. Thus, he designed a special plan and sent the Blood Tree King to surround and kill the human legendary. As for the rest, Fang of the Jackal Wolf will be defeated by constantly probing. This human power possesses an abundance of dragging, resisting, and exhausting techniques. So we will. All forces advance. As long as it is not a war of attrition, humans will not have a chance to catch their breath. Of course, without probing, going all out, it's impossible to avoid some legendary beings from falling. But what does that have to do with the messenger from Dragon Sleep Valley? Are all the legendary beings in position? There are still a few who have not arrived. Perhaps 2 or 3, 3 or 4 might have fallen in the wilderness, but the number of legendary beings yet to arrive seems to be far more. The messenger looked around. He was not familiar with the legendary beings of the Fang of the Jackal Wolf or the Blood Snake in case. However, the force gathering around him was already sufficient. What about the war weapons from various regions? There are 2 areas still being set up. The messenger nodded slightly. He also brought some long-range war weapons on this trip. In a siege battle, such weapons could play a role even greater than a legendary being. But remember, they must be placed outside the range of human territory. Such a miracle territory may have various forms of city defenses, but as long as they are out of the territory range, humans will lack vision, and thus will be unable to do anything about it. This was his experience. The attendant said, "Within 3 hours, I want to be standing on the ruins of the human territory." In the territory, atop the South City Tower. A batch of elite elves from the natural garden were leisurely shooting arrows with a blasé attitude. I've always heard since childhood how terrifying monsters are, but now it seems they're just so-so. Not even that many monsters can make it up the wall, they're just live targets. Yeah, the monster tide isn't hard to stop. After this battle, those conservative old folks should agree to building cities outside, right? We should have built cities long ago. If we had built them sooner, we wouldn't have been cooped up in the secret realm for so long, and I wouldn't be over 30 before having my first time stepping out. Shut up, you guys who never ventured far from home have no idea how terrifying the monster overlords are. Terrifying. Where's the terror, apart from there being a larger number of them? Boom. 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 Suddenly, in one area of the tide, the ground bulged as a bloody giant stepped forth. Wherever it went, the monsters it touched turned into blood froth that merged into it. Its form grew bigger and bigger. It transformed into a giant 80 meters tall. Suddenly, its abdomen cracked open, revealing a fierce gaping maw. From inside the maw, a blood-red beam of light shot towards the southern wall, violently piercing its way. The young elf's pupils constricted as his view was filled with blood red.